Chapter 559. Haha, 3P my ass, 3P. It was clearly a torture murder, and then the evidence was destroyed. Someone actually followed suit and ate human blood. Did the people who followed suit get kicked in the head by a donkey? Ma Chi-Chi's post was quickly pushed to the top of the trending news. Countless conscientious and intelligent netizens liked her comment, and it instantly became a trending topic onto the trending news. At first, there were people deliberately stirring up the topic and hinting that the students who went to Germany were poor. They also speculated that those who went abroad must have been rich, so they deserved it. They secretly slandered this and that, as if they had been at the scene of the crime with their third eye. Some netizens who couldn't think independently began to be led astray, and comments that humiliated the deceased became the majority. However, as soon as Ma Chi-Chi's comment appeared, the righteous and intelligent netizens immediately snapped back to reality and began to fight back against the German newspapers. Then the German oiled paper bag joke was also thrown out, and as usual, it couldn't escape being ridiculed. Gun Yinji saw that Ma Chi-Chi's comment was pushed to the top of the trending news and was overjoyed. She patted Ma Chi-Chi's shoulder and said, "Chi-Chi, well done." Ma Chi-Chi also didn't expect her hot-blooded comment to be approved by the majority, so she was very happy. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Ma Chi-Chi exclaimed as she laid on the bed and scrolled through Weibo on her phone. Unfortunately, what's the use of us being indignant here? I hope the victim's family can find a way to get justice for her. Gun Yinji sat on the armchair beside her bed and also scrolled through Weibo on her phone. She didn't even look up as she said, "They should have seen it. I hope it makes them feel better." Otherwise, who could take it when their own daughter died an innocent death and was being talked about like this? Soon, the news continued to spread in the Huaxia Empire and quickly surpassed the Tangerine case in the United States. The domestic media saw that it was newsworthy and immediately sent people to Germany to follow up on the case. As a result, more and more unbelievable facts were exposed. It was almost summer break, so everyone's exams were over and they had more free time. Ma Chi-Chi didn't do anything else in the past few days and kept an eye on the progress of the case until one day, when she saw the latest news from Germany and gasped. Nianji, come and see. F***CK. The Germans are also very protective of each other. Look at this woman. She has no shame. Ma Chi-Chi pointed at a middle-aged German woman on the news and scolded. She's the murderer's biological mother. It turned out to be the senior superintendent who was handling this case. Holy shit. No wonder the prosecutor treated the murderer's words as the truth of the case and held a press conference. They were all colleagues in the same system, and they were covering for their colleague's son. Gun Yinji quickly swiped open her phone to catch up with the news. She skimmed through the latest report, then shook her head and sighed. This is unbelievable. This kind of obvious conflict of interest can also appear in Germany. It seems that this country has really declined. When a reporter exposed that the female police supervisor who was investigating the case was the murderer's biological mother, the German Ministry of Internal Affairs quickly put out the fire and appeased the public's anger. They announced that the case would be handed over to another police district. The murderer's biological mother was temporarily on leave and would no longer follow up on the case. The murderer's stepfather was also a high-ranking police officer in the area where the crime took place. His rank was even higher than his biological mother's. I was wondering why the previous reports were so strange. The trial hasn't even started yet, but the prosecutor has already accused the poor victim of having a threesome. Gun Yinji finally figured out what was going on and shook her head. This case is very bad for the victim. I hope her family has the ability to support them to sue in Germany. We can't let the Germans get away with this. The meaning of the law was to learn from past mistakes to avoid future mistakes. Breaking the law wasn't something that could be forgiven with just a few drinks. Seeing that the case had caused a new craze on the Huaxia Empire's internet due to the new insider information being revealed by Jiansheng, one of the first prime minister candidates to comment on the case and condemn Germany's disregard for justice, also saw a huge increase in the polls. He was almost on par with Tan Dongbang, who had previously been ahead by 5 percentage points. Father, the older, the wiser. Bai Yueran was once again convinced by her father's strategy and shrewdness. I didn't think we would be able to redeem ourselves. Bai Jiansheng smiled. There's still 3 months until the vote. We can't let our guard down. Thinking about Tangueran, he asked Bai Yueran, "How is it? Have you found Tangueran yet? The people from your operations division have been gone for over a month, right? Is there any news?" "No." Bai Yueran shook her head regretfully. "But even if there was news, I wouldn't know. I'm only from the legal department. The operations division is a completely different system from us, so there's a huge difference." "Okay, then continue following up on the Tans and see if they have any new tricks up their sleeves." Everything had been calm on Tan Dongbang's end, and he hadn't made any new moves. However, at the Upper West Side police station in Manhattan in the United States, they received a phone call that day. Someone had used a voice changer to leave a message for them. "Upper West Side police station. I know where the person you're looking for is. The sun at 8 o'clock in the morning indicates the direction of sunset." Just this random phone call immediately caused the Upper West Side police station to be in an uproar. Their press conference had been held for almost a month, but there hadn't been any new information released. All the major media outlets were no longer interested, and the weekly press conference was becoming more and more deserted. It was completely different from the grand occasion at the beginning. However, after receiving this phone message, they immediately notified all the major media outlets and called for an emergency press conference. At the press conference, they announced the phone message. The media had waited for a month and finally received the latest news. They immediately became excited and threw themselves into the phone message. How can the sun at 8 o'clock in the morning indicate the direction of sunset? This message is really puzzling. On the evening news of the 3 major American television stations, all the anchors excitedly shared the breaking news of the day with everyone. Countless Americans were motivated, and the police station's reward phone lines were almost exploding with calls. Everyone felt that they had guessed the truth, but none of them were reliable. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the newly prepared office of the Special Operations Forces branch in the United States and watched the news on television with Zhao Yangzi. They finally mentioned the sun at 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Yangzi crossed his arms and stood behind Hua Xiaoheng's sofa. He smiled meaningfully. "I thought the mastermind had already given up on this game." He looked down at Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting unmoving on the sofa. These idiots actually wanted to compete with Hua Xiaoheng in terms of patience. They must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Hua Xiaoheng still had a plate of medium-rare steak in front of him. He ate it while watching the television from time to time and said calmly, "I was just speculating based on common sense. It's just that after so long, there's still hope for Miss Tan to be alive. She should still be alive." Zhao Yangzi walked over and took out his laptop. "We analyzed it before. The enemy spent so much effort to kidnap her and left behind some clues, so they must have some ulterior motive. Since they have ulterior motives, they won't kill the hostage before they expose their motive." In other words, Tangueran was now their bargaining chip. How could they negotiate if the bargaining chip was gone? Now that they were gradually coming to the surface, Hua Xiaoheng was more than happy to welcome them. However, he still had some questions. The enemy had gone around such a big circle and still wanted him to personally provide clues. It didn't seem like it would be of much help in their negotiation. Perhaps the mastermind hadn't figured out Hua Xiaoheng's way of doing things? Or was there another reason? Although Tangueran's family had used their connections to get Hua Xiaoheng to come personally, Hua Xiaoheng hadn't taken the initiative to attack and had instead waited. If the enemy thought the Tans had already given up on Tangueran, then they could kill her at any time. For the enemy to still call to provide clues now, it could only mean that they either had big plans or were stupid. Hua Xiaoheng felt that he couldn't immediately come to a conclusion as to which reason it was. Zhao Yangzi obviously thought the same. He sat on the sofa across from Hua Xiaoheng and asked thoughtfully, "Hua Xiao, what conditions are they proposing?" "Kidnapping hostages, and the ones they kidnapped are the family members of high-ranking officials in our country. They probably have political demands." Hua Xiaoheng took out the vine pattern he had printed and placed it in front of his eyes. But they waited a month before making a move, so they're pretty patient. Political demands? Zhao Liangzi snorted. Then they've miscalculated. Our country has never compromised with kidnappers. Political demands? They'll be lucky if they don't get caught by us all at once. Yeah, but we know that. The kidnappers don't, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He changed the direction of the image in his hand and aimed it at the window. Open the program again and see where the angle of the setting sun will fall on this image when it sets in Tan Gairen's dormitory. He and Zhao Liangzi were probably the only people who had discovered the vine pattern, so they were the only ones who understood the meaning of the enemy's voicemail. Zhao Liangzi opened the pattern and data analysis program on his computer and reset the time and position to start debugging. A 3D image of Tan Gairen's dorm room appeared on his computer. As the program ran, the sky outside the window on the computer gradually darkened, and the angle of the sun changed as time passed. When the sun was about to set, the sunset shone through the gauze curtains and onto the floor of Tan Gairen's dorm. At 8:00 in the morning, the vine pattern that appeared at the intersection between the sunlight and the floor appeared again. However, this time, the light from the setting sun finally focused on one point. This point was the tip of the vine on the vine pattern. Zhao Liangzi quickly pressed the pause button, and the warm yellow sunset stopped. The green vine stretched out on the dark red floor, and the dot of light on the tip of the vine was especially eye-catching. Hua Xiaoheng clenched his fist and rested it on his chin. He stared fixedly at the direction indicated by the vine tip and said slowly, 7:00 southwest. He looked out the window at the dark night sky. Southwest of Tan Gairen's dorm, 7:00. Where was that? This was the first chapter with 3,000 words. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. There will be an additional chapter at 7 at night. Chapter 560. Little Zay, do you have a map of New York? Hua Xiaoheng turned to look at Zhao Liangzi. Can you add a map of New York to your graphics and data analysis software? Sure, that's easy. Zhao Liangzi focused on his laptop. Maps nowadays are all digital. It's too easy to add in. His nimble fingers flew as he entered a few commands on the keyboard to embed the map data of New York City. After running it a few times, Zhao Liangzi moved the computer to Hua Xiaoheng. Look, Hua Xiao, this is the map of the entire city. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the image on the laptop screen and fell in a deep thought. The old Juilliard School building was covered in green creepers. It was lush and lush. One of the windows was half open, and the setting sun shone through the curtains and fell on the dark red floor. Green vines spread across the dark red floor, and the tips of the vines shone with a warm yellow light from the setting sun. From there, a straight line extended outward in the direction of 7:00, past Manhattan's Central Park, the Empire State Building, and all the way south until it was stopped in front of skyscraper. Where's this? Hua Xiaoheng asked, pointing to the skyscraper. This is the New World Trade Center. Zhao Liangzi hesitated and pointed to the location next to the building with the mouse. There used to be two buildings standing side by side here. They were called the Twin Towers, but they're all gone now. As for why they were gone, the American people and even the entire blue planet probably wouldn't forget. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the place where the beam of light stopped and silently counted. The 80th floor? It should be. Let's go. Hua Xiaoheng got up and put on his sunglasses. To the World Trade Center. They left the office building and hailed a taxi to the World Trade Center building on the south side of Manhattan, New York. The building had more than 100 floors, and the 80th floor was already a very high floor. They took the elevator to the 80th floor, and Hua Xiaoheng quickly found the place indicated by the light guide map made by data analysis on the computer. It was a bookstore hidden in a small corner. Hua Xiaoheng didn't go in. He and Zhao Liangzi walked into a bar opposite the bookstore and ordered 2 Bloody Marys. They sat near the bar and occasionally looked up at the bookstore across the street. There were quite a lot of people there. Did New Yorkers like to read? The sunglasses Zhao Liangzi and Hua Xiaoheng were wearing were specially made with a video recording function. Soon, they had captured the entire interior and exterior of the bookstore. After finishing 2 Bloody Marys, they paid the bill and left. After returning to the office of the Special Operations Forces New York branch, Zhao Yangzi once again integrated the photos into his image and data analysis software. A panoramic view of the bookstore on the 80th floor of the New World Trade Center appeared on his computer screen. "Is there anything noteworthy here?" Zhao Yangzi asked in confusion. He fiddled with the vine pattern on the floor of Tan Gairen's dormitory, and the light gradually fell into the bookstore on the 80th floor of the New World Trade Center. On the computer, the light passed through the walls of the building and fell on the bookshelves of the bookstore. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He took the mouse from Zhao Yangzi and clicked a few times to enlarge the books on the bookstore shelves. The place where the light was pointing was a picture album on a bookshelf. The picture album was of the Statue of Liberty. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his chin and nodded. Then, he enlarged the map of New York City and included the surrounding terrain. He said to Zhao Yangzi, "Look, the sun at 8 o'clock in the morning indicates the direction of sunset. In this direction, it's right here." The mouse moved slowly and stopped on the Statue of Liberty in the southwest of New York City. Zhao Yangzi suddenly understood and rubbed the back of his head with a smile. After so many twists and turns, it's the Statue of Liberty. They spent an hour deciphering each other's messages. The Statue of Liberty is in the Statue of Liberty Park. It's already closed and won't open until 8 o'clock tomorrow. Zhao Yangzi checked the situation of the Statue of Liberty Park. "Hua Xiao, should we go take a look tomorrow?" Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Of course." In the end, early the next morning, the police station on the Upper West Side of Manhattan received another voice changer message. This time, it gave him another clue. The direction of sunset, the fall of the Twin Towers, and the rise of New Hope. The police station felt like they had obtained a treasure and immediately held a press conference to announce the news to the media. The American people, who had been guessing all day yesterday, were excited again. Almost all of them threw themselves into the guessing game. The popularity of the guessing game even spread from the other side of the ocean to the Xia Empire. Social media, TV stations, newspapers, and magazines were all flooded with these two new clues. The case of the pitiful female exchange student from before had disappeared without a trace. Thus, Tan Gairen's disappearance case once again became the center of everyone's attention. Tan Dongbang's popularity also rose at the same time and surpassed Bai Jianxing again. This time, he was a full 8% higher than Bai Jianxing and 3% higher than the last time he surpassed him. However, Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi had already arrived at the next location while everyone was pondering about the Twin Towers, the Statue of Liberty. The two of them followed tourists from all over the world to the Statue of Liberty Park early in the morning and were prepared to go up to the top of the statue to take a look. The tall Statue of Liberty was 46 meters tall, but the base was 47 meters, so the entire statue was 93 meters tall. It held a torch that never went out all year round. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the statue and pondered silently. Was this place related to where Tan Gairen was imprisoned? Or was she imprisoned here? Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi followed the crowd into the Statue of Liberty and took the elevator to the highest point, which was the crown on top of the Statue of Liberty. Standing on top of the crown, they looked down at the land. The Hudson River around New York looked like a shallow stream, and the boats on the river were as small as toys. They walked around the crown, but found nothing. They didn't find any clues. Hua Xiaoheng held the railing and looked at the vast sea of clouds in the distance. He wondered if they were really heading in the right direction. The other party had left one message after another. Was it really to guide them, or was it to lure them into a trap? If they followed the clues provided by the other party, even if they could really find it, they would definitely fall into the other party's trap. As Hua Xiaoheng thought about it, his eyes wandered around the Statue of Liberty and looked down. He could see further from here. He could clearly see all of New York from here. He turned around and faced the direction of New York. At that moment, the sun shone from behind him and shrouded the entire city in the morning light. The quiet city seemed to erupt in an instant. Cars raced back and forth. Sirens sounded on the river, and the sound of planes rumbling in the sky grew closer and closer as they flew towards the New York airport. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Xiaoheng realized that from this angle, the direction the sun was pointing in was darkness. The darkness wasn't really dark, but because there were too many tall buildings nearby, it blocked the light and only left a dark shadow. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and pointed in the direction the sun was pointing. He turned slightly to ask Zhao Yangzi, "Where's that place? Which borough of New York?" Zhao Yangzi took out his phone and opened the map to scan the location. He looked up at Hua Xiaoheng and said, "That's the Bronx, the worst place in New York." This borough was very close to the Upper West Side, where Juilliard was located. They were practically neighbors. So it was here. Hua Xiaoheng was relieved. He patted the railing and had an idea. He said to Zhao Yangzi, "All right, let's go back. We don't need to be led around in circles." "Huh, go back." But we didn't find any clues at all. Zhao Yangzi answered blankly. He hadn't given up yet and was still taking pictures of the inside of the Statue of Liberty from all angles. He wanted to go back and reassemble them. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "No need. The other party won't use the same strategy twice. We've already used this method in the bookstore to find the Statue of Liberty." "But," Zhao Liangzi frowned, "does Hua Xiao know what they're going to do next?" "I don't know what these lunatics are going to do next," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "But I know what I'm going to do next." "Huh, Hua Xiao, you already have a clue. That's great." Zhao Yangzi was overjoyed and put away all the cameras. "Then let's go back and set it up." They needed the clues provided by the other party, but they absolutely couldn't be led by the nose by the other party. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi quickly walked to the elevator of the Statue of Liberty as they started setting up. He called his man stationed in New York. "I want the recent month's staff turnover data in the Bronx. Send it to Team A's email in 5 minutes." This was the second update. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Are you guys going on a date on Valentine's Day? Chapter 561. The sun rose at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, but it couldn't reach the Bronx. The high-rise buildings surrounded the area, and the people living there felt gloomy even in broad daylight. Tangaran had just woken up in a dilapidated, grayish-white 6-story building in the middle of the Bronx. She hugged her shoulders and curled up in the corner, instinctively covering her forehead with her arm. The piercing sunlight seeped in through the cracks in the window and shone right on her face, waking her up from her sleep. She sat quietly in the corner for a while, waiting for the blinding light to move away before lowering her arm. She opened her eyes and scanned the small room for a while. There were no lights in the room, and the windows were nailed shut, so it was dark even in broad daylight. Only the occasional sliver of sunlight seeped in through the cracks in the wood, illuminating her so much that she didn't look like a ghost. She didn't know how long she had been locked up in this small room. She could still try to count when she was first locked up, but as time went on, her hopes became slimmer and slimmer, so she gave up. Tanguerin felt that she might never be able to leave this place. "Miss, I'm hungry." A timid child's voice sounded not far from her. Tanguerin looked up. The 4-square-foot hut was divided into small spaces by iron cages. There used to be a person in each cage, but as time passed, the people stopped moaning and were carried out motionlessly. In the beginning, she remembered that there were 3 adults and 8 children around 7 or 8 years old in the room. Now, there was only 1 adult and 2 children. The 2 children were a boy and a girl, and they depended on each other here. They stayed in their own cages like animals, without freedom or dignity. The other little boy had already started to cry. Tanguerin quickly moved over and comforted him through the cage. "Little Quan, don't cry. A man bleeds, not tears. I'm not a man. I'm only 8. I want daddy and mommy. I want my brother and sister." Sob, 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 sob. Xiao Quan cried even harder. "Why are you howling at your mother's funeral so early in the morning?" A rough voice suddenly exploded at the door. Then, Xiao Quan's iron cage was opened, and a big man went in. He took an iron ruler and slapped Xiao Quan's head and body. Xiao Quan suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream that pierced the clouds, and then he fell to the ground, motionless. Although Tanguerin was scared out of her wits, she couldn't watch such a young child be beaten to death. She mustered up her courage and clung to her cage in fear. What do you guys want? He's still a child. The man suddenly turned his head and stared at her fiercely. Seeing that although she was skinny, she still had an elegant and beautiful face, his cloudy eyes revealed a trace of lasciviousness. A big hairy hand reached out towards her. Tanguerin couldn't dodge in time, and his large, sticky hand brushed past her cheek. She hurriedly sat back to avoid the man's ill-intentioned hand. Damn it! How dare you dodge? Who do you think you are? The man's eyes turned red from Tanguerin's disdainful expression. He pounced over and tore the lock off her cage with one hand, throwing it to the ground. He pulled open the iron door and pounced on her. Tanguerin resisted with all her might, but the front of her shirt was still ripped open. She didn't know how long she had worn this silk shirt for, but it was starting to stink. However, the people here didn't allow her to shower, and she didn't dare shower here. However, her filthy and smelly appearance triggered the man's animal instincts. Tanguerin hadn't eaten for a long time, and she was already very weak. She often gave the bread she saved to the children, so she was so skinny that she was nothing but a bag of bones. How could she have the strength to fight this big, burly man? She was quickly pinned down by him until she couldn't move. Her eyes stared straight at the top of the cage and the ceiling above it. Tears gradually seeped out of the corners of her eyes as she thought about how her innocence was going to end here. She had always been well-behaved since she was young, and the Tan family was a scholarly family with extremely strict upbringing. She didn't even have a boyfriend, so she didn't expect to be defiled by this criminal today. Her heart was dead, and she was about to commit suicide when she suddenly heard someone yell, "Jack, what are you doing?" Then a gust of wind hit her, and she felt her body lighten. The burly man on top of her was dragged out and thrown out the door. Boss, just give her to me. I've had my eyes on her for a long time." The criminal refused to give up outside and shamelessly begged for someone to let him go. "Get out!" There was a muffled thud, and the criminal's voice couldn't be heard anymore. She didn't know if he'd rolled on his own or if he'd been knocked unconscious. After a while, the door to the room was pushed open, and a tall, skinny young man walked in with a piece of clothing in his hand to cover Tanguerin's body. Tanguerin opened her eyes to see a handsome, cold man squatting in front of her. She couldn't hold it in anymore and screamed. She frantically crawled backward and shivered in the corner of the wall. It hadn't been easy for her to keep her chastity. She didn't want to be defiled by someone like this, even if she died. The man didn't make things difficult for her. He held a cigarette in his hand and flicked the ash off. In a raspy voice, he said, "Change your clothes. This won't happen again." Tanguerin pursed her lips and turned her head to avoid looking at the cold-looking man. However, she clutched the clothing covering her body tightly, and the veins on the back of her hands were about to pop. After a while, the man walked out, but he returned shortly with a few paper plates with freshly baked pizzas on them. He placed a slice in front of Tanguerin and the two children. "Eat." Tanguerin still didn't move, but the two starving children pounced at her without a care in the world. They picked up the pizza and ate it in big bites. The man locked the cage and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. Only then did he say to the strong men guarding the door coldly, "Whoever dares to harass the people in the room again will end up like Jack." In front of them, the strong man who had been strutting around earlier was lying face down on the ground. There was a hole in the back of his head, and white brain matter was spurting all over the ground. He had already been beaten to death at the door. The strong men guarding the door were all murderers with countless lives on their hands, but they were as obedient as lab rats in front of this cold man. "Drag him away and deal with him," the handsome, cold man said coolly without looking back. He went downstairs. The noises outside disappeared, and Tanguerin's gaze moved to the window. She wanted so badly to return to the sunlight and her ivory tower from before, but she couldn't. She didn't know what she had done wrong. 23 years of comfortable and warm days had disappeared in one morning. She still didn't understand how she had woken up in this hellish place after sleeping peacefully in her dorm. Tanguerin put on the clothes covering her body with trembling hands and hugged her knees as she sat in the corner. She started sobbing again. When Hua Xiaoheng returned to the office of the Special Operations Forces in New York, the recent personnel turnover report in the Bronx was already in his mailbox. He turned on his computer and opened the email to analyze the data. The Bronx had always been the area with the worst security in New York. There were all kinds of people, and most of them had criminal records. It wasn't easy to find someone who hadn't committed a crime, but it was easy to find someone with a criminal record, and there were still people who slipped through the net. This was the best place to hide hostages, wasn't it? Even if someone robbed or killed someone there, no one would know. Even the police couldn't be bothered to patrol the area and let the people there fend for themselves. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the area, everyone would treat it as a real shadow. They would pretend it didn't exist where the sunlight couldn't reach. However, Hua Xiaoheng also noticed something different in a place like this, where criminals were everywhere. It should have been a place where crimes could happen anywhere, but in the past month, there was one place with an extremely low crime rate. All the hooligans with criminal records seemed to avoid that place. What could make these fearless hooligans, who would pull out their guns and shoot at each other at the slightest disagreement, take a detour? Only forces that were more ruthless and evil than them. Hua Xiaoheng pulled up the map of the Bronx again. Using the personnel turnover data, he quickly located the place where all the hooligans took a detour. It was a small 6-story building in the center of the Bronx. Little Zay, take a look. Can you get a satellite image of this area? Hua Xiaoheng asked Zhao Liangzi as he pointed at the map on the computer. Zhao Liangzi looked over. No problem. There's a street map of this place. I can pull it up right away. In a short while, Zhao Liangzi found the map of the place. This was a small building that had a gray and dilapidated exterior, but the surroundings of the building were surprisingly clean. Not only was there no trash that could be seen everywhere on the street, but there weren't even drug addicts and prostitutes wandering around. It was unusually clean. Even Zhao Liangzi gasped. He pointed at the street map and said, "Could it be here?" "It should be." Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his chin with one hand and said calmly, "However, the people here will be difficult to deal with. We need more firepower." "No way." Zhao Liangzi blinked. "Although the people here have criminal records, they're just small-time hooligans. Using firepower to deal with them is like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, isn't it? Or using anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes. Don't be ridiculous." Hua Xiaoheng's expression was unusually serious. "If Tan Guiran is here, do you think it'll be easy for us to rescue her and ensure that none of our people are harmed or discovered by the American police, military, FBI, or CIA? Of course, we'll use firepower to end this quickly." This was the first 3,000-word update, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. There will be an additional update at 7 p.m. Chapter 562. The United States was a country that didn't forbid guns. The bad guys had guns, and so did the good guys. The country had a normal gun market, but of course there was also a black market for guns. Because guns weren't banned, the black market for guns was even more rampant than in countries that banned guns. From small revolvers to AK-47s, everything could be bought on the black market in the United States. Even tanks and armored vehicles retired from the military could be bought through legal channels. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't talking about pistols, of course. He was talking about all kinds of sniper rifles, semi-automatic submachine guns, and at least one submachine gun with high firepower. All of these things could be obtained from the black market, and the North American branch of the Special Operations Forces was prepared. They had to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. This was all part of their daily work. Zhao Liangzi accepted the order and began to allocate manpower and weapons. Hua Xiaoheng didn't sleep the entire night as he studied the blueprints of the 6-story building. The Special Operations Forces had gone to the Bronx many times over the past 2 days and used all kinds of special cameras to take infrared photos of the building. They could even see through the walls. At night, Hua Xiaoheng looked at the photos and quickly locked onto a room on the 3rd floor. Zhao Liangzi looked at the infrared photos and was speechless. He crossed his arms behind Hua Xiaoheng and said bitterly, These people are so inhumane. What are they trying to do by locking people in cages? What else could they be doing? Nothing good, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. But Tanguerin really seems to be alive. The infrared photos showed that the room on the third floor was divided into cages with an adult and 2 children inside. There were also some empty cages. Did this mean that there had been other people inside? According to the analysis of the bones in the infrared photo, the adult was probably Tanguerin. She had been missing for more than a month and was still alive. She was very lucky. One is bound to have good fortune after surviving a disaster. If this girl can really escape this time, I bet her father will definitely be the prime minister. Zhao Yangzi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile. Hua Xiaoheng left the computer and took out his gun to wipe it. Without looking up, he said, "The Special Operations Forces doesn't care about internal affairs. Don't forget the rules." Yes, Zhao Yangzi was shocked and quickly reflected on whether he had crossed the line. Hua Xiaoheng cleaned his gun as he formulated a battle plan in his mind. In the 6-story building, other than the room with the iron cage on the 3rd floor, all the other rooms had people with weapons. They were probably the accomplices of the kidnappers guarding this room. He really didn't expect the other party to send out so many people. There were more than 20 rooms on the 6th floor, and there were at least 2 people in each room. Therefore, they were facing at least 40 enemies. These 40 people were all strong-armed bandits. However, no matter how strong the bandits were, they couldn't defeat the regular army. Hua Xiaoheng firmly believed this. The evening news was still playing on the television. Today, the police station on the Upper West Side of Manhattan received another mysterious voice changer message. This time, it said, "Where the sun shines is where the Statue of Liberty rises." Compared to the previous 2 vague messages, the message this time was much clearer. Everyone immediately thought of the Statue of Liberty. Almost overnight, the Statue of Liberty Park in New Jersey was overcrowded. Countless riddle-guessing enthusiasts flocked to the park to search for clues of missing people. At this time, Hua Xiaoheng had already completed the deployment of the troops and confirmed the plan for Team A and Team B to attack separately. Team A has 10 people, 3 teams of snipers and observers, and 2 teams of assaulters. Go directly into the building. Team B has 20 people. All of them will attack the building. All weapons must be equipped with silencers. Attack at 2 in the morning. Over. Zhao Yangzi assigned Hua Xiaoheng's plan. The Special Operations Forces North American branch had been completely withdrawn last time. Now, it was a new department with new recruits, and it was their first large-scale mission. These soldiers rubbed their hands together. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. The July night in Manhattan was already a little hot. People in the Bronx who didn't have air conditioning at home sat at their doors at night to cool off. They looked at the passers-by with sinister eyes. They looked like they would pull out their guns and shoot at the slightest disagreement. Hua Xiaoheng held a high-powered telescope and stood at the window of a hotel not far from the Bronx. He looked at the 6-story building. The name of this building is a little interesting. Zhao Yangzi stood beside Hua Xiaoheng and whispered, "It's called Ivory Tower." Hua Xiaoheng laughed. "Ivory Tower? Haha, this group of people really know how to flatter themselves." An ivory tower was supposed to be a pure and untainted place, but now it was the ugliest and most filthy place. It had to be said that the name was a little ironic. In the room on the 3rd floor of the ivory tower, the lights were dim, and the 2 children were already asleep. Tanguerin hugged her knees as she sat by the wall. Her small face was only the size of a palm, and her eyes were large and dark. The door opened with a creak, and the handsome, cold young man walked in again. He was wearing a black shirt and pants as he stood in front of Tanguerin's cage. He stared at her with a gaze so focused that it was almost greedy. The closer he looked, the more he felt that Tanguerin was beautiful. She was pure and untainted, like a princess in an ivory tower. That kind of touching elegance and grace was something that only a family of scholars could have. It wasn't something that could be achieved with money or power. In order to kidnap Tanguerin, he had followed her for a whole 6 months. In the past 6 months, He had come to understand her more than she understood herself. But Tan Guirin turned her head away and didn't look at him. This kind of silent disdain was the most hurtful. The handsome, cold young man's gaze dimmed. "Brother Hong, you're here." One of the gangsters guarding the door hurriedly ran out from the room next door and bowed to the young man's back. Brother Hong raised his hand and said without looking back, "Go out. I have something to ask her." "Yes, Brother Hong." The gangster saw that Brother Hong wasn't angry and quickly closed the door, as if afraid that he would change his mind. Brother Hong held a plastic bag in his hand as he walked step by step to Tan Guirin's cage. Bending down, he opened the door with the key and entered. The cage was low, so a normal person could only bend over or sit inside. They couldn't stand up straight. "There's a bathroom over there. Go in and clean up." Brother Hong looked at Tan Guirin silently for a while before handing her the plastic bag. Tan Guirin's back moved slightly, and her body shifted uncomfortably. Her period had finally arrived after being late for 4 to 5 days. She hadn't expected the kidnapper to notice. Tan Guirin was angry and embarrassed. Her body and mind had been in a highly stressed state for more than a month, and the discomfort of her body made her even more helpless. Finally, she couldn't help but cry. Seeing her sobbing quietly, Brother Hong, who had never been soft-hearted, actually felt his heart skip a beat. He put the plastic bag on the ground and turned to walk out of the cage. He didn't lock the cage and just waited for Tan Guirin to come out and clean up in the bathroom. Tan Guirin cried for a while and turned to see the plastic bag on the ground. Gritting her teeth, she finally reached out and opened it. There was a pack of sanitary pads inside, and it was the brand she was most used to. Holding the plastic bag, Tan Guirin looked up to see that the young man called Brother Hong hadn't left the room yet. Instead, he stood at the door and looked at her silently. She couldn't help but stand up with the help of the cage and bend over to get out. Reaching his side, she looked up and begged, "Please, let me go back." "What do you want? Money? My family will give it to you. Although my family isn't rich, we have a lot of ancestral treasures that we can exchange for money. My family has a collection of many authentic works by ancient artists." Brother Hong reached out to stroke her messy black hair and sighed softly. "I'm sorry." "Sorry? You're saying sorry now?" Tan Guirin was sad and disappointed. "What do you want?" "How did I offend you?" Brother Hong retracted his hand and looked at Tan Guirin with infatuation for a while before saying in an even lower voice, "I've already spread the word. If your family wants to save you, they should know what to do. Tell me. As long as you tell me, I'll definitely beg my family to help you." Tan Guirin immediately tensed up when she heard that there was still hope of getting out alive. "What do you want?" Brother Hong looked at Tan Guirin's face longingly, his eyes roaming over her body. Tan Guirin understood, and her expression changed instantly. She took a few steps back and said cautiously, "What do you want?" Seeing Tan Guirin like this, Brother Hong's expression also darkened. He returned to his sinister and ruthless self and sneered. "What do I want? Of course I want F***CK you. What are you going to do? You, shameless, perverted, scumbag." Tan Guirin trembled with anger, but that was the only word she could use to curse him. Brother Hong's eyes darkened again. He took a step forward and lifted Tan Guirin's chin with his hand. He clicked his tongue and said, "I'll propose terms to your family tomorrow to exchange for a political prisoner locked up in the Huaxia Imperial Prison. If your family doesn't agree, you'll have to follow me for the rest of your life." It was the second night. Just a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Thank you to Huaishuan, my relative, for tipping Husher Jade yesterday. Thank you to Heaven's Beggar for tipping Husher Jade yesterday. Moi. Chapter 563. Tan Guirin almost fainted from Brother Hong's words. She used all the strength in her body to push Brother Hong's hand away and said coldly, "Stop dreaming. Exchange me for a political prisoner? Are you more shameless, or am I? No one will care about you." "Haha, no one. Your dad is about to become the Huaxia Empire's prime minister. Do you think they won't exchange me? You're shameless. My dad won't." Tan Guirin raised her head with determination on her elegant face. "If you dare threaten them, I'd rather die. Die? It's not that easy. Miss Tan, let me tell you, the hardest thing is not dying, but living. Brother Hong's expression was ferocious as he pushed her. Go to the bathroom. You're almost bleeding on the floor. Tangarin looked down in panic and realized her period had already stained her pants red. The light blue pajama pants she'd worn for more than a month were now red and blue, just like the American flag. Tangarin hugged the bag and stumbled to the bathroom. Slamming the door shut, she leaned her back against the bathroom door, covered her face, and cried again. However, she didn't dare cry loudly and only sobbed quietly as she slowly slid down the door and sat on the floor. She cried for a long time before cleaning up. The next evening, when countless people were still searching for clues about the missing people in Statue of Liberty Park, the police station on the Upper West Side of Manhattan received another voicemail. This time, the person directly shouted to Tangarin's father, Tan Dongbang. Your daughter is in our hands. As long as you promise us to release In Yu-chin, a political prisoner locked up in Ching-chung prison, your daughter will be returned unharmed. The moment this message was released, the entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was asking who this In Yu-chin was, including some of the higher-ups in the Huaxia Empire. As far as they knew, there was no one named In Yu-chin in the Ching-chung prison, which specialized in locking up high-level political prisoners. Only a few people knew that this In Yu-chin wasn't a political prisoner, nor was he locked up in Ching-chung prison. He was the most well-hidden and highest-ranking American spy in the Huaxia Empire. A few years ago, he was secretly captured by Hua Xiaoheng, the founder of the Special Operations Forces, and was locked up in the Special Operations Forces Special Prison. General Ji, who had received the news, immediately called for an emergency meeting with the Supreme Military Council. He did not look too good at the meeting. Who spread the news that In Yu-chin was in their hands? General Ji, there's an 80% chance that Bai Yuxing was the one who spread the news. Hua Guanxin, Hua Xiaoheng's father, bowed and leaned towards the conference table. Fortunately, his rank wasn't high enough. Other than knowing that this person was captured by us, he didn't know where he was being held, nor did he know this person's true identity. He doesn't know, but the CIA knows. They were originally planted by the CIA. How could they not know? At this point, General Ji's expression suddenly became extremely serious. He started to panic, and one of his hands couldn't stop trembling. Oh no, Xiaoheng is in America. Shouldn't we inform him about this? Hua Guanxin immediately replied. Of course, this has something to do with him. We should inform him immediately. There's no rush. It's midnight in America now. We'll inform him in the afternoon, and he'll know when he wakes up tomorrow morning. General Ji looked at his watch and sighed in relief. However, what they didn't know was that by the time they had processed the contents of the resolution and authorized the Special Operations Forces to inform Hua Xiaoheng, Xiaoheng's rescue operation had already begun. It was already 2:00 in the afternoon when In Shixiang received the call from the Supreme Military Council. Inform Hua Xiao now. In Shixiang was stunned when he heard the call. Okay. I'll contact them right away. Immediately after, In Shixiang began to call Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi using a special, secret line. However, no matter how many times he called, there was still a cold, robotic voice message. Hello, the number you have dialed is not in the service area. In Shixiang sat on the soft chair in his office. His expression was as if he had lost his parents, and his ashen complexion made anyone who saw him think that he had suddenly fallen ill. He knew that this was the secret code for the Special Operations Forces operation. When this message appeared on the number he dialed, it meant that they had already entered the mission phase. During this time, no one was allowed to answer the phone. This was an ironclad rule. In Shixiang was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan as he paced around the office. He refused to give up and dialed Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi's numbers. He even dialed the number of the new North American branch of the Special Operations Forces. However, the same cold voice message indicated a terrifying outcome. This time, the North American branch of the Special Operations Forces had been mobilized in full force to carry out a major mission. Therefore, basically no one picked up the phone. In Shixiang was burning with anxiety as he looked at the sky outside the window. He kept praying that Hua Xiaoheng's mission had nothing to do with the kidnapping case. However, he also knew that it was futile. He knew better than anyone the reason why Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi had gone to the United States. If it wasn't for Tan Dongbang's daughter, Tan Guiren, how would they be in this predicament? After panicking for a long time, Yin Shixiang finally dialed General Ji's number and said truthfully, "General Ji, I'm afraid it's too late. I've been calling for almost an hour, but no one picked up. They said that the phone is not in the service area." General Ji fell back in his chair, dumbfounded. Of course, he knew what the message "the phone is not in the service area" meant. Has the operation begun? General Ji murmured. His hale and hearty face suddenly seemed to age, and the wrinkles on his face were especially deep. His eyes, which used to be especially energetic, were now listless. "Call me. Keep calling until someone picks up." General Ji snapped out of his daze and ordered Yin Shixiang loudly. "Roger, Chief." While Yin Shixiang was frantically dialing Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi's numbers, the two of them had already taken Team A and Team B of the North American branch of the Special Operations Forces to the Bronx under the cover of the night. 2 o'clock in the morning was when people were the most tired. Even for people on night shifts or who were used to staying up late, this was the most difficult time to endure. Although their eyes were open, they were already unfocused. They sat at the door as if they were guarding the door, but their brains had already shut down and were dreaming. The snipers of Team A of the Special Operations Forces climbed the small buildings around the ivory tower in the night. They hid on the rooftops and set up their sniper rifles. The observers were not far from the snipers, holding instruments to measure the wind speed, temperature, and humidity to provide the snipers with the best technical resources. Team A was led by Zhao Liangzi, while Team B was led by Hua Xiaoheng himself. They wore black sportswear, bulletproof vests, helmets that covered the lower half of their faces, and large night vision goggles that covered the upper half of their faces. They wore leather gloves that exposed their fingers and bulletproof wristbands on their wrists. Every one of them carried a semi-automatic submachine gun on their back, and a long string of bullets hung from their shoulders. They looked like soldiers charging through enemy lines, but they crouched in the night and quickly arrived at the bottom of the 6-story building. There were 2 guards behind the door, but they were already asleep with their guns in their arms. Perhaps it was because they had been guarding there for more than a month without anything happening, but they were still a little careless, no matter how vigilant they were. Hua Xiaoheng walked at the front of the team. He dashed to the door, took out a small wire, and drilled it into the iron lock outside the door a few times before unscrewing the lock. The sound of the iron door opening alerted the guards behind the door, but they shook their sleepy heads. Before they could open their eyes, 2 cold daggers had already slid across their necks. Blood spurted out of their throats like arrows. Hua Xiaoheng dodged and retracted his arms. He threw the 2 bloody daggers to the ground and rushed up the stairs. It was very dark in the building. There were no lights, or perhaps there used to be lights, but the wiring was broken and no one had repaired it in time. However, to the Special Operations Forces Team B members wearing night vision goggles, it was better to have no lights and see more clearly. They followed Hua Xiaoheng up the stairs one by one. Starting from the 2nd floor, these people followed the previous plan and locked the 4 rooms on the 2nd floor one by one. At the same time, they took out specially made smoke pipes and blew into those rooms. The anesthetic smoke gradually spread into the room, and the people inside didn't even have time to make a sound before they fainted from the smoke. Hua Xiaoheng led the 4 core members of the Special Operations Forces team B directly up to the 3rd floor. There were only 3 rooms on the 3rd floor. One was especially large and filled with iron cages. It was the room where Tan Guiren and the others were locked up, and the other 2 rooms housed the elite kidnappers. The members of the Special Operations Forces weren't so polite to the elite kidnappers on the 3rd floor. They pried open the door and kicked it in. They raised their semi-automatic submachine guns and started shooting. Even the rats inside were riddled with holes, not to mention the people inside. The bullets fired from the semi-automatic submachine gun with a silencer still made a pew-pew sound, and the sound spread out in the quiet night. Brother Hong, who was sleeping on the fourth floor, was startled awake. Although the clicking sound was very soft by the time it reached the fourth floor, his many years of life and death experience told him that something had happened in the building. He took out the pistol under his pillow and a rifle on his back. He quickly opened the door and had just reached the hallway when he sensed someone coming from the other side of the hallway. He raised his gun without hesitation and fired, but he didn't expect the other party to be faster than him. The firepower was even stronger. A hail of bullets flew over, and sparks flew in the hallway. Brother Hong only had time to roll on the ground and return to his room. He kicked the door shut tightly and pounced toward the window at the same time. From his window, he could directly reach the room with a metal cage on the third floor, which was the room where Tan Guirin and the two children were locked up. At that moment, Hua Xiaoying had just unlocked the room. The door creaked, and Tan Guirin, who couldn't sleep because of her period, jumped in fright. She turned her head to look, but only saw a man as tall as a god standing at the door. He wore a helmet and a balaclava, and a pair of large sunglasses covered half his face, so she couldn't see what he looked like. Tan Guirin's heart raced and almost jumped out her throat. Hua Xiaoheng walked straight to the metal cage where Tan Guirin was locked up. He raised the gun in his hand and fired a shot at the metal lock. The lock broke on the ground. He quickly opened the door of the metal cage and extended his hand to Tan Guirin. "Miss Tan, come with me quickly. I was sent by your father to rescue you." This was the first chapter with 3,000 words, a reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. There will be an additional chapter at 7 p.m. Chapter 564. Tan Guirin stared at Hua Xiaoheng's outstretched hand in a daze. The shock of disbelief and the ecstasy of survival intertwined with each other. She let out a low cry from her throat and almost tumbled from the corner of the wall towards the door of the iron cage. Bang! A deafening noise came from the window, waking up the people on the 5th and 6th floors. "Someone's ambushing us. Get down here and kill them." The wooden board nailed to the window was kicked into pieces, and wood splinters flew everywhere. The two children sleeping soundly were also woken up. They rubbed their eyes and sat up from the ground. They immediately saw the tall and mighty Hua Xiaoheng standing at the door like a god of death with a gun in his helmet and sunglasses. The children's cries were especially loud in the quiet night. Coupled with the fact that the wooden board nailed to the window had been kicked open, the sound traveled even faster. Tan Guirin screamed and fell to the ground. She crawled over and hugged Hua Xiaoheng's leg. "Save me. Please save me." Hua Xiaoheng pulled her up from the ground. Holding the gun in one hand, he fired at the person who had just broken through the window and shouted. The bullet hit the person's shoulder. The person fell to the ground instantly. It was Brother Hong, who had come down from the 4th floor. "Let's go." Hua Xiaoheng grabbed Tan Guirin's arm and turned to rush out. But Tan Guirin held onto him tightly and sobbed. "Please, save these two children. They're innocent. They've been locked up here for so long." Hua Xiaoheng turned back to look. Using the light from the broken window, he saw clearly that it was two Chinese children. Pursing his lips, he lowered his voice and said, "You go down first." As he spoke, he grabbed Tan Guirin's arm and rushed out. At that moment, they could already hear the complex sounds of footsteps coming from upstairs. Hua Xiaoheng knew it was probably the criminals coming down from upstairs. The Special Operations Forces had people upstairs to deal with them, so it shouldn't be a problem. He grabbed Tan Guirin's arm tightly and quickly rushed to the stairs. However, Tan Guirin desperately pulled back and glared at Hua Xiaoheng's back. "How can you leave them to die? Those two children are innocent. If you don't take them away, they will die." Hua Xiaoheng's large hand was so strong that Tan Guirin felt like her arm was about to break. "My mission is to get you out of here. That doesn't include those two kids," Hua Xiaoheng said in a low voice. He was already at the top of the stairs. However, Tan Guirin clung to the handrail tightly. She was no longer stubborn, but she stubbornly refused to follow him down. Softening her voice, she pleaded, "Since my father sent you, I know you're a good person. I'm really begging you, please save them. They are also Chinese children." They are all compatriots. Do you have the heart to see them being murdered at such a young age? Those people are inhumane. Hua Xiaoheng ignored her and looked at his watch. Another report from his subordinate came through his Bluetooth headset. There are 12 targets on the 4th floor. One escaped, and the rest have been annihilated. End of report. 5th floor, 16 targets, all eliminated. End of report. 6th floor, target 15, all eliminated. End of report. It seemed that most of the bandits in this building had been wiped out. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and grabbed Tan Gairen's arm tightly. He informed them, target received. Everyone retreat. Ha ha. You want to run? It's too late. Evil laughter came from the room they had just run out of. Brother Hong covered his shoulder and came out from behind the door. He raised his hand and fired in the direction of the stairs, almost hitting Tan Gairen. Tan Gairen was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look and shot back. This time, he hit Brother Hong's wrist. Brother Hong screamed and fell to the ground, rolling a few times. He couldn't even hold the gun in his hand. Brother Hong, who had been shot in the shoulder and wrist by Hua Xiaoheng, lay on the ground. His laughter was desperate and shrill. Big brother, I've avenged you. I've lured their VIP here. It doesn't matter if you can't escape. The Americans will swap you back. Tan Gairen couldn't help but be dragged by Hua Xiaoheng as they stumbled down the stairs. As she ran, she looked back at the upper floor with tears streaming down her face. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was dark as he came to the door of the 1st floor and calmly ordered his men to retreat. The members of Team B of the Special Operations Forces quickly ran down from the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Hua Xiaoheng did a head count and saw that everyone was there. He waved his hand. Let's go. At the same time, he pushed Tan Gairen to the side of a member. Take her away. They surrounded Tan Gairen and quickly left the building. They ran to the opposite house and met up with Team A. They planned to retreat in an orderly manner according to the predetermined route. At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly came from the bottom of the 1st floor of the 6-story building they had just left. Beams of fire shot out from the windows on the 1st floor. The flames swayed wildly and climbed up, wanting to devour everything they touched. They're going to blow up the building. A member of the Special Operations Forces looked back and muttered. Tan Gairen suddenly turned around and screamed shrilly, "Little Quan, hui hui." She suddenly used all the strength in her body to break free from the Special Operations Forces member's grip on her arm and ran madly toward the building. Come back. Hua Xiaoheng roared, but it was too late. Tan Gairen had already run to the burning building and rushed in through the door. What is she going to do? Someone asked in confusion. Zhao Liangzi glanced at Hua Xiaoheng, and the corners of Hua Xiaoheng's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Luckily, he was wearing sunglasses. Otherwise, his gaze would have scared people to death. Just you wait. Hua Xiaoheng gritted his teeth and rushed over like a cat. He rushed inside the building and found that the fire inside wasn't as bad as it looked from the outside. He quickly climbed back to the 3rd floor and saw the person lying motionless in the hallway. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help but shoot again. When he arrived at the previous room, he saw Tan Gairen desperately smashing the lock. He said coldly, "Get out of the way." Tan Gairen turned around in shock to see that it was the leader from earlier. She quickly wiped her tears and said, "Please save them." Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else and aimed his gun at the lock of the 2 children's cage. He fired 2 shots and broke the lock. Then he opened the metal door and carried the 2 children out, one in each hand. The 2 children were almost out of breath from crying and were trembling in Hua Xiaoheng's hands. Tan Gairen followed and quickly comforted them. Don't cry, don't cry. Big sister will take you out." The 2 children finally calmed down when they heard Tan Gairen's voice. They looked at Tan Gairen helplessly and reached out to hold her hand. Tan Gairen also reached out to hug them. As she pulled and pulled, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly heard a rumble. A sound that shouldn't have belonged there descended from the sky. It was the sound of a military helicopter. Why would there be a military helicopter here? Hurry, or else it'll be too late. Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank as he held the 2 children under his arms and pushed Tan Gairen to the stairs. At the same time, He ordered all the members, retreat. Everyone retreat. At this moment, the roar of the helicopter outside the building grew louder and louder. Not only were there helicopters, but there were also police cars. The sharp sirens cut through the night sky, and the rumbling of the tracks on the ground gathered from all directions. Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank. It seemed like he had fallen into a trap. He didn't have time to think. He held a child under each arm and pushed Tan Guiran downstairs. When they arrived at the door to the first floor, they found that it was already surrounded. They weren't only facing armed police, but also the U.S. military's most elite special forces, the SEALs. Kidnappers inside, listen up. You've been surrounded. Put down your weapons. Surrender now. The people outside began to shout with loudspeakers. All kinds of searchlights flashed, illuminating the originally dark Bronx Street area as if it were daytime. This was the second watch. Just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, everyone. Chapter 565. They're here to save us. Tan Guiran was overjoyed as she held the two children. That's great. We're saved. She wanted to run out, but Hua Xiaoheng retreated stealthily. At the same time, he quickly ordered through his Bluetooth headset, "Everyone retreat. Everyone retreat." Immediately, "Boss, what are you going to do?" Zhao Yang's trembling voice came through the Bluetooth headset. "Don't worry about me. You guys retreat immediately. This is an order. Leave this street and retreat according to the predetermined route. This is an order." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was still calm at this critical juncture. Zhao Yang's heart ached. He hated himself for not tying Tan Guiran up earlier. He let her run around. Now that something had happened, Hua Xiao was trapped in the building by the police and military who had heard the news. They were treating Hua Xiao like a kidnapper. Even if Tan Guiran spoke up and said that he wasn't a kidnapper and was here to save her, it was impossible to explain with so many kidnapper corpses in the building. Of course, the most important thing was that Hua Xiaoheng couldn't show his face no matter what. Zhao Yangze heard Hua Xiaoheng's tone and knew he was looking for an opportunity to escape. As long as the Special Operations Forces Team A and Team B successfully withdrew, it would be easier for Hua Xiaoheng to escape alone. Let's go back first. Zhao Yangze secretly ordered and disappeared into the darkness with his men. In front of them, the military police surrounded the six-story building that was still burning. The fire truck also drove over, and a huge hose was set up to extinguish the fire on the first floor in no time. Hua Xiaoheng looked coldly at the armed military and police outside. He looked at their armored vehicles, police cars, and helicopters in the sky. He quickly had an idea. "Miss Tan, take the two children out now and find the police. They're looking for you." Hua Xiaoheng pushed her. "You're free. After you get out, return to the Huaxia Empire immediately. Don't delay. Our people will escort you back." "What about you?" Tan Guiran turned around and looked at Hua Xiaoheng blankly. "Come with us. I'll explain to them that you're not a kidnapper and that you're here to save us." Tan Guiran didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng's identity was, but she knew that whoever her father sent couldn't be a bad person. "No, I still have things to do," Hua Xiaoheng said as he gently pushed Tan Guiran. He was now convinced that the whole case was a trap. The goal was to lure him to the United States and make him fall into such a trap. Someone wanted his life. He had been tricked. Tan Guiran stumbled out of the house with a child in each hand. She stood helplessly under the searchlight that was as bright as day. At this moment, she was only glad that the kidnapper had been kind enough to let her go to the bathroom to clean herself up, wash her hair, change her clothes, and even thought of using sanitary napkins. Otherwise, she would still be as dirty as she was yesterday. If so many people saw her, it would be really embarrassing. When the military police on the other side saw someone rushing out, they immediately raised their guns and aimed. When they saw that it was just a woman with disheveled hair and two skinny and dirty children, they immediately understood that they were hostages kidnapped by the kidnappers. Tan Guiran looked exactly the same as the photo they had received. Officer A of the Upper West Side of Manhattan rushed over and waved at them loudly. Come here quickly. You're safe." Tangyron's eyes warmed as she quickly ran over with the two children. Two female police officers quickly rushed over and held her on both sides. They searched her body to make sure she didn't have any weapons or time bombs on her before wrapping her up in a large blanket. The two children were also taken to the police car behind them to have their fingerprints taken and their names and identities questioned. Tangyerin only came back to her senses after a long time and realized that she was really saved. The experience of the past month was like a nightmare to him. Thank God, she was finally awake from this nightmare. She turned around and looked in the direction of the small building. She opened her mouth and wanted to call out to the person who had just saved her. At this moment, the policewoman beside her suddenly pulled her back and hid beside an armored car. Then, several police cars with heavy weapons aimed at the small building and began to shoot. Countless bullets hit the door of the small building, sending dust flying everywhere. The dust danced under the beams of the searchlights, and the small building swayed as the dust spread. There were also submachine guns on the helicopters in the sky. They aimed at the small building and sprayed it with all their might. In the end, they even fired small grenades. The small building that had already been bombed once now collapsed with a loud crash, sending up even more dust. Tangyeron's expression changed. She turned to look at the female police officer and asked coldly, "What are you doing? What if there are hostages inside?" "Are there hostages inside? Didn't you all escape?" The female police officer glanced at her and stepped aside. Two white men in black uniforms walked over from behind and compared her face with the photo. They said politely, "Miss Tangyerin?" "Yes, I am." "Who are you?" The gunshots were so loud that Tangyerin was practically shouting. The two men looked at each other and said loudly, "We are the FBI. We are in charge of your case. Please come with us." "I'm the victim. When I was kidnapped, you didn't arrest the bad guys. Now that I've escaped, you're questioning me. Are you being reasonable?" Tangyerin was so angry that her eyes were red. She was about to continue reasoning with the two men when she suddenly heard a commotion beside her. The gunshots stopped abruptly and then started more frequently. She and the two uniformed men looked over together. They saw a tall figure standing in the dust from the collapsed building. The semi-automatic submachine gun in his hand was clearly visible, but he was wearing a helmet and a hood that even covered his eyes. Tangyerin froze. Wasn't that the man who had saved her? He still hadn't escaped. Were his big sunglasses? Tangyerin was about to speak when she heard the military police yell, "Arrest him! He's a kidnapper!" They surrounded him from all sides. Tangyerin panicked and pushed the two police officers in front of her. She shouted, "Stop! Stop! Don't shoot! He's not a kidnapper!" But no one paid attention to her. The American military police around her hid behind the armored vehicles and police cars as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They shot wildly at the ruins of the collapsed building. The helicopter in the sky rumbled loudly, and the searchlights shone even brighter. One of the police officers beside her said excitedly, "That's great. The TV station is going to make a killing this time." Of course. Have you ever seen a global live broadcast like this? Look at that helicopter behind us. That's NBC's live broadcast helicopter. Tangyerin was so angry that she couldn't speak. These people were too despicable. They couldn't catch the bad guys, so they wanted to kill innocent people to claim credit. No one listened to her voice, and no one responded to her cries. The sound of gunfire became more and more intense, and the firepower became fiercer and fiercer. The figure that stood up from the ruins ran under the pursuit of the searchlights. He was like a warrior in the ancient Roman Colosseum, surrounded by ferocious beasts that chased him, and these military police wielding guns and cannons were the cruel spectators. Tangyerin burst into tears again. It was all because of her, all because of her. If she hadn't insisted on coming back to save the two children, that man wouldn't have suffered such a fate. Tangyerin couldn't bear the thought of him dying because of her stupidity. She gritted her teeth and looked at the helicopter circling in the sky. Then she looked at the surrounding police officers and soldiers hiding behind the armored vehicles and police cars, eager to try. With a shake of her arm, she wrapped the large blanket around her and rushed out. The people around them were all attracted by the scene of the kidnapper being chased. No one noticed, or perhaps no one expected, that Tangueran, whom they had just rescued, would actually rush out in a hail of bullets all by herself. Bullets whizzed around her. Tangueran closed her eyes and ran forward, using all her strength to run toward the tall figure. Only then did the military police who were shooting realize that the hostage was actually running to save the kidnapper. "Stop! Stop!" A high-ranking FBI officer who was commanding the scene hurried over to stop the shooting. "Don't shoot! Boss, why did you stop?" His subordinate was unhappy. "We're almost going to catch that person. Get out. Didn't you see the live broadcast? The TV station's phones are exploding with calls. The audience saw that woman run out. Do you want to kill her? Don't you know that we used the excuse of rescuing her to get so many guns, ammunition, and seals?" The officer lowered his voice to reprimand his brainless subordinate. The live broadcast was a double-edged sword for their operation. On one hand, they could use the live broadcast to prove that their operation was correct and didn't cross the line at all. This would garner the most attention, but on the other hand, because it was a live broadcast, any carelessness could lead to the opposite effect of abusing the police force. The deafening sound of gunfire in the Bronx stopped. After the FBI chief discussed with the military, they no longer used the indiscriminate bombing method. Instead, they sent snipers to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity. The searchlights suddenly went out and the live broadcast stopped. The female anchor in the TV station began to discuss with the audience why the kidnapped hostage would brave the hail of bullets to save the kidnapper. Everyone came to a unanimous conclusion. This woman must have suffered from Stockholm Syndrome, or hostage complex, or hostage syndrome. The victim developed feelings for the perpetrator and even helped the perpetrator in return. Xiaoheng hugged his gun and finally climbed over a low wall before the last bullet from the military police behind him could reach him. He hid behind the wall. Sitting on the ground, he could finally catch his breath. His arm was burning. He wasn't shot, but the bullet grazed his skin. A woman wrapped in a blanket knelt beside him. It was Tangueran. She asked him carefully, "Are you okay?" This is the first update. A reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for your subscriptions, votes, and gifts. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 566. Happy to be fine. He wasn't made of steel. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest that protected his vital areas. He had been hit in the back several times thanks to the vest, but he wouldn't have been able to last this long with just the vest. If Tangueran hadn't run out and the enemy hadn't dared to shoot again, he probably would have been dead. But if he hadn't gone back to save the two children, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But on second thought, if he hadn't followed Tangueran back into the building, then his Special Operations Forces Team A and Team B would have been wiped out in one fell swoop. The other party's formation was obviously to invite them into the trap, and they had set up a trap here to wait for them. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at Tangueran with a deep gaze. "I'm fine. You can go." His voice was deep and resonant like a cello in the dark night, tugging at Tangueran's heartstrings. Although she hadn't even seen the man's face, Tangueran already had a good impression of him based on his beautiful voice. She studied music and had been talented since she was young because she had a pair of especially good ears and was very sensitive to sound. "I'm not leaving." Tangueran shook her head. "If I leave, they'll be even more brazen and won't let you go. It's more convenient for me to be alone if you leave," Hua Xiaoheng said as he turned on his Bluetooth headset to contact Zhao Yangzi. At that moment, the searchlights around them suddenly dimmed, and the helicopter in the sky rumbled away. In the blink of an eye, the place actually became quiet. This situation was too strange. Hua Xiaoheng had a bad feeling. He pressed down on Tangueran's shoulder and lay down on the ground himself. As expected, an AMR bullet pierced through the short wall he had been sitting on, causing half of it to collapse. Hua Xiaoheng's expression changed. Did those people not only want his life, but also Tangueran's? They clearly knew that Tangueran was hiding with him, but they still used such a powerful bullet The enemy immediately changed positions after missing their shot. Hua Xiaoheng was also an expert sniper. He knew that the enemy sniper was changing positions, so he immediately pushed Tan Guiran to the side. Their luck wasn't too bad. There was a swimming pool in the backyard. Hua Xiaoheng and Tan Guiran jumped into the swimming pool together to avoid the relentless barrage of bullets. But in this swimming pool, they couldn't keep hiding. The other party would soon send someone to search. As soon as they saw a swimming pool, according to their habits, they would immediately empty the water in the pool to ensure that no one was hiding in the water. Therefore, they only stayed in the swimming pool for a while before they climbed out. Hua Xiaoheng said to Tan Guiran again, "You saw it. You could die at any time if you follow me. They want my life." When Tan Guiran saw those people chasing after her like dogs, she also understood that if she continued to follow this man, she would only bring him trouble. She only hoped that he could live and not lose his life to save her. Otherwise, she would never be able to rest easy for the rest of her life. Tan Guiran closed her eyes and slowly stood up. "Okay, I'll go." She thought about it and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "If you don't have anywhere to go, you can find me at 38 Scallop Bend in Long Island. My family has a house there. After I get out, I won't be staying in the dorms anymore. I'll be staying at home." She was mentally and physically exhausted after going through such a disaster. She only wanted to go home and rest. Of course, Hua Xiaoheng had somewhere to go. He gave a perfunctory reply and said, "Hurry up and go back to the Huaxia Empire as soon as possible. Don't let your family worry." As he spoke, he turned around and bent over. Under the cover of the night, he walked towards the other side of the courtyard. Tan Guiran waited for a while until Hua Xiaoheng's figure was completely out of sight before she slapped herself hard. Then she gathered all her strength and screamed, "Help! Someone come! Help!" Although she majored in the violin, she had also studied vocal music. Her voice was sharp and bright. In the night sky that had just quieted down, it was like a sharp knife slicing through the darkness. It made everyone's heart tremble. The military police and snipers who had stayed in the shadows heard her voice and immediately rushed over like a flood to surround her. Tan Guiran was completely soaked as she stood by the swimming pool. Tears streamed down her face. "Help me! Help me! I don't want to die." She was already very scared, so the fear and panic she showed now didn't seem fake at all. The military police sighed in relief and came over to say, "See, how can a kidnapper be a good person? Girl, don't be silly. Come back with us." Another person asked her, "Where's that person?" Tan Guiran sobbed. "He just slapped me, pushed me into the pool, and ran that way." She pointed in the opposite direction of where Hua Xiaoheng had gone and gritted her teeth. "You have to catch him. I have to ask him properly. I saved him once. How could he be so heartless?" The military and police officers were no strangers to Stockholm Syndrome. They looked at each other and said vaguely, "You go back first. The FBI is still waiting for you." After sending Tan Guiran off, these people chased in the direction Tan Guiran had pointed. Of course, it was in the opposite direction. However, they were also quite capable. After chasing for a while and not being able to catch up, they began to ask for backup from the CIA. When it came to tracking a person in a crowd, the CIA was definitely more capable than the FBI. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't run for long when he heard Tan Guiran scream. He shook his head and hoped that Tan Guiran wouldn't do something bad again out of good intentions. It was his bad luck to meet someone like that. However, he didn't care. In their line of work, they encountered all kinds of people and had many unexpected situations. Sometimes, mistakes didn't matter as long as they could be remedied in time. He ran to the beach in one breath and hid behind a large reef. Once again, he turned on his Bluetooth headset to contact Zhao Yangzi. He didn't expect the headset to only emit a few static noises. He couldn't contact him no matter what. He frowned and was about to try again when he suddenly thought of something important. The enemy had used electromagnetic interference. This meant that the CIA must have been behind this. Only they would value the Huaxiao Imperial Special Operations Forces so much. Only they would know these tracking and anti-tracking methods like the back of their hand. Since the CIA had their eyes on them, and someone inside the Special Operations Forces might have leaked the information, Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and felt that he couldn't contact Zhao Liangzi and the others anymore. He didn't want to expose the newly established branch of the Special Operations Forces, and he couldn't let his comrades be caught because of his negligence. It was more convenient to be alone anyway. The enemy was out in the open, and he was in the dark. Perhaps he could discover more things. With that thought, Hua Xiaoheng took off his Bluetooth headset and smashed it with the butt of his gun. He then scattered the powder into the sea. Before the danger was over, he wouldn't contact anyone again. Half kneeling behind the reef, Hua Xiaoheng disassembled the AMR and semi-automatic submachine guns. He took off his jacket and wrapped them up before carrying them on his back. He threw the helmet and head gear into the sea and only wore the sunglasses that could be used as night vision goggles. By the time he was done, the sky was already beginning to brighten. He stood quietly beside the reef by the sea for a while. The deep blue sea was sparkling and silent, but when the sun suddenly rose from the horizon, the sea rippled with thousands of golden lights, and the sea suddenly became noisy as if it could speak. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the beautiful scenery, but what appeared in his mind was Gun Yinji's big eyes that could speak. He wouldn't be able to contact her for a while. Would she miss him? Gun Yinji was sitting in the living room eating dinner when she suddenly felt her nose itch. She couldn't help but sneeze. Ma Chi-Chi was sitting on the sofa watching TV with her legs crossed. She was eating an apple. Seeing Gun Yinji sneeze, she quickly said, "Did you catch a cold? The weather hasn't changed recently?" "No." Gun Yinji shook her head and smiled. "Maybe someone is thinking about me." "Pfft, are you thinking about your boyfriend?" Ma Chi-Chi pouted and was attracted by the TV. She clicked her tongue and said, "This reality show is really good. It's like a Hollywood blockbuster, but it's all real people acting." Gun Yinji looked back and saw smoke billowing, sparks flying, and gunshots rumbling on the TV. She frowned and instinctively felt conflicted. What's so good about this? This was the second episode. Just a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, everyone. Chapter 567. Of course it's good. Ma Chi-Chi didn't even blink as she watched. She took a bite of the apple in her hand and put it behind her head. Her mouth was half open as she gasped and said, "Oh my God, this kidnapper is too powerful." On the TV screen, the tall figure standing up from the ruins only swayed for a moment before flipping backward and disappearing somewhere. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the bullets were like meteors pouring down on the place where the figure had just been standing, as if they were free. In the eyes of the TV audience, the appearance and disappearance of this kidnapper happened in the blink of an eye. However, in Tangairen's eyes, it felt like an eternity. She couldn't forget his heroic posture standing in the ruins. Even though she was already out of danger and had returned to her villa in Long Island, Tangairen kept replaying that scene in her mind. That person had never taken off his mask and helmet. She didn't know what he looked like, but she had an incomparably deep memory of his figure. The FBI and CIA officers who came to interrogate her had asked her in a roundabout way who that person was. She could only laugh coldly and ask in return, "Don't you know? Isn't he a kidnapper? Didn't you say I had Stockholm Syndrome?" The live TV news that shook the entire blue planet was just like watching an American Hollywood blockbuster to the average Huaxia Imperial audience. It didn't matter if it was real or fake. In the postgraduate dormitory at B University, Gun Yinji thought Ma Chi-Chi's expression was even more vivid and beautiful than on TV. She found it funny to stare at Ma Chi-Chi's expression and was about to speak when she saw Ma Chi-Chi suddenly jump up and wave her fist as she shouted, "What the hell? Why is it getting darker and darker?" Gun Yinji quickly turned around and saw a person on the TV screen wearing a thin blanket and running towards a collapsed ruin. Under the gradually dimming searchlights, she could barely make out the person with fluttering long hair. It was probably a woman? Then, there was no more then. That's it. He took off his pants, and you're telling me that there's nothing down there. Ma Chi-Chi was so angry that she waved her fists and picked up her phone to call the TV station's hotline. She said angrily, "What kind of reality show is this? And the ending? The ending? What? There's no ending. The other party interrupted the live stream. Nothing else. F***CKME. The American TV stations are also run by eunuchs. Gun Yinji shook her head with a smile and glanced at the TV screen, which had already been switched to commercials. She said nonchalantly, "All right, it's just news. If you want to watch it again, go watch the webcast." Ma Chichi walked to the table and propped her hands on it. She looked at Gun Yinji and said, "You're actually not interested at all. Do you know how difficult it is to make a cop and rob a reality show? It's a real gun." Gun Yinji thought back to when she was still studying in Sea City and had encountered a kidnapping during her graduation trip. That was a real police fight. Her Hua Xiao had killed the kidnapper with a single shot and blown up the kidnapper's head from such a far distance across the lake. Wasn't that much better than the flashy police reality show in the United States? Gun Yinji smiled as she caressed Ma Chichi's face. "You're shameless. What was there to see? Our country's special forces and regular army are much stronger than the United States. I'm telling you, I didn't just see it on TV. I saw it with my own eyes. It's much better than scratching an itch through your boots." "Really?" Ma Chichi tilted her head. For some reason, the man named Big Xiong, who Gun Yinji was very familiar with, floated into her mind. She knew they were soldiers, and with their physiques, they shouldn't be any worse than the American military and police, right? Ma Chichi's eyes drifted as she sat back on the sofa and continued to nibble on her apple. After a while, she said, "Yinji, it seems like you haven't seen your boyfriend in a long time. Is your brother Xiong not coming either?" Gun Yinji frowned. She had just remembered them. Yes, it seemed like it had been too long this time. It had been more than a month. She hadn't heard from Hua Xiaoheng, nor had she contacted Yin Shixiao. Strangely, Yin Shixiao hadn't actively contacted her either. In the past, even if Hua Xiaoheng went on a mission, either Yin Shixiao or Zhao Liangzi would stay behind to accompany her. Now, perhaps it was because she was already an adult and didn't need a guardian by her side at all times. Gun Yinji sighed softly and picked up her phone. After hesitating for a while, she finally swiped it open and dialed Yin Shixiao's number. The phone rang 3 times. Yin Shixiao, who was sitting in on the emergency meeting of the Supreme Military Council, saw that it was Gun Yinji's call. He thought about it and picked it up. He said to the person in the meeting, "I'll take this." He turned to leave. "Yinji, how come you have time to call Brother Xiong today?" Yin Shixiao's hearty laughter came from the other end of the line. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief and said in a relaxed tone, "Brother Xiong, have you been busy lately? I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. Can I go back to the base this weekend to see you?" "Oh, miss me? You're not missing me. You're missing someone else." Yin Shixiao's tone was very normal and humorous as usual. Gun Yinji didn't notice anything strange at all. She was even happier. Holding the phone for a long time, she finally asked, "Brother Xiong, I know I shouldn't ask, but do you have any news about him?" "Don't ask if you know you shouldn't ask," Yin Shixiao said earnestly. "Yinji, you also know that you can't say a word about things you shouldn't know." Gun Yinji knew this very well. No matter what, she had lived with Hua Xiaoheng in the Special Operations Forces base for 6 years. She knew their rules very well. "Yeah, I said too much. Please don't take offense, Brother Xiong." Gun Yinji nodded sheepishly. "Then I'll come back to see you this weekend. I'm going on a business trip this weekend. I'm afraid I won't be at the base for a while." Yin Shixiao said calmly, "How about I come to see you at your school tomorrow? We haven't seen each other in a long time. Have a meal with Brother Xiong and tell him what you've been up to recently. I'll be able to report to you when I have the chance." "Haha, don't you think so?" From Gun Yinji's understanding, Yin Shixiao's report was definitely to Hua Xiaoheng. She couldn't help feeling sweet inside and smiled widely. "Then I'll wait for you." Putting down the phone, Gun Yinji realized that her face was burning. She touched her cheeks and said to Ma Chichi, "Brother Xiong will come to see me tomorrow. I'm going to bed early." Go, go." Ma Chichi smiled and waved at her. She also went back to her room to rest. In the office building of the Supreme Military Council in the imperial capital, Yin Shixiao put his phone back in his pocket. His face was expressionless. He looked like a completely different person from the calm and collected person he had just been talking to. He was a member of the Special Operations Forces. Making up lies to trick people was the most basic thing he had learned. He had long since mastered it. Even Gun Yinji couldn't tell what he was really feeling. The news of Hua Xiaoheng's accident was top-secret information in the Special Operations Forces. Other than him and Hua Xiaoheng's two personal secretaries who rarely appeared, only the higher-ups of the Standing Committee of the Supreme Military Council knew. He walked back to the conference room, where the meeting had just been held, and quietly sat down on a chair by the wall. The conference room was completely silent. The few people with the highest positions in the military all had ugly expressions on their faces. General G's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. After a while, he pounded the table and said, "This must be kept a secret. Whoever leaks the secret will be punished with treason. They will be punished by military law and will not be tolerated." The chief of the Special Operations Forces, the rising star of the Supreme Military Council, Hua Xiaoheng, had quietly died on the territory of the United States of America. The higher-ups of the Huaxia Imperial Military felt like they had been slapped hard in the face. The Special Operations Forces was a department directly under the military. Its functions overlapped with the Secret Service of the government cabinet. However, because the Special Operations Forces was directly under the military, their operational capabilities were more powerful. Every time they made a move, it was a heavy blow, and the enemy had never been able to gain an advantage against them. However, it was this illustrious department that had never made a mistake that had suffered the biggest defeat since its establishment. This wasn't a normal defeat. It was as humiliating as when two armies faced off against each other and the commander-in-chief was captured by the enemy. In Shixiang was originally just sitting in and listening, but now that he heard the heartbreaking words of the higher-ups, he couldn't help but stand up and say loudly, reporting to all the chiefs, "Our chief was not captured. He didn't sacrifice anything. He just went missing. Just missing. Oof. You make it sound so easy. Who doesn't know what it means for someone of his level to go missing?" The higher-ups of the general staff always liked to plan for the worst. In his heart, Hua Xiaoheng's disappearance was no different from being captured. Don't forget, Yin Yuqin is in our hands, but the CIA has always said that he's missing. They never said that he was captured. Hua Xiaoheng's father, Hua Guanxin, was more qualified than anyone else to be heartbroken. "Xiaoheng is my son, but he is also a soldier. He would never do anything that would harm the interests of the country." Guanxin, calm down. No one said that Xiaoheng would do anything that would harm the interests of the country. General Ji calmly knocked on the table, but he still felt sorry for him. If Hua Xiaoheng had really been captured, even if he was exchanged in the future, it would be difficult for him to take on any important responsibilities. This was the attitude of the organization toward people who had been captured. Even if he didn't betray the organization, the country, or the people, being captured was a stain that couldn't be washed away. Because no one could guarantee what happened after you were captured, or whether you compromised and surrendered, it had been proven that many of their internal spies had betrayed the organization after being captured by the enemy. Yin Shixiang took a deep breath and said word by word, "Dear chiefs, there is currently no evidence to prove that Hua Xiaoheng was captured. Please don't overthink it. With Hua Xiaoheng's ability and capabilities, I think he should be hiding for the time being." Why would he hide? One of the higher-ups wore glasses and rolled his eyes at Yin Shixiang. Could it be that he has done something shameful? Yin Shixiang felt that he couldn't talk to this group of higher-ups in the military. They were in different professions. These higher-ups were good at war, but they knew too little about intelligence work. Even General Ji, who had promoted Hua Xiaoheng, didn't have a background in intelligence work. This is the first update. A reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 568. It's not that Hua Xiao has done something shameful, but I suspect that there's a mole among us. This person betrayed Hua Xiao. If Hua Xiao shows up and contacts us now, Do you believe that the United States will immediately know his whereabouts? Yin Shixiang was willing to risk it all for Hua Xiao's innocence. He spoke very bluntly and was just short of pointing at their noses and saying, "One of you betrayed Hua Xiao." This accusation was too serious, and all the leaders glared at Yin Shixiang. Even General Ji interrupted Yin Shixiang and said coldly, "Big Xiong, don't say things without evidence. I can guarantee that there's no mole in this room." But he couldn't guarantee the others. Before General Ji could finish speaking, the higher-ups all understood. Their angry expressions slowly faded and were replaced by deep exhaustion and worry. Then what should we do? Do you have any clues? Hua Guanxin's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. If the son he was so proud of disappeared like this, he wouldn't let the mole off. If we had any clues, we wouldn't be having this meeting here. General Ji closed his eyes and extended his fingers to give orders. First, no one knows what's going on with Xiaoheng right now, so everyone here must keep it a secret. If news of him gets out, then the traitor must be among us. When that happens, don't blame me for being impolite. General Ji was usually all smiles and looked like a benevolent Maitreya Buddha. Many people had almost forgotten that he was also the chairman of the Military Supreme Council and the person with the most power in the military. His ruthless methods were feared regardless of whether it was during times of war or times of peace. Second, all domestic media and internet outlets must be completely blocked. No reports of this overseas incident are allowed to appear, especially the live broadcast. We must ensure that it's deleted from the internet. Third, the Tan Guiran incident ends here. The Tan family is not allowed to create any more news. The Tan family cannot escape the blame for what happened to Xiaoheng. I have reservations about Tan Dongbang. I will make a special report to the Senate and request that they question Tan Dongbang and ask him to explain the cause and effect of his daughter's kidnapping. As a candidate for prime minister, I highly doubt his ability as a prime minister if he can't even plan for his own family's safety. After General Ji finished speaking, he glanced at everyone in the conference room. Do you have any other opinions? No, General Ji is very thorough. Everyone nodded in agreement and looked at General Ji with respect and fear. That's good. Meeting adjourned. General Ji said coldly and glanced at Yin Shixiang. You stay. I have other orders. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang stood upright and saluted. His tall body stood straight, and his eyes looked straight ahead. When the big shots passed by him, they felt a chill. Everyone lowered their heads and quickly left. No one brought up the topic of Hua Xiaoheng and Tan Guiran again. They believed that since General Ji had forbidden them from discussing, he must have a way to monitor their every word and action. The Special Operations Forces were ruthless. Although Hua Xiaoheng was young, he was steady in his work and could turn the tide at the most critical moment. They really couldn't underestimate him. If Hua Xiaoheng really went into hiding and waited for his return, none of those who had plotted against him would be able to get away with it. Only Yin Shixiang and General Ji were left in the conference room. General Ji sat for a while before asking Yin Shixiang, "How many people know about Hua Xiao and Little Zay's mission?" "Many people know, but other than me and the other two personal secretaries, no one else knows what mission they're on," Yin Shixiang answered calmly. "Okay, how many people in the United States know?" General Ji asked again. "They don't know either." Yin Shixiang's expression was very serious. "Little Zay contacted me and asked if I had any news about Hua Xiao. I said yes, and he didn't ask again." General Ji nodded. "That's good. I've already limited the people who know about this to the conference room today. I'll inform Xiaoheng's other two personal secretaries and ask them to be careful." This meant that even the members of the Special Operations Forces in North America who went to rescue Tan Guiran with Hua Xiaoheng didn't know about Hua Xiaoheng's whereabouts. They thought Hua Xiaoheng had successfully escaped and contacted the Huaxia Empire. Zhao Yangzi was no exception. He didn't dare to contact Hua Xiaoheng directly in the United States, so he could only contact the Huaxia Empire and find Yin Shixiang. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he received confirmation from him. Since Hua Xiaoheng was already out of danger, There was no need for him to continue staying in the United States. Big Xiong, what did Hua Xiao say about Miss Tan? Are we bringing her back to the Hua Xia Empire? Zhao Yangzi remembered that their mission was to bring Tan Guiran back to the United States. In Shixiang laughed brightly over the phone and didn't sound anxious at all. Our mission is to find her. After we find her, it's not our mission anymore. The Secret Service will soon send people to the United States to replace us. You can return to the Hua Xia Empire now. That's great. Zhao Yangzi hit his forehead with his fist and smiled wryly at In Shixiang. I was really worried that we would have to bring her back to the Hua Xia Empire. This young mistress is really Sai. I don't know what to say about her. We've gone on so many missions and saved so many hostages, but she's the most troublesome. She's willing to sacrifice her own life to go back and save 2 unrelated children. In Shixiang had seen the video and could only laugh at it. He changed the topic and said, "Anyway, it has nothing to do with us anymore. Come back quickly. There are so many things waiting for you in the Hua Xia Empire. I can't handle it all by myself." Zhao Yangzi was very happy to know that he was going back to the Hua Xia Empire. After setting a time with In Shixiang, he went to find someone to book a plane ticket for him. The next evening, Gun Yinji returned to the dormitory from the library and took a quick shower. She and In Shixiang had agreed to have dinner together. She hadn't seen them for more than a month, and Gun Yinji still missed them very much. Not only did she miss Hua Xiaoheng, but she also missed In Shixiang and Zhao Yangzi. The 3 of them had grown up with her and were like family to her. She didn't even have such a strong emotional connection with her sister, Gu Yanran. Although she had already changed to call her sister, it was only out of politeness and not because of feelings. Since it was already proven that she was the youngest daughter of the Gu family, how could she continue to call Gu Yanran Madame Gu? People would think she was rude and uneducated. For more than a month, she hadn't returned to her duplex apartment on the 3rd Ring Road even once. Gu Yanran lived above her and had specially called her several times to invite her back for dinner. However, He Jichu always had things for her to do, so she couldn't make it. After changing, she came out of her room and looked at her watch. It was only 7 o'clock, and she was already very hungry. There was still no news from In Shixiao. Suddenly, there was a banging sound in Ma Chichi's room. Gun Yinji knocked on the door curiously and asked, "Chichi, what's wrong?" Ma Chichi opened the door and said angrily, "Ninja, did you know? That video, it's that American reality show about cops and robbers. I can't find it anywhere." Gun Yinji was speechless. "It's true. I even said I would watch it a few more times online, but I can't find it now. I heard it's already been deleted from the internet." Ma Chichi waved her fists a few times. "I don't understand what taboo this video is. It's clearly an American matter, and it has nothing to do with us. Why should it be deleted from the internet?" Gun Yinji could only persuade her. Maybe it's not deleted from the internet. Maybe no one watches it, so the website took it down. How is that possible? I still remember the number of views from yesterday. It beat those idiotic shows. Ma Chichi was almost wailing. "Oh my God, why didn't I download it? Why didn't I save it? It's that good." Gun Yinji really didn't understand Ma Chichi's fandom, especially for a foreign reality show. She looked at Ma Chichi from the corner of her eyes. "Don't tell people you know me. I think it's embarrassing. It's really good. Ninji, it's your loss that you didn't watch it. Now you won't even be able to watch it even if you wanted to." Ma Chichi spread her hands. "It's really annoying to think about it. I heard that this reality show also ended without any results in the United States. It's probably because their police and soldiers are too weak, so they were too embarrassed to put their stupid faces on the internet for the whole world to see. They're pretty weak. I heard you say that so many people, even helicopters and armored vehicles were deployed, but they couldn't catch a single criminal. I'm relieved to see how weak they are." Gun Yinji almost drew a cross in front of her chest. "Go to hell." Ma Chichi smiled and pushed her. At that moment, she heard the voice of the building manager coming from the dorm's loudspeaker. "Ma Chichi, someone's looking for you." "Gun Yinji, someone's looking for you." This was the second update. Just a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, everyone. Chapter 569. Could it be that senior brother and brother Xiong are together? Ma Chi-Chi asked curiously. She picked up her backpack and went downstairs in high spirits. Gun Yinji was waiting for Yin Xixiang, so she quickly followed him downstairs. Coming out of the elevator, she saw two men standing in front of the dorm. One was tall and burly with an imposing appearance, while the other was slender and handsome. Both were very eye-catching. As expected, the senior who had been pursuing Ma Chi-Chi and Yin Xixiang had coincidentally come together. Gun Yinji was anxious and quickly walked up to Yin Xixiang. Brother Xiong, you're finally here. If you took any longer, I would have starved to death. Are you exaggerating? Yin Xixiang looked at his watch with a smile. It's only 7. I usually have dinner at 5. I'm already 2 hours late. Gun Yinji pointed at her watch. Let's go. Where are we going to eat? Yin Xixiang shook his head with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Gun Yinji's roommate walking over. He nodded at her and greeted, Miss Ma. Ma Chi-Chi was shocked by the Miss Ma and quickly waved her hand. Just call me Chi-Chi. Don't call me Miss Ma. I don't deserve it. Yin Xixiang smiled and readily changed his mind. Chi-Chi, we'll be going now. He turned to follow Gun Yinji down the steps. Who is this? So arrogant. The senior who had been ignored by both Gun Yinji and Yin Xixiang was displeased and tugged on Ma Chi-Chi's arm. Ma Chi-Chi looked away and smiled. It's my roommate's relative. Let's go watch a movie. The senior was also a bit displeased with Gun Yinji and said, Your roommate is so arrogant. He completely ignores me and doesn't even acknowledge me. He's so rude. Ma Chi-Chi's smile froze. What are you talking about? How did my roommate piss you off? She didn't piss me off, but she ignores me every time. It makes me feel uncomfortable. This senior brother was also an arrogant person with good grades and a good family background. He was the target of flattery wherever he went. Gun Yinji was the only one who treated him coldly. Although it wasn't to say that she ignored him, 8 out of 10 times she wouldn't take the initiative to greet him. Ma Chi-Chi found it strange and said in confusion, I don't think there's a problem. Do you want her to cling to you and not let go? That's not what I meant. The senior quickly explained, I just think that since I'm your roommate and I'm your boyfriend, shouldn't she treat me better? We're all acquaintances, so why don't you even look at me? Ma Chi-Chi pursed her lips and said with a half smile, I don't think there's anything wrong with her attitude. That's pretty good. But senior brother, when did I agree to be your girlfriend? Ma Chi-Chi had not made up her mind to start another relationship with this senior brother of hers, and she was still in the process of pursuing him. She had yet to recover from the trauma of her previous boyfriend cheating on her. The senior brother raised a brow and took her hand. Fine, fine. Let's go watch a movie. Don't get angry and fight over unrelated people. Ma Chi-Chi opened her mouth and wanted to say that Gun Yinji wasn't unrelated, but then she felt like she wasn't unrelated either. She had nothing to do with their relationship at all. This senior brother's focus was really strange, but since they were already downstairs, she still followed him. She still had to watch the movie at night. Gun Yinji followed Yin Xixiang into the car and went to a Western restaurant outside the school's south gate. They chose this place to eat because it was quieter and had fewer people. It was a place to talk. They didn't ask for a private room. Instead, they sat by the window in the hall. There were very few people in the restaurant, and each table was separated by a variety of bonsai and a small screen that was half the height of a person. Privacy was well protected. Gun Yinji ordered a cheese fried cod with vegetable salad and mashed potatoes. Yin Xixiang ordered a medium rare steak with thick crab broth and a small roll. Because Yin Xixiang had driven there alone, he didn't order alcohol. He only ordered lemon water and coconut juice. Gun Yinji used her knife and fork to cut the entire headless cod into small pieces. She ate a few bites before asking Yin Xixiang, Brother Xiong, have you been busy lately? I've been busy. They're not here, so everything is piled on me. How can I not be busy? Yin Xixiang ate his steak in large bites. He was really hungry. After the meeting the previous night, he hadn't slept at all to arrange the follow-up work. He had also been busy the entire day and only had one meal. Now his stomach was rumbling. Gun Yinji saw that In Shi Xiang had such a good appetite and guessed that he must have been so busy that he didn't even have time to eat. She couldn't help but say, I wonder if Hua Xiaoheng has anything that suits his taste. Don't worry. When we went on missions in the past, we stayed outside for a year and a half. We could eat fancy meals and eat at street food stalls. Also, we can cook for ourselves, so we're much better than you. You should worry about yourself more. In Shi Xiang took a sip of lemon water and carefully studied Gun Yinji. You've lost weight. What's wrong? Are you busy too? Of course I'm busy. Gun Yinji excitedly explained what she had been doing recently. Brother Xiong, I'm not only Professor He's teaching assistant now, but I'm also his assistant at the largest law firm in the United States. I'm an official employee of that law firm now. Oh, really? In Shi Xiang was truly shocked. He didn't realize it and asked out of habit. Then did you tell Hua Xiao? In the past, Gun Yinji would report everything to Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji tilted her head and said, How can I report it? I don't even know where Hua Xiao is. Her big, bright eyes turned to look at In Shi Xiang slyly. Brother Xiong, how can I contact Hua Xiao and tell him this news? In Shi Xiang's lips pressed into a thin line. His eyes flashed before he finally laughed. Oh, I almost fell for your trap. I said I can't say it, so I can't say it. You can't trick me no matter what. Then why did you say that? Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at him. You made me happy for nothing. In Shi Xiang didn't say anything else. He slowly finished the rest of his steak and rinsed his mouth with lemon water before saying, Yinji, don't blame me for not reminding you. When you decided to be with Hua Xiao, you should have been mentally prepared. This kind of situation will be a daily occurrence for you and Hua Xiao in the future. He will disappear for a period of time from time to time, and during this time, you can't ask him, you can't look for him, and you can't tell anyone. If you can't do this, then don't be with Hua Xiao anymore. Gun Yinji's nose started to sting from his words. Her nose was slightly dry, and she actually felt like crying. However, she held it in and tried to say in a relaxed tone, Of course I know, but I thought with Hua Xiao's current status, this kind of situation wouldn't happen often, so how could it be a daily occurrence for me and Hua Xiao in the future? At most, it would be considered an emergency. In Shi Xiang was rebutted by Gun Yinji and realized that she made a lot of sense. He was actually speechless. He rubbed his nose and chuckled. Yinji is still so eloquent. I can't win against you in an argument. He then asked her, You're now an employee of the largest law firm in the United States, so what do you plan to do during the summer? Will you work in the United States? Gun Yinji shook her head and finished the last bite of cod. She took a sip of coconut juice before saying, I don't think so. This will depend on Professor He's arrangements. He said he'll take on a few cases during the summer for me to try out, but I don't know where. In Shi Xiao nodded again and said casually, Actually, why don't you take more classes during the summer and try to graduate earlier? Also, if Hua Xiao comes back and you're not in the country, wouldn't that be a pity? Gun Yinji grunted. I'll think about it. But Brother Xiong, Gun Yinji looked up at him. I can't always wait here for Hua Xiao. He has his own career, and I have my own job. Of course. Our Yinji also has her own job. In Shi Xiang was extremely emotional and looked at Gun Yinji like he was looking at his daughter. But don't be too tired. You're really too thin. Here, eat some more. In Shi Xiang ordered another dessert for Gun Yinji. The tiramisu here is very famous. Do you want to try it? Gun Yinji agreed and shared a plate of tiramisu with In Shi Xiang. After dinner, they chatted in the cafeteria for a while before In Shi Xiang sent Gun Yinji back to her dorm. After watching Gun Yinji enter the dorm, In Shi Xiang drove to the south gate. After exiting the south gate, he drove very slowly. He had something on his mind and didn't know what to do when he got back. He just strolled on the road and thought he was taking a stroll to relax. Not long after, his phone rang. He put on his Bluetooth headset and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. What's up, Chief? We took down the news about the Tan's daughter. The Tans are unhappy and came to our public relations department to ask why we're interfering with their internal affairs. The position of the Special Operations Forces was an organization based abroad. Although they were directly under the military and had all kinds of privileges, these privileges couldn't be used domestically. They also couldn't interfere with internal affairs. In Shixiang's forehead twitched uncontrollably. He thought to himself that the Tans must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. He wasn't even prime minister yet, but he was already calling himself prime minister, interfering with internal affairs. Did they think they wanted to interfere? If the Tans hadn't desperately wanted Huo Xiao to personally go on missions, would they have caused such a big mess? But now, he couldn't say a single word. If he did, it would be a leak, and General Ji wouldn't let him get away with it. They couldn't even cause trouble for the Tans now. They could only rely on General Ji to pressure Tan Dongbang through the Senate and make him explain why his daughter hadn't returned to the Empire in time. But even this little bit of questioning was used by the Tans to stir up news and imply that the military and the Senate were working together to suppress them. After thinking about it for a while, In Shixiang said, "Have the legal department step in and find legal evidence to fight back. If the Tans don't know what's good for them, then go to military court." If something really happened to Huo Xiao, they would eventually go to military court to sue Tan Dongbang and his wife. This is the first update. A reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you for subscribing, voting, and tipping. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 570. Bai Yueran was working overtime in her office when she received the call from the Public Relations Department of the Special Operations Forces. Director Bai, the Tans want us to give them an explanation as to why we removed all information about Tan Guerin. Lieutenant Colonel Een said that the higher-ups ordered us not to hype up the kidnapping of the Tan's daughter and asked the legal department to resolve this issue. Really? Lieutenant Colonel Een said that? Okay, I got it. I'll contact him. Bai Yueran put down the phone with a serious expression. She turned on her computer and wrote a memo to send to Tan Dongbang himself. Director Tan, according to the relevant regulations, the family members of the Prime Minister candidates are not entitled to national protection. The Prime Minister's immediate family, including his wife and children, must be elected before they can enjoy the special protection provided by the state. Your wife's previous request was already out of line. The memo was also copied to General Ji, Speaker Long, and the acting Prime Minister and Minister of the Interior, Bai Jiancheng. Tan Dongbang's assistant's expression changed when he saw the memo. He quickly took the printed memo to Tan Dongbang and said, "Mr. Tan, look at this. It's from the Special Operations Forces Legal Department." Tan Dongbang took it and read it. His face flushed and paled as he tapped the memo with his finger. "I understand. You can go now." After the assistant left, Tan Dongbang called his wife and said quietly, "Guerin is fine now. Let's forget about this and stop making a fuss about it." "How can we do that? If we stop making a fuss about it, how will you maintain your popularity? What about the polls? There's only 2 or 3 months until the vote." Tan Dongbang's wife knew that her daughter was fine, so she turned all her attention to her husband's election. Tan Dongbang's election this time was truly a pleasant surprise. They hadn't expected that Tan Dongbang, who had never participated in an election before, would lead the entire time and leave many well-prepared candidates in the dust. In less than 3 months, all the other candidates had withdrawn or been eliminated, leaving only him and Bai Jiancheng. The October vote would be the final battle between him and Bai Jiancheng. "If we continue to make a fuss about this, they'll sue us." Tan Dongbang forwarded the memo to his wife. "Look at your email. I just sent you something." Tan Dongbang's wife opened her email and saw the memo. Her face instantly burned as if she had been slapped. Bai Yueran's memo was concise and to the point, but the threat was obvious. Tan Dongbang's wife hadn't expected there to be such a rule. It was already against the rules for her to desperately beg the Special Operations Forces, especially Huo Xiao of the Special Operations Forces, to personally save her daughter. If this news got out, it would deal a fatal blow to Tan Dongbang's image. She looked at it silently for a while, then finally picked up the phone and called her familiar media friends one by one to take down all the prepared press releases. "Yes, everything's fine now. Don't mention it anymore. My daughter is shy and doesn't want to be mentioned in public. When she said this to her friends, they all expressed their regret, and a few tried to persuade her for a long time. She could only smile, clench her teeth, and remain unmoved. Bai Yueran returned home after working overtime. Seeing that the light in her father's study was still on, she walked to the door and knocked. "Dad, you're not asleep yet?" Bai Jiansheng was reading an internal affairs report with his presbyopic glasses. Hearing Bai Yueran's voice, he looked up at her and said kindly, "You're back? Very busy? Are you working overtime?" "Yes, I just finished work." Bai Yueran walked in and sat on the sofa in Bai Jiansheng's study. "Dad, the Tan family's daughter has been rescued. We can't hype their news anymore." Bai Jiansheng nodded. "That's good. They're all citizens of our country, so we can't be too biased." Bai Yueran's heart skipped a beat. She knew that her father must be implying something, so she asked tentatively, "Are you talking about the case in Germany?" "That case? Oh, what happened to that case?" Bai Jiansheng seemed to have just remembered. "Our exchange student can't die in vain. I'll follow up." Bai Yueran understood what Bai Jiansheng meant. "Tomorrow, I'll get someone to find the student's parents and sponsor them to go to Germany for the lawsuit." "That's right. They're all citizens of the Huaxia Empire, so we should help them if we can." Bai Jiansheng smiled with satisfaction. "It's getting late. Go to bed." Bai Yueran said goodbye and left. The next day, social media and television stations were the first to change. The Tan Guirin case, which had been trending several times before, disappeared without a trace. In its place was the case of the German exchange student that had been a hot topic a while ago. All sorts of details about the case spread like wildfire. The public trial in Germany hadn't even started yet, but the reporters here reported a new detail. According to German law, the male suspect wasn't even 22 years old at the time of the crime, and he was charged with manslaughter. Even if he was convicted, he would only have to go to prison for 7 years. If he wasn't convicted, then he would have to be released in court. As soon as this detail came out, the Huaxia Empire's domestic internet exploded. Many former German fans and German boosters all expressed, "So that's how Germany is." Or, "So that's what I knew was fake Germany." Ma Chi-Chi, who had been paying close attention to the case, was once again filled with righteous indignation. During lunch, she was still holding her phone in her hand as she continuously went online to argue with people. When Gu Ninji heard about this, she also thought it was ridiculous. Manslaughter? How can they be so shameless? Didn't they already change jurisdictions? Gu Ninji asked in confusion. Could it be that the German police are one family, and the victim was only a foreign student, so they don't plan on upholding justice? Ma Chi-Chi shrugged and nodded. "I'm guessing that's probably the reason." Sigh. "It won't be easy for this family to get justice for their daughter. I heard that their family isn't very well off, so they can't even afford to go to Germany, let alone hire a good lawyer to speak for them." Gu Ninji looked at Ma Chi-Chi's phone. If they really want to go to Germany, they can crowdfund the travel expenses online, right? "I'm willing to donate." Ma Chi-Chi exclaimed and slapped the table. "That's right. I'll leave a message for them." She excitedly posted a comment under the news. "I hope the victim's family can see this. If you want to go to Germany, I'm willing to donate." Her comment quickly became a hot topic. That night, another piece of news immediately appeared. It said that the Minister of the Interior, Bai Jiansheng, saw the news and was very concerned. He took out his own money to sponsor the victim's parents to attend the trial in Germany. He also promised to pay for the best lawyer for them to go to Germany to fight the case. As soon as the news came out, Bai Jiansheng's popularity shot up like a rocket. Originally, the gap between him and Tan Dongbang in the polls had already widened to 10%, but as soon as the news of his voluntary donation spread, the gap quickly shrank to 1%. He almost overtook Tan Dongbang several times. They were both sensationalizing news, but Bai Jiansheng had a better effect than the Tans this time. Because Tan Dongbang's daughter was the victim of the Tan's accident, it was natural for parents to save their daughter. At most, everyone expressed sympathy, and the Tans played the sympathy card. However, Bai Jiansheng was helping a family of strangers who had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, this family of strangers was the most common Huaxia imperial citizen, or even commoners at the bottom of society. The effect of doing this was, of course, more noble than the Tans thinking about their daughter. Gun Yinji and Ma Chi-Chi also had a much better impression of the Bais because of this incident. However, compared to how much Ma Chi-Chi paid attention to this incident, Gun Yinji couldn't compare. Because she had something on her mind, she hoped every day that Hua Xiaoheng would suddenly come back. She didn't know why she missed him so much, but she couldn't stop herself. On the last day of the semester, she went to He Jichu's office to hand over work. She was in a daze and didn't hear He Jichu when he asked her several questions. "Nianji, what's wrong?" He Jichu noticed something was wrong with her. "Is something bothering you?" Gun Yinji composed herself and shook her head with a smile. "No, I just didn't sleep well last night, so I'm a bit dizzy and dozed off." "You didn't sleep well last night? Where did you go?" "Yesterday was a class dinner, and tomorrow is the summer break, so everyone had a farewell dinner." Gun Yinji smiled. "Professor He, your documents are all complete, and I've copied the exam scores and distributed them. Is there anything else?" He Jichu felt that she wasn't telling the truth, but her words sounded impeccable. "What plans do you have for the summer break?" He Jichu saw that she wasn't willing, so he didn't say much. He could see that she was in a daze, so he wanted to find something for her to do to distract her. "Do you want to intern in the United States? Or do you want to take on a few interesting cases to practice?" It was the second night. Just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Moi, everyone. Chapter 571. Gun Yinji snapped out of her daze and was dissatisfied with her current state of mind. She had listened to everything In Shi Xiang had said. She had thought she was mentally prepared before, but now that things had come to a head, she realized that the bitterness of it couldn't be summed up with a simple, "I understand." With Hua Xiaoheng's status and military position, it wasn't common for him to go on a mission without any news, but it wasn't impossible. He was still young, and the Special Operations Forces was founded by him, so he still had to do many things himself. Therefore, she had to overcome this hurdle herself. Professor He's suggestion isn't bad. Gun Yinji cocked her head and smiled. "I'll go back and think about it. It's summer break, and I really need to find something meaningful to do. Otherwise, she would go crazy thinking about it every day when she was free." "Okay, let me know when you're done. I'll make the arrangements." He Jichu nodded and picked up a book. "Okay, you can go back now." Gun Yinji stood up and picked up her backpack to leave He Jichu's office. As soon as she left, He Jichu called his hometown. "Father, I still have some things to do, so I can't go home for a while." He held the phone and spoke slowly. His tone was gentle and not as impatient as before. On the other end of the line, Old Master he hadn't heard his son speak to him so amiably in a long time. For a moment, he didn't speak. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "Okay, then I can't celebrate your birthday with you." "Okay, I know." He Jichu could feel his father's love for his son, and his cold and hard heart showed signs of melting. "When I come back, Father, celebrate my birthday with me." Okay. Father will definitely make it up to you." Mr. He almost choked up. He Jichu sighed internally and hung up expressionlessly. But as soon as he hung up, he heard his phone ring. Looking down, he saw that it was still a call from his hometown. He slid the phone open and answered, when Shuyi's voice came from the phone. "Mr. He, are you really not coming back? Old Master has been preparing for your birthday for a long time. You said you wouldn't come back, and you didn't come back." Perhaps because he felt sorry for his father, He Jichu didn't get angry at when Shuyi's arrogance. He said coolly, "I've been a little busy lately. I'll go back and stay for a few more days after I'm done." "Ah, is that so? That's great. I'll tell Old Master. He'll definitely be overjoyed." When Shuyi's voice was light and joyful, and her white, jade-like face blushed, He Jichu didn't say anything else and hung up again. He rubbed his temples and got up to read the email from his American law firm. Gun Yinji had already sorted out the emails for him, so he could read them one by one according to their priority. After reading for a long time, he did not find any interesting cases, so he sent an email to his secretary in the United States and asked her if there were any cases worth paying attention to. Gun Yinji left Hijichu's place and walked around the school a few times before finally returning to her dorm. Most of the non-local students had already booked train or plane tickets and would be leaving the school in large numbers tomorrow to go home for the summer vacation. Only a small number of students stayed behind, as well as local students from the imperial capital. Her roommate, Ma Chi-Chi, was a local and was looking for a place to intern for the summer. She had already decided to only go home on weekends like usual. Gun Yinji returned to the dorm to see her holding half a watermelon in the living room and eating it with a spoon. The bright red flesh of the watermelon was appetizing. Ma Chi-Chi understood as soon as she saw Gun Yinji's gaze. She quickly pointed to the large fridge in the corner of the living room. There's still half there. Want to eat together? Gun Yinji didn't stand on ceremony. She took the spoon and took the other half of the watermelon from the fridge. She sat next to Ma Chi-Chi on the sofa and scooped it together. Chi-Chi, you're really not going home? Gun Yinji asked curiously. It's the summer vacation. Everyone's going home. Mom and Dad always force me to go on blind dates when I go home. I don't want to go back. Ma Chi-Chi smiled. What about you? You're not going back either? If Xiaoheng was still in the imperial capital, Gun Yinji would definitely go to their base for the summer vacation. But now that he wasn't there, Gun Yinji couldn't stay there forever. However, it was still necessary to go there every few days. Gun Yinji had a feeling that only by staying there would she have a chance to find out where Xiaoheng was and when he would be back. Therefore, she didn't say anything definite. I'm going back. I'll go back after I'm done with my work. Ma Chi-Chi nodded and didn't ask anymore. She scrolled through Weibo on her phone as she ate the watermelon. Now that Minister Bai is supporting the murder case of that female exchange student in Germany, her parents can go to Germany, right? So what if they go? If they don't find a good lawyer, they'll still be bullied. Gun Yinji shook her head. I hope Minister Bai keeps his word and helps them find a good lawyer. He already told the public. How can he not keep his word? Ma Chi-Chi showed Gun Yinji her phone. Look, someone here is saying that Minister Bai is fishing for fame and using other people's murder cases to increase his favorability. They're saying he's shameless. Gun Yinji didn't even look up. She scooped up a spoonful of watermelon and ate it. I hate people who make sarcastic remarks like this the most. No matter what Minister Bai's motives are, whether it's to increase his favorability or to build momentum for the election, he actually did something practical and helped this family. Isn't that enough? Did the person making sarcastic remarks give a single cent to help them? That's true. Who cares what his motives are? As long as he helps someone, then it's a good deed. Ma Chi-Chi nodded. I've already replied. If I see such sarcastic people in the future, I'll kill them. To be honest, people like this don't dare to do good deeds anymore. If you help someone, they'll say you're fishing for fame. If you don't help, they'll say you have no conscience. F***CK. Anyway, these people's mouths are the same. They're both white and black. They want everyone to be like them and watch others suffer. That's why they're different. These people are the ones who are truly annoying. They finished eating the watermelon and returned to their respective rooms. At the same time, on the other side of the ocean in the United States, the CIA and FBI, who had always been enemies, worked together for the first time. They set up a trap to capture a felon who had escaped right under their noses. Every port, airport, train station, and long-distance bus station was filled with uniformed and non-uniformed officers. CIA and FBI agents could also be seen everywhere. Every car rental company also had people monitoring them to prevent the person from renting a car himself. You have to remember that you're not dealing with a normal kidnapper, but an international spy leader with rich experience in counterintelligence. The highest executive officer of the CIA personally ordered his subordinates. You must capture him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. His subordinates looked at the image of the breathtakingly handsome Asian man on the large screen and shook their heads in unison. Sir Executive, do you intend for us to capture him based on this photo? Of course not. He's not that stupid. The highest executive officer's face darkened. He must have disguised himself. You must be careful. Ha! Mocking laughter rang out in the conference room. Then, sir, do you have a photo of him after the disguise? Of course not. The highest executive officer said confidently, "If I did, why would I need you guys?" His words sounded very reasonable, and everyone was speechless. In the end, they could only use the approximate height of the kidnapper and the fingerprint data from the Huaxiao Empire as reference data to conduct a search. However, there were too many men between 185 and 195 meters tall in the United States. They couldn't possibly arrest every man of that height, could they? Of course, the focus was later placed on Asian men between 185 and 195 meters tall, so the scope was much smaller. There weren't many Asian men of that height in the Huaxiao Empire, and even fewer in the United States. Therefore, in addition to increasing the intensity of electromagnetic interference and surveillance, they also deployed sufficient personnel to conduct interrogations at major traffic arteries. Every suspect's appearance and fingerprint would be immediately sent to the CIA's central control system for comparison. After 2 days of searching, the person seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. There was no trace of him at all. That day, Xiaoheng destroyed all the electronic devices that could be tracked by the Huaxiao Empire and waited at the beach until dawn. Then he carried the disassembled sniper rifle and semi-automatic submachine gun wrapped in his jacket and returned to the city with the few $1,000s he had on him. He found a famous high-end store and went in to buy a suitcase, a backpack, 2 sets of clothes, and some daily necessities, as well as a laptop, a small machine that could be used to make an ID card, and a new phone. The Special Operations Forces always brought cash with them when they went on a mission, just in case. After leaving the store, he found a motel and checked in. After entering, he first took a shower and changed into the clothes he had just bought. Then he took out the gun parts wrapped in his jacket and put them in his suitcase. At the same time, he used the laptop he had just bought to connect to the motel's free Wi-Fi. His computer skills were no worse than Zhao Yang's, so as soon as he connected to the internet, he immediately used the motel's server as a base and used various agents to hide his real IP address. Finally, he logged into a European university's server and used the server's IP as his own to test the New York DMV's central database password. The DMV was the Department of Motor Vehicle. It was the department in charge of issuing driver's licenses and identity registration. Voter registration and personal identification were also handled by this department. Hua Xiaoheng spent the entire night finally cracking the password and openly entered the New York DMV's central database system. He quickly browsed through it and familiarized himself with the pattern of U.S. citizen data numbers. Then, he made up a social security number for himself and uploaded his disguised profile picture, creating an identity document that was recognized by the official database. He used this data and the ID car machine he had bought to create a New York City driver's license for himself. The next day, he successfully rented a Hummer SUV from the car rental company with this newly created driver's license. The CIA employees waiting at the car rental company did not notice at all that the tall man was the kidnapper they were looking for. Because Hua Xiaoheng wore special contact lenses to disguise himself as a blue-eyed, hooked-nosed mixed-race Caucasian. This is the first update, a reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, especially recommendation votes. Remember to vote. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 572. Mike, are there any Chinese Americans renting cars today? A CIA agent contacted his men with a headset. You've been waiting there all day. Any news? There were a few tall Chinese Americans renting cars, but their fingerprints didn't match up. What about their IDs? Did you check them carefully? Yes, they're all legal immigrants and have been in the United States for many years. Hua Xiaoheng took the car keys from the employee and signed his fake English name on the rental form. Coincidentally, he heard someone on the phone asking to check the IDs of the Chinese American renters. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he threw down his pen and left with the car keys. From beginning to end, no one suspected him, whether it was the uniformed police guarding the door or the plain-clothed agents in the rental car. Although he met the height requirements of the kidnapper, his blue eyes, high aquiline nose, fair skin, and perfect English with an Oxford accent made it impossible to match him with the Chinese-American spy leader wanted by the CIA. Moreover, the driver's license he had was a genuine driver's license that could be checked in the New York DMV's driver's license database. Hua Xiaoheng felt much more relaxed after getting into the car. He drove around the congested streets of New York City a few times before driving back to the motel he was staying at. He took his things and checked out of the motel. He didn't plan on staying in New York. Instead, he drove to New Jersey, which was very close to New York City, and rented a high-class apartment. After settling in, he looked at the time. It was almost noon, so it should be midnight in the United States. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed as he found the small-town library near his apartment and applied for a temporary library card. He found a public computer and began surfing the internet. This time, he logged into various proxy websites and kept clearing his login data. Finally, he went to Europe and found a German library's server. He easily cracked the external password and used the German library's server to make a network IP call. It had only been 36 hours since he had lost contact with the Huaxiao Empire. He was still 12 hours away from the military's 48-hour warning. He planned to make 2 calls, one to his father, Hua Guanchen, and the other to General Ji. No matter who wanted his life in the country, he felt that the possibility of both of them wanting his life at the same time was too low. He didn't know who in the country wanted his life, and he couldn't rule out the possibility that one of the 2 people wanted his life. However, the possibility of both of them wanting his life was so low that it was almost negligible. His first call was to his father, Hua Guanchen. The phone rang 3 times before Hua Guanchen picked up. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment before saying, "Father." Hua Guanchen stood up immediately, his voice excited. "Xiaoheng." It was Xiaoheng? Are you all right? Where are you now? Hua Xiaoheng could hear the concern in Hua Guanchen's voice, but he was also speechless at the question. After a moment of silence, he said, "I just wanted to let Father know that I'm safe. I'm fine, don't worry." He paused, then said, "Don't tell anyone that I called back." Hua Guanchen snapped back to reality and quickly nodded. I know. Be careful. I will report your situation to General Ji." Hua Xiaoheng replied, "I will personally call General Ji. Father, remember to keep it a secret. Danger is just around us." With that, he hung up. He had time to call very precisely. Even if the other party had a tracking system, they would not be able to track his exact location within 2 minutes. Based on his IP conversion, it was already very impressive that the other party could track him all the way to the library in Germany. Hua Xiaoheng's second call was to General Ji. "General Ji, it's me." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was calm and steady. In the quiet study in the middle of the night, General Ji's heart immediately calmed down. "You finally called back. We're only 12 hours away from the 48-hour warning line." General Ji was extremely emotional. "How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I still have things to take care of," Hua Xiaoheng said briefly. "Please take care. I only called you and my father. Also, B2 must die. You must take care of it immediately." B2 was their code name. General Ji only needed to check to know that Hua Xiaoheng was talking about the spy he had personally captured years ago, In Yuqin. He was also the hostage the other party had said they wanted to hand over. Although he had ulterior motives, Hua Xiaoheng could not allow him to live and cause trouble for them. General Ji understood what he meant. "No problem. I'll give the order immediately. I'll definitely give you an explanation." Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone and sighed deeply. Although he had hung up in time, he was certain that the person hiding in the dark must have known about it. However, even if he knew he would be discovered, he still had to call back. If he lost contact for more than 48 hours, even if he returned safely, he would be subject to the strictest investigation. His future career would basically be halted, and he might even be asked to hand over the Special Operations Forces and be demobilized. The other party had really schemed to deal with him. Even if he did not die, the other party wanted to ruin his reputation, lose the trust of the organization, and destroy his future. If he did not have this unexpected computer skill, their goal would have been achieved. Who did he have such a big grudge against? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it all the way and drove back to his rented apartment. He went to the restaurant downstairs to have lunch alone, then went upstairs to rest. Lying in bed, he could not sleep. He tossed and turned for a while and finally felt that the person probably did not know him very well, so he could rule out the people close to him. Because if it was someone close to him, then this person would have known about his outstanding computer skills and would have given the United States more hints. Then his fake identity would not have been so smooth. Hua Xiaoheng secretly sighed in relief after ruling out the possibility of someone close to him betraying him. If he had been betrayed by someone close to him, then he was really not doing his job as the head of the Special Operations Forces. Fortunately, it was not. As long as it was not someone close to him, he was completely confident that he could turn the tables. Thinking of this, Hua Xiaoheng perked up and did not want to sleep. He got up and rummaged through his wallet. He realized that he had bought too many things in the past 2 days. After renting the apartment, he had spent almost all his money. He had to go out and get some more cash. After locking the things in the safe in the apartment, he searched online and found the nearest casino in Atlantic City. It took only half an hour to reach the seaside city famous for its casinos. He went directly to the largest Caesar casino there and threw the car keys to the valet in front of the door. With a libertine smile on his face, he strode in with his long legs. The casinos in the United States looked roughly the same. There were slot machines, pai gow, roulette, Texas Hold'em, and the simple and crude big by small. Hua Xiaoheng only glanced around the hall, and a few flirtatious girls surrounded him. "Handsome, what do you want to play? Let's play together." Hua Xiaoheng was still unmoved by the flirtatious glances. He said something in Latin to show that he did not understand English. The girls immediately lost interest in him. They pouted and went to find other targets. Hua Xiaoheng spread his hands at their backs to show that there was nothing he could do. Then he went to exchange chips and sat down at the big by small. He observed from the side for a while and figured out the pattern. Then he followed the crowd and played. In order to not attract attention, he couldn't keep winning, but he couldn't keep losing either because he was here to earn money. Finally, after careful calculations, he set his goal to win 70% and lose 30%. That way, he could earn money the fastest and not attract attention. The casino was very big. A person like him, who played from a few $100s to a big by small, didn't deserve the attention of the casino. Even if he won $50,000 in the end, the casino didn't think anything was wrong. Of course, he couldn't just take the money as cash. The casino gave him a bank check. He took the check to a branch of a large bank in Atlantic City and opened an account. He deposited the check and signed up for a credit card with a limit of $10,000. With a driver's license, a car, and a credit card, he could basically move around the United States without any obstacles. Hua Xiaoheng was very careful when doing these things. When he returned to his rented apartment, he drove around 4 or 5 times. Finally, his car was almost out of gas, so he turned to the gas station near the apartment to refuel. It was already evening when he returned to the apartment. He had dinner downstairs before going back up. As soon as he entered the apartment and turned on the TV, he saw the local New York TV station interviewing the CIA and FBI agents, asking them how the fugitive arrest was going. The FBI agent who was interviewed said with a serious face, "We've already set up a dragnet. Please support our work. If you see any suspicious people, please call the toll-free number XXXXXXXX." Hua Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa with a cup of coffee in his hand. He watched them being interviewed with a smile and noted down every word they said. It was the second watch. Just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Today was Monday, especially recommendation votes. Chapter 573. The news ended, but Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn off the TV. He got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window that led to the balcony. He reached out and slowly pulled it open before stepping out. Closing the floor-to-ceiling window, he lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. The high-class apartment he rented wasn't a high-rise building. It was only about 20 stories tall. His apartment was on the 18th floor. standing on the balcony of the 18th floor and looking down. The streetlights in front of the building lit up everything below the 6th floor. However, the floors above were so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers. The smoke flickered between his fingers and seemed to fluctuate according to his mood. However, he didn't panic. After 10 years of high-intensity work and frequent life-threatening situations, he was already used to facing any unexpected situations and quickly finding the most suitable breakthrough point for himself. However, this time he was caught off guard. When he first learned of Tan Gyron's disappearance, he thought it was just an extension of the domestic political conflict overseas. He didn't expect the other party to go around in circles and sacrifice the only daughter of a prime minister candidate to lure him into the trap. Of course, if the other party hadn't gone around in circles and invested so much, it would have been a dream to trick Hua Xiaoheng. Even at this point, the other party couldn't say they succeeded, because Hua Xiaoheng hadn't been captured by the United States. His whereabouts were unknown. Of course, his whereabouts were unknown to a certain extent. Most people didn't know what happened to him. Even a mastermind behind the scenes was probably panicking right now. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly disappeared, so they couldn't help but have many speculations. Who was the mastermind behind the scenes? What would he do to force him out? Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and took another puff. He slowly exhaled a round smoke ring. As he watched the white smoke ring gradually dissipate into the night, Hua Xiaoheng had an idea. Since he couldn't catch that person directly in the Huaxiao Empire, why not start from the United States? The other party had to contact the United States. Hua Xiaoheng thought of an internal mole they had captured a few years ago. It was that person who had contacted a person abroad and publicly told the media that he knew about the Huaxiao Empire's missile defense system along the southeast coast and clearly pointed out a few bases. Once this news came out, the Huaxiao Empire's military leaders almost went crazy. This was the military's top secret information. How did the other party know about it? At that time, Hua Xiaoheng had been ordered to find out who the mole was. It only took him half a day to lock onto his target. After the investigation, it was discovered that there was an important place in the missile defense point announced by the enemy. At that time, only one person from the highest staff of the military headquarters knew about it. This meant that the enemy's higher-ups had betrayed the Huaxia imperial contact who had leaked the information to them. The man he had personally arrested was a second generation with a very strong background, but the military court did not show any mercy and sentenced him to death, which was carried out immediately. Now that this had happened, Hua Xiaoheng felt that perhaps he could try the same method and provoke the American intelligence personnel to see if there would be any unexpected results. After making up his mind, he threw away the cigarette and went back to his room to sleep. The next day, Hua Xiaoheng woke up early and worked out in the apartment's gym for half an hour. He went downstairs to the restaurant on the first floor for breakfast before driving out in his rented SUV. Hua Xiaoheng drove to the train station parking lot in New Jersey and boarded the train with his backpack. The train from the train station in New Jersey into New York only took 20 minutes. After he got off the train, he directly entered the New York City subway station. Hua Xiaoheng was alone in the subway station's restroom. He took out the special blue contact lenses in his eyes, modified his nose, and put on a pair of rimmed glasses. The hem of his white shirt was tucked into his straight trousers, and he wore a pair of shiny leather shoes. He also carried a computer bag in his hand. He looked like a common Chinese IT technician in New York. He dressed like this and boarded the subway that passed through the port. As soon as the subway arrived at the station, Hua Xiaoheng walked to the port and pretended to buy a boat ticket before he realized that someone was watching him. Because his current appearance was a perfect match for the characteristics of the kidnapper that the American police had announced on TV. The bounty had already risen from 100,000 to 500,000. Therefore, there were many people watching him. "Sir, please wait a moment." A short CIA agent saw Hua Xiaoheng enter the port and had his eyes on him. The more he looked, the more he felt that this person looked like the kidnapper that had escaped from the video. Hua Xiaoheng's footsteps paused as if he didn't hear the person behind him. Instead, he walked faster and faster until he was almost jogging. "Stop! The person in front, stop! Otherwise, we'll shoot." The CIA agent saw that the tall Chinese man in front of him not only didn't stop to be interrogated and searched, but also ran faster and faster. He instantly knew that this was a game. This person might be the fugitive they were trying to capture. He quickly called the police on duty at the port and had them fire a warning shot. Hua Xiaoheng ducked behind a large iron anchor that was used as a decoration in front of the port and looked around. He was very familiar with the American ports. There were many criminals gathered here, and soon, all the contraband transactions were carried out at the port. His eyes quickly scanned the crowd at the port and saw two black men in a corner not far from him, trading contraband. He raised his pistol and quickly fired a shot at the black man who was trading. The other person fell to the ground, and the other person immediately panicked. He poked his head out just in time to see the police running over with their guns raised and firing continuously. He thought he had been discovered, so he immediately pulled out his own gun and fired back at the police while shouting, "The police are here! Run!" His accomplices immediately ran in all directions and continuously took out their guns to shoot back at the police. The previously orderly port immediately became a pot of chaos. The United States was a country that didn't prohibit guns. Good people had guns, and so did bad people. The police had guns, and so did the criminals. Once the police caught a thief, it would often lead to a gunfight. Hua Xiaoheng knew this very well, so he used the tactic of diverting the trouble to use barbarians against barbarians. The gangs at the New York port were very powerful, so the police usually didn't care and let the gangs solve their own internal problems. As long as there weren't large-scale fights and gunfights, it was good for everyone. But this time, because they were chasing after Hua Xiaoheng, this police officer and the CIA agent entered the gang's territory and even fired a warning shot. Plus, Hua Xiaoheng took advantage of the situation by hiding in the dark and killing a gang member. The armed police officer took the blame, which poked the hornet's nest of impulsive and easily angered gang members. Hua Xiaoheng immediately changed his location after firing a shot and quickly retreated with the crowd in the port. Seeing the short CIA agent and the police officer being chased by the gangs, he curled his lips and jumped on the light rail that had just arrived, heading in the direction of the airport. With Hua Xiaoheng's many years of experience, he concluded that the port, the airport, the train station, and the car rental company must have people planted in these four places. Only by following the routine could he counter it. When the New York police gathered at the port to deal with the gunfights and fights between the gangs and the police, Hua Xiaoheng had already taken the light rail to New York City's JFK International Airport. Just like at the port, his appearance in front of the CIA and FBI agents at the airport immediately attracted their attention. Because of 911, the security at the airport was much stricter than at the port. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng showed himself, the CIA and FBI agents chasing him swarmed over from all directions. The airport security personnel were also mobilized to operate. Hua Xiaoheng kept moving through the crowd and found it difficult to deal with this time. The airport security was much stronger than the New York police. He was almost grabbed by the arm several times and had to rely on his years of training to get rid of them. Also, the airport was different from a port. There were no gangs here, so he couldn't use his gun to create a diversion. Of course, the other party didn't open fire either because there were too many civilians in the airport. They couldn't bear the responsibility of a large-scale gunfight here. Hua Xiaoheng started running. He jumped over the barricades and fences, jumped over the low screens and walls, and finally ran out of the departure lounge. There was a huge and wide tarmac outside. At a glance, there were countless large passenger planes lined up neatly on the tarmac. Hua Xiaoheng's figure flashed, and he jumped onto a luggage truck. He hid under the truck tightly to avoid the people who had just chased after him. The luggage truck stopped in front of a passenger plane, and the staff began to move the luggage onto the plane. Hua Xiaoheng jumped off before they came up. There was a lot of luggage piled into a small mountain, so he hid from the luggage staff sight. He jumped over the low wall of the tarmac, completely ignoring the chaos he had caused at JFK International Airport. He found a quiet place and took off the framed glasses on his face, then put on the special blue contact lenses. His aquiline nose returned to his face, and he raked his hair with his fingers. His neat and shiny hairstyle was now messy, and a few strands fell on his forehead. He looked decadent and sexy, a world of difference from the reserved and introverted Chinese-American IT engineer. He also took off his white shirt and took out a dark red tights he had prepared in advance from his laptop bag. The buttons at his neck were loosened, revealing his exquisite collarbone. His gaze was clear and cold, and he had a sense of desolation that kept people at arm's length. Walking on the streets of New York like this, the passionate girls kept turning back and whistling at him. Hua Xiaoheng ignored them, waved for a taxi, and returned to the New York subway station. There were significantly fewer police and agents here. After receiving the tip-off, the military and police rushed to the port and JFK International Airport. With Hua Xiaoheng's current appearance, no one would think that he was the Chinese-American kidnapper who had just been photographed. He smoothly got on the subway, returned to the train station, and then took the train to the parking lot of the New Jersey train station. He took the Hummer SUV that he had parked there that morning and left. It was 5 in the afternoon when he returned to the high-end apartment he had rented. He worked from 9 to 5 every day, so he was an office worker. A mocking expression flashed across Hua Xiaoheng's face. After opening the door to his room, the first thing he did was to take a shower. After running around for the whole day, he was travel-worn, and his hair was greasy with too much hair gel. It took a lot of effort to clean himself up and make a cup of coffee. He sat on the sofa and began to admire his masterpiece for the day. As expected, the TV was focusing on his great achievements at the port and airport today. Hua Xiaoheng raised his coffee and toasted the stern-faced director of the CIA's Asian Military Intelligence Division on the TV, then downed it in one gulp. The tracking report that had caused a sensation in the United States was completely silent in the Huaxia Empire. Under the request of the Supreme Military Council, all news related to the Tangaran case could not be reported in the Huaxia Empire, including the follow-up report on the kidnapper. If someone leaked any information on social media, it would immediately be deleted from the internet, and the account and IP address would be blocked. The most popular report on the Huaxia Empire social media right now was the case of a female exchange student in Germany being tortured and murdered. Because of the support of the Minister of the Interior and one of the candidates for Prime Minister, Bai Jiansheng, the female exchange student's parents were finally going to Germany. Ma Chi-chi, who had been following the case, happily shared the news with Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji only had time to like it. It was once again the day she and her sister, Gu Yanran, had agreed to visit Gu Xianwen. For the past month, the sisters had gone to Chunlai's place every weekend to visit Gu Xianwen, who was still in a vegetative state. When Gu Yinji arrived at Chunlai's infirmary, she saw that Gu Yanran was already waiting there. This time, she wasn't alone. There was also a tall, thin man with exquisite features. This was the 3,700-word first update, a reminder to everyone for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an additional update at 7 p.m. Chapter 574. Gun Yinji only took one look at the man to determine that he was mixed race. He was probably a mix of Chinese and Caucasians, possibly with a bit of Latin American blood in him. That was why his facial features were so chiseled and exquisite that he looked like a sculpture. Gu Yanran saw Gun Yinji's gaze lingering on Yi Xian's face for a moment and smiled. She walked over to take her hand. Yinji, this is Yi Xian. Do you remember him? Gun Yinji was speechless. You don't remember? He played with us when you were young. After he went to boarding school in the United States, he often wrote to us. Gu Yanran pulled Yi Xian's hand over and joined their hands together. She sighed. I can't believe we can still see our childhood friend after so many years. Gun Yinji was speechless. She didn't know what to say. She just pulled her hand out and murmured, Is that so? Yi Xian had been studying Gun Yinji since she came in. This beautiful girl with a pair of sparkling black eyes was the chubby and bad-tempered Gun Yinji from all those years ago. Yi Xian thought it was strange. Gu Yanran saw Yi Xian scrutinizing Gun Yinji, so she coughed slightly and said, Nianji, Yixian is an orphan that father sponsored. He just came from Barbados to visit father's illness. Yixian finally looked away and nodded to Gu Yanran. Yanran, let's go see grandfather Gu. Gu Yanran nodded. I don't know how father is doing these days. I'll have to ask Dr. Chen later. Gu Nianji didn't say anything and followed them into the ward. Chen Lai was adjusting the equipment for Gu Xiangwen in the ward. He turned to see them and said, You guys talk to him more. Maybe you can wake him up earlier. Dr. Chen, can my father really wake up? Gu Yanran asked worriedly. We hired the best experts in the United States and Barbados, but there hasn't been any progress in 7 years. Gu Nianji put her hands in her pockets and walked over slowly. She glanced at Chen Lai. Chen Lai didn't look at her. He only smiled at Gu Yanran. Miss Gu, I don't know the standard of the American expert you hired, but your father's condition hasn't been stagnant these past few years. In fact, it's been getting worse. Now we have curbed the worsening trend of his illness, but there is still a long way to go before he wakes up. If you have time, come and spend more time with him. It will help his condition improve. Gu Yanran frowned. Dr. Chen, perhaps it's because your treatment methods are different. Whether my father's condition is good or bad, they've done their best. She walked over to Gu Xiangwen's bed and bent down to look at the data on the surveillance equipment. She then smoothed Gu Xiangwen's blanket and said, Doctors are supposed to treat patients and save people. If they can't treat patients and save people, and even worsen the patient's condition, I don't think the word try their best can wash away their incompetence and malfeasance. Gu Yanran froze, then covered her mouth and laughed. Nianji, you're still so sharp-tongued. She walked over to take her arm and advised her earnestly, Nianji, big sister and father haven't been by your side for so many years. It's not good for you to develop such an unforgiving personality. Remember, let people go when possible. Don't be too harsh on others. Gu Nianji's memory hadn't recovered, so she hadn't established a familial bond with Gu Xiangwen and Gu Yanran. Of course, she didn't like hearing Gu Yanran talk to her like that. She turned her head to avoid Gu Yanran's smiling eyes and said bluntly, If asking doctors to do their job is harsh, then big sister, you're a bit of a saint. Gu Yanran's expression changed. She couldn't accept Gu Nianji calling her a fake saint in front of all these people. But before Gu Yanran could refute Gu Nianji's words, Yixian had already spoken up to defend her. Gu Nianji, how can you speak to Yanran like that? How impudent! Yixian stopped Gu Nianji before Gu Yanran could retort. I'm telling the truth. Gu Nianji spread her hands. Also, Yixian, I'm talking to my sister. What right do you, an outsider, have to shout at me? Yixian's expression darkened. All these years, no one had dared to use such a tone to remind him that he wasn't a member of the Gu family, whether it was boarding school or when he returned to Barbados. Yixian clenched his fists and stopped a step away from Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji, you've always liked to oppose me since you were young. I didn't expect you to be even worse now that you've grown up. You remember what happened when I was young, but I don't. So your one-sided testimony is only your side of the story, so I won't take it to heart. Gu Nianji smiled at Yixian. She wasn't frightened by Yixian and didn't know how to speak. Yixian was slightly taken aback. He felt that Gu Nianji was too different from when she was young. But then he thought about the last time he saw her. She was only 6 or 7 years old. Girls change 18 times as they grow up, so it was understandable that she was completely different from when she was young. Gu Yanran snickered and wagged her finger. You two really hit it off the first time you met. It's a mistake not to see, but you're already arguing in front of father. As she spoke, she tugged on Gu Nianji's arm. Nianji, don't argue. Yixian didn't mean it that way. Don't overthink it. She then said to Yixian, Yixian, you're a man. You should give in to girls. Gu Nianji pouted and stepped aside so that Gu Yanran could walk to Gu Xiangwen's bedside. She said I wouldn't take his words to heart, so I wouldn't have taken it to heart that day. Sister treats Yixian even better than me, her little sister. She protected him everywhere, and her eyes were full of concern and love. Gu Nianji was only pointing out an objective fact, but had a different meaning in Gu Yanran's ears. Her eyes darted between Gu Nianji and Yi Xian. After a long time, she finally smiled. Okay, I said the wrong thing, okay? Nianji and Yi Xian, don't be angry. Nianji, you're my little sister. Yi Xian is my younger brother, so I feel the same for both of you. Really the same? Gu Nianji laughed. It's not that I want to argue, but sister, I'm your little sister, and he's just a student sponsored by father. You actually feel the same for both of us? Doesn't that mean that your feelings for Yi Xian are even deeper? Gu Yanran covered her mouth and laughed. Nianji, you're really a top-notch legal talent. With this kind of eloquence in court, who knows how powerful you'll be? Gu Nianji could tell that Gu Yanran was changing the topic, but she didn't expose her. She turned around and walked out of the room. She stood in the hallway by the window and silently pondered. Chunlai followed her out and saw Gu Nianji standing in the hallway with nothing to do. He asked her curiously, "Why aren't you going in? That's your father." This was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 575. I know. Gu Nianji looked at the scenery in the distance gloomily. I'll go in after they leave. Gu Yanran, Yi Xian, and Gu Xiangwen looked like a family when the three of them were together. Gu Nianji instinctively felt isolated, but she didn't want to tell anyone about this feeling, because she felt a little embarrassed. You don't like them? It's not that I don't like them, but I don't really like them. Gu Nianji answered honestly and turned to look at Chunlai. Her large, black eyes were like two black grapes, sweet and tempting. She shook her head. I don't know them well. You'll get to know them slowly. Chunlai could only comfort her like this. He patted her shoulder and turned to leave. Gu Nianji called out to him softly. Brother Chun, how is my father's illness? Chunlai turned to look at her and deliberated on how to phrase his words. The hallway was quiet. The midday sun shone through the transparent windows, and the dust could be seen dancing in the golden light. Gu Nianji stared at Chunlai intently, waiting for his answer. Chunlai hesitated for a long time. Just as he was about to speak, they suddenly heard uniform footsteps from the other end of the hallway. Chunlai and Gu Nianji looked up together to see a group of men in military uniforms with stars shining on their epaulettes walking over. They weren't actually walking in a line, but years of military habit made them involuntarily line up even when they were walking casually. Chunlai's eyes widened, and his mouth opened even wider. Gu Nianji was also shocked. She didn't recognize the others, but she recognized General Ji, who was leading them. She quickly stood up straight with Chunlai, like they were standing in a military stance. Her military stance was trained by Hua Xiaong, so it wasn't much worse than a regular soldier. It was even better than Chunlai, a half-baked soldier. Greetings, Chief. Chunlai and Gu Nianji said in unison. Chunlai was a soldier, so he saluted properly. Gu Nianji wasn't a soldier, so she obediently stood beside Chunlai. Her small face was tense and solemn. General Ji looked up to see Gu Nianji. She was tall, and her beautiful face still had a trace of innocence, but she was also extremely serious. There was a maturity that didn't match her age. General Ji raised his hand to greet Chunlai. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Chen. Chunlai was so excited that he almost shouted, to serve the people. Gu Nianji watched from the side as Chunlai opened his mouth and coughed lightly. Chunlai snapped out of it and blushed. He smiled sheepishly and said to General Ji, Chief, are you here to see old Master Gu? There was only one patient on this floor, and that was Gu Xiangwen. His location was on high alert. General Ji nodded and stood in front of Gu Nianji. He said amiably, Nianji, you're here to see your father? Gu Nianji quickly replied with a smile, I visit him every week. Thank you for thinking about my father, Chief. I should have come to see him sooner. General Ji turned around and pointed at the group of soldiers who had come with him. They were all in their 40s, and most of them were senior colonels. I brought them here to see old Master Gu. Without old Master Gu, their difficulties would not have been so easily overcome, and our blue sky would not have been so safe. Gu Nianji immediately understood that these young and strong soldiers were probably soldiers from the Huaxia Imperial Air Force. She glanced at the faces of the soldiers and nodded to them. "Hello, you're Gu Nianji?" A man standing not far behind General Ji nodded at her. "I saw you a few years ago. You were only this tall." He gestured with his hand. Gu Nianji smiled shyly. That was about her height when she was 12 years old. This officer was probably the one who had taken the blueprints from Huaxiao. "Okay, let's go in and see. How is old Master Gu's condition now?" General Ji waved at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji quickly walked over and followed General Ji. General Ji took great care of her and treated her like his own granddaughter. He brought her into Gu Xiangwen's room. Gu Yanran and Yi Xian turned around in shock. They did not understand why so many people had suddenly appeared. Chunlai squeezed in and introduced them. "General Ji, this is Gu Yanran, old Master Gu's eldest daughter. This is..." Chunlai paused and looked past Yi Xian. "Miss Gu Yanran's attendant." Yi Xian's brows furrowed. He glanced at Gu Yanran, but realized that she didn't try to defend herself. Instead, she happily walked up to General Ji and extended her hand. "You're General Ji? It's an honor to meet you." General Ji did not shake her hand. He only nodded politely and turned to Gu Nianji. "Nianji, how is your father's condition?" Gu Yanran's hand froze in midair. She looked at Gu Nianji awkwardly. Gu Nianji did not look at her. She looked at General Ji calmly. "General Ji, my father is still in a vegetative state. However, he's much better than when he was in Barbados. At least he's not malnourished." The young officers behind General Ji sneered, but they quickly restrained themselves. Gu Yanran froze. She felt like she had been slapped in the face. She sheepishly retracted her hand. "It's not that serious. I was just too busy at that time and didn't go to the hospital. That's why I was fooled by the nurses. Yeah, no one said it was Big Sister's fault." Gu Nianji replied calmly and pushed a chair over for General Ji to sit. She then looked at the young officers behind him. General Ji turned to look at them. "Come over and salute old Master Gu. I hope he recovers soon. Then you're dismissed." "Yes, sir." The officers immediately obeyed the order. They uniformly saluted Gu Xiangwen, who was lying motionless on the hospital bed. In the blink of an eye, they all left Gu Xiangwen's room. The previously crowded room immediately became much more spacious. Only General Ji, Gu Nianji, Chunlai, Gu Yanran, Yi Xian, General Ji's 2 personal secretaries, and 4 armed guards were left in the room. General Ji finally sat down. He pulled Gu Nianji to sit as well. General Ji had never treated Gu Nianji so well before. Gu Nianji was flattered and quickly asked, "General Ji, would you like some tea or coffee? You're not a soldier. You don't have to address me so sternly." General Ji laughed heartily. "You're so close to Shaoing. Just call me Uncle Ji." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She quickly glanced at Chunlai anxiously. However, she saw that he had turned his head to look at Gu Xiangwen's monitor. He wasn't looking at her. Gu Nianji became even more uneasy. However, she didn't show it. She obediently sat down. Before she could say anything, Gu Yanran had already sat beside her. She smiled. "Nianji, it's rare for General Ji to treat you so well. Why don't you call him Uncle Ji?" Gu Nianji could only call out softly, "Uncle Ji, please take care of me in the future." "Yes, no problem. Your business is my business. Your father, Gu Xiangwen, has made great contributions to our country. Our country and our people will always remember that. You have to take good care of your father. I hope he recovers soon." General Ji enunciated each word with a serious expression. He called Chunlai over to ask about Gu Xiangwen's condition in detail. Chunlai had been taking care of Gu Xiangwen for more than a month now. He knew his condition like the back of his hand. When he heard General Ji's question, he calmly explained, "His brain activity is basically normal. There are no blood clots. We still can't find a reason why he's still in a coma." He then glanced at Gu Yanran. "I still have some things that I'd like to understand from Miss Gu Yanran. After all, old Master Gu was saved by Miss Gu Yanran. I hope you can tell us exactly what happened at the time so that we can understand old Master Gu's condition and find the right medicine. Gu Yanran nodded very cooperatively. Of course, of course. Please ask me anything, Dr. Chun. I'll tell you everything I know. That's good. I'm relieved. General Ji nodded with satisfaction. He stood up and walked to Gu Xiangwen's bed to look at him carefully. He even adjusted his blanket for him. Gu Nianji stood up as well. Her emotions were as tangled as a ball of yarn. It was already twisted to the point where it couldn't be untied. Chun Lai breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yanran had finally relented with General Ji's appearance. He hoped he could get something useful out of her this time. After visiting Gu Xiangwen, General Ji had to rush to a meeting. Gu Nianji knew that with General Ji's status, it wasn't easy for him to take more than 10 minutes to visit Gu Xiangwen and follow the progress of his treatment. She was so touched that she walked General Ji downstairs. General Ji was very polite to her along the way. His attitude was almost too good. For some reason, the more polite General Ji was, the more uneasy Gu Nianji felt. However, Gu Yanran had been quietly following beside her the entire time. There were some things that she was too embarrassed to ask. When General Ji was about to get into the car, Gu Yanran's phone suddenly rang. She walked to the side to answer it. Gu Nianji quickly lowered her voice and asked General Ji, "General Ji, do you know when Huo will be back?" Logically speaking, she shouldn't ask, but General Ji's attitude today made Gu Nianji's hair stand on end. General Ji's expression didn't change at all. He laughed and said, "What's wrong? Nianji misses your boyfriend?" General Ji's personal secretaries laughed as well. Gu Nianji was too embarrassed to continue asking. She watched as General Ji got into the car and left the hospital building. Gu Yanran walked over after the call and said leisurely, "General Ji treats you really well. Are you close to him?" "No." Gu Nianji looked away and said with a smile, "General Ji is concerned about father's health. As for me, it's because I love the house and its dog." However, Gu Nianji wasn't very sure if the house was Gu Xiangwen or Huo Xiaoying. Gu Yanran naturally thought it was Gu Xiangwen. She silently watched the direction General Ji's car disappeared in. After a while, she said, "Father is really amazing. He's unconscious in bed, but so many important people care about him." This is the first update, a reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 576. Gu Nianji felt that Gu Yanran's focus was a bit strange. She asked in confusion, "Father has always been very capable?" From what she could remember, Huo Xiaoheng had shown her Gu Xiangwen's achievements in the international academic community. Just by looking at how he started from scratch and became a wealthy tycoon with his own patents, she could tell how capable he was. He is very capable, but this is different. Gu Yanran looked up at Gu Nianji. "Nianji, you've been living a carefree life with Huo Xiao all these years. You don't know how Yi Xian and I have been living." Gu Nianji was silent for a moment before asking with a smile, "I really don't know how you guys got here. Sister, can you tell me about it?" "I'll tell you when I have time." Gu Yanran put an arm around Gu Nianji's shoulder affectionately, and they walked back together. "You must get along well with Huo Xiao. Don't be too short-sighted and only covet his money. Our Gu family has plenty of money, and the dowry we'll give you will be enough for you and my nephews to live a carefree life." The more Gu Nianji listened, the more disgusted she became. She interrupted Gu Yanran rudely. "Sis, I've never been with Huo Xiao for money." Although she had used Huo Xiaoheng's money in the past, she was still underage at the time. Since Huo Xiaoheng didn't mind, Gu Nianji wouldn't be stubborn. Also, she had already decided to earn money to support herself in the future, so she didn't need Gu Yanran's repeated reminders. I know. Our Nianji is not a greedy person. Our Nianji must be with Huo Xiao for love." Gu Yanran coaxed Gu Nianji like a child. It was getting more and more ridiculous. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and stopped in front of the elevator. Her hands clenched into fists as she resisted the urge to punch Gu Yanran's smiling face. She frowned. "Sis, am I such an unbearable person in your heart?" Someone who would sell herself for money? Gu Yanran's smile froze on her face. She asked in confusion, Nianji, why must you be like a porcupine sticking out all your spikes at me? You know that's not what I meant. I don't know what you mean. Gu Nianji unclenched her fist and pressed the button to go up. Her expression was indifferent. The elevator door opened, and Yi Xian was actually standing inside. He saw the two sisters standing in front of the elevator, and the atmosphere seemed to be a little tense. He raised his handsome brows. Yanran, we have an appointment with Mr. Shui. Gu Yanran seemed to have just remembered this. She slapped her forehead and said apologetically, Nianji, I still have some business to discuss with Shui Jingjiang. I'll leave father in your care. It's my job. You don't have to be so polite. Gu Nianji walked into the elevator without looking at Yi Xian. Yi Xian also glanced at Gu Nianji with disdain and walked out of the elevator. The two of them stood side by side in the elevator, and Yi Xian's eyes never left Gu Yanran's face. They looked like a perfect match. As Gu Nianji pressed the button for the floor, she looked at Gu Yanran thoughtfully and then at Yi Xian. Suddenly, she smiled meaningfully at them with a look that said, I know you, and I know each other. Gu Yanran, who had been calm all this time, found Gu Nianji's smile very irritating. She quickly glanced at Yi Xian and saw that he was staring at her. His gaze was extremely focused, as if she was the only person in his eyes. Everything else was in the background. Gu Yanran pursed her lips and turned to leave the elevator. Yi Xian turned around to glare at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled and raised her hand to make a heart gesture at Yi Xian. Her exquisite chin lifted in Gu Yanran's direction. Yi Xian froze and blushed. He suddenly felt that Gu Nianji wasn't as annoying as before. He turned to look at Gu Yanran in front of him and chased after her with a smile. The elevator door slowly closed in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's smile disappeared almost instantly. She covered her face with both hands and sighed heavily. When the elevator reached Gu Xiangwen's floor, she finally put her hands down and walked out. When she arrived at Gu Xiangwen's ward, Chen Lai was changing Gu Xiangwen's for drip. He turned around and saw Gu Nianji's sullen face. He sighed internally. These days, he had also noticed the estrangement between Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran. Although they were sisters, and Gu Nianji had tried hard to get close to her only sister, it didn't go her way. Who asked them to not be biological sisters? This kind of situation was understandable, right? Chen Lai changed to for drip and was about to comfort Gu Nianji when he suddenly thought of a problem. Did Gu Yanran know that Gu Nianji wasn't her biological sister? Then he thought about the method Hua Xiaoheng used to prove Gu Nianji's parentage, and Gu Yanran also agreed to this roundabout method. Did this mean that Gu Yanran already knew that Gu Nianji wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter? If that was the case, it would explain why Gu Yanran treated Gu Nianji and Yi Xian the same way. Since they weren't related to her by blood, it was only because they had been together for a long time that their relationship deepened. Just like Gu Nianji, she wasn't related to Hua Xiaoheng and the others by blood, but because she had grown up with them, she was closer to them than to others. Even Gu Yanran, her nominal sister, wasn't as close to them as she was to them. Chen Lai took off his gloves and threw them into the trash can. He waved at Gu Nianji. Nianji, come sit here. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa across from him and said listlessly, Brother Chen, what's up? Don't pull a long face. Chen Lai cheered her up with a smile. You didn't grow up with Gu Yanran, and you're not biological sisters either. Why do you care so much about her? I don't care. Gu Nianji looked at Chen Lai in shock. Why would Brother Chen say that? You don't care? Then why are you pulling a long face? Chen Lai didn't expect his guest to be wrong. I thought you were unhappy that Gu Yanran didn't treat you like a sister, huh? You think so too? Gu Nianji's interest was piqued. She rested her chin on her knees with both hands, her large eyes sparkling. I really don't think she treats me like family. She treats me like an outsider every time we talk. I'm not an idiot. How can I not understand what she's trying to say? She didn't expect Gu Yanran to be intimate with her right from the start. Also, she wasn't related to Gu Yanran by blood. They hadn't seen each other for so many years, so she had no idea how much sisterly love Gu Yanran still had for her. But regardless of whether they were related by blood or not, she was legally a member of the Gu family. She was Gu Xiangwen's youngest daughter. There was no doubt about that. But Gu Yanran still treated her like an outsider, both openly and secretly. She kept talking about dowry and dowry, as if she cared about it. If she doesn't treat you like family, then don't treat her like family. You and Huoxiao are family. Who cares about other people? Chunlai comforted Gu Nianji with a smile. His words really touched the bottom of Gu Nianji's heart. Of course, it also made her miss him even more. Gu Nianji couldn't help but ask, "Brother Chun, do you know when Huoxiao will be back?" It was the second night. A reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 577. Speaking of when Huoxiaoheng would return, Chunlai really didn't know. Of course, even if he knew, he couldn't say it. At this time, he could only vaguely change the topic. "I'll come back when it's time, but you and your sister have to be careful. I see that she's doing a good job on the surface. If I wasn't familiar with you, I would have thought that you're ungrateful." "How am I ungrateful?" "Brother Chun, you know I haven't recovered my memory, so I don't remember them at all. You guys said she was my sister, and Gu Xiangwen was my father, so I listened. I believed you and Huoxiao, and I also thought about treating her as my real sister. In the beginning, I listened to everything she said that made sense. But she keeps talking about money, like she's never seen money in her life. She's nothing like the heiress of the Gu family, who's as rich as a nation." Gu Nianji pouted and complained to Chunlai. She only said these things in front of Chunlai and Huoxiaoheng. She wouldn't mention it in front of anyone else. Chunlai secretly sighed in relief when he saw that Gu Nianji's thoughts had shifted away from Huoxiaoheng. However, when he heard Gu Nianji say that Gu Yanran was always talking about money, he suddenly understood Miss Gu's intentions. Gu Nianji and Gu Xiangwen's DNA didn't match, so they weren't related by blood. Gu Nianji and the military didn't know this. Other than He Zichu and Gu Yanran, only Huoxiaoheng and Chunlai knew. He Zichu hadn't mentioned this for so long, so he probably wouldn't tell anyone. But Gu Yanran didn't mention a word either, so Chunlai couldn't help but feel strange. He originally thought that Gu Yanran and Gu Nianji were close sisters and wouldn't mention such hurtful topics. But hearing Gu Nianji say that Gu Yanran seemed to be guarding against her at all times, connecting this to their situation, Chunlai seemed to understand why Gu Yanran would do this. She didn't mention that Gu Nianji and Gu Xiangwen weren't related by blood, probably because Gu Nianji was Huoxiaoheng's girlfriend. In order to cozy up to Huoxiaoheng, Gu Yanran definitely wouldn't tell anyone that Gu Nianji wasn't related by blood. Therefore, as long as Gu Nianji was with Huoxiaoheng, Chunlai felt that there was nothing to worry about. Gu Yanran couldn't wait to flatter Gu Nianji, so why would she cut off her own path of retreat? He remembered that when Gu Yanran wanted to find a backer in the Huaxia Empire, she had her eyes on Huoxiaoheng. Chunlai grinned and said to Gu Nianji, "All right, you can go back now. There are special nurses taking care of things here. You won't be able to help much even if you stay here." Gu Nianji stood up and glanced at Gu Xiangwen on the bed again. He was thin and haggard. It was said that he used to be very handsome and elegant. After 7 years in a vegetative state, even a man made of iron would not be able to endure it. This was his own father, and he was so sick, she lowered her voice and asked Chunlai, "Brother Chun, is there really no other way? Why didn't they perform a craniotomy? I heard from my sister that father became like this because of the plane crash. I was also thinking about this, but your sister never had the time, so there was nothing I could do." Chunlai's eyes lit up and thought that this was how a daughter should behave. On the other hand, Gu Yanran was much more perfunctory. He didn't know if it was because she didn't believe in his medical skills or because she didn't want him to treat her, but she had asked her to talk about the plane crash for a long time. It wasn't easy for General Ji to come today. Gu Yanran finally agreed readily in front of General Ji. Chunlai was also a shrewd person, so he already had some complaints about Gu Yanran. Gu Nianji's eyes narrowed as she understood what Chunlai was implying. She turned around and glanced at the unconscious Gu Xiangwen. Why don't I try? You? Yeah, I'll ask my sister about the plane crash. As Gu Xiangwen's daughter, she had the right to know the truth. Oh, that's fine too. You ask her first. I want to know under what circumstances she found Gu Xiangwen and what injuries he had at the time. It would be great if we could find the medical records for back then. Chunlai quickly took out a pen and paper to write down a few necessary questions for Gunyinji. Gunyinji skimmed through it and quickly memorized it. She returned the note to Chunlai. Okay, no problem. I'll ask today. After leaving Chunlai's place, Gunyinji returned to the apartment that she hadn't been back to for over a month. Ever since Gunyinji found out that Gu Yanran had moved upstairs, she didn't ask the hourly cleaner to clean. Although it had been a month without anyone, there was still some dust in the house. When Gunyinji was in a bad mood, she liked to do housework to distract herself. She put on long plastic gloves, carried a bucket of water and a rag, and began cleaning. She wiped the doors and windows until they were shiny, changed the bed sheets, and stuffed them into the washing machine. She also wiped the blinds carefully with a rag. After working all afternoon and sweating profusely, she felt much better. Opening the fridge, she saw that there wasn't even a bottle of water. Hungry and thirsty, she took her wallet, keys, and phone and put them in her bucket bag. Then, she went downstairs to the large warehouse supermarket nearby to buy something. She had a car there, so she took the elevator to the underground parking lot to get the flashy, bright red sports car that He Xiaoheng had given her. She drove in the direction of the supermarket. It wasn't the weekend, so there weren't many people in the supermarket. Gunyinji quickly found the food, water, juice, and daily necessities she wanted to buy and fill the cart. After paying, she pushed the cart to her car and put the things in the trunk. Just as she closed the trunk, she saw a black Bentley RV drive over and stop not far from her. Gunyinji didn't care and walked to the driver's side of the car. She reached out to open the door and was about to get in when she suddenly heard Gu Yinran's voice from behind. Yinji, is it you? Gunyinji turned around in surprise to see Gu Yanran wearing a pair of large sunglasses and getting out of the Bentley. Yi Xian was holding the door for her like a chauffeur. Gunyinji wasn't in a hurry to get into the car. She twirled the car keys in her hand and leaned against the car door to wait for Gu Yanran. Ninji, is that really you? Gu Yanran's eyes swept over the car that Gunyinji was leaning against and froze. If she wasn't mistaken, this car was custom-made by Ferrari and had Gunyinji's name on it. This kind of car couldn't be bought with money alone. Other than the buyer's name, there was also the designer's signature on the car. No wonder the design attracted her attention so quickly. Gu Yanran first saw the car, then saw that the person leaning against the car was actually Gunyinji. She looked at Gunyinji with a complicated expression and asked after a while, "This car is yours?" "Yeah." Gunyinji twirled the keys on her finger. "This car has my name on it, so of course it's mine. Xiao bought this car for you, right?" Gu Yanran said without hesitation. "You're returning it to him. You're not related to him, so you're asking for such a generous gift." The Gu family is embarrassed. Gunyinji raised a brow. "But this car has my name engraved on it, and I'm the owner. Why should I return it?" Gu Yanran walked to her and reached out to hold Gunyinji's hand. Her eyes were full of pity. "Ninji, if you want a car, big sister will buy it for you. You're not even married to He Xiao yet, so how can you feel bad about asking for such an expensive car? Also, He Xiao is a military personnel. Everyone knows how much money he can earn. Suddenly having such a luxury car far surpasses his income. Aren't you worried that he'll be investigated by the Military Disciplinary Committee?" "Oh, big sister, you know about the Military Disciplinary Committee? I didn't even know about it." Gunyinji smiled meaningfully. "Since big sister says I shouldn't ask for someone else's car for free, and you're going to help me buy a car, okay? Big sister, give me the money for this car, and I'll return it to He Xiao, okay?" Yi Xian couldn't take it anymore and stopped Gunyinji. "That's enough. This kind of custom-made luxury car is so expensive, and you have the nerve to ask for it? Yinran doesn't mind it, but that doesn't mean you can take whatever you want." "Oh, we sisters are talking. What does it have to do with you?" If Gunyinji wanted to be crafty, even Yin Shixiang was no match for her, let alone Yi Xian, who wasn't good with words. She turned her head and raised her chin to study Yi Xian. Her dark eyes seemed to speak as she turned to Gu Yanran. Her face was already smiling brightly. Big sister, don't you agree? I shouldn't use other people's money, but I can use the Gu family's money openly, right? Gu Ninji grabbed Gu Yanran's arm and shook it like a lively and cute little sister acting coquettishly to her older sister. Big sister, then just buy this car for me. I really like this car. Gu Ninji, how can you be so shameless? Yi Xian pulled her away. Do you think your sister is an ATM? You're asking for so much money to buy a car. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? My tongue is fine. Why would it bite? Gu Ninji stuck out her pink tongue at Yi Xian and made a face. She pulled her arm out of Yi Xian's grasp. Also, we haven't seen each other for so many years. What's wrong with big sister buying me a car? No matter how expensive it is, it's not as valuable as our sisterhood, right? Gu Ninji's words were used in a different way. Gu Yanran knew there was something wrong with her words, but she couldn't refute them. She smiled bitterly and poked Gu Ninji's forehead. You only know how to be naughty. Okay, go back first. She then asked Gu Ninji, what are you doing here? I'm here for whatever you're doing here. Gu Ninji's eyebrows curved. This is a supermarket. What do I do here? Be a thief? Nonsense again. Gu Yanran's tone was full of affection. Okay, since you're back today, go eat at Big Sister's. She then asked casually, where's Hua Xiao? Will he be eating with you today? Of course, Gu Ninji couldn't say that Hua Xiaoheng was on a mission. She chuckled and purposely didn't answer Gu Yanran's question. She pursued the previous topic. Big sister, I'll take your silence as a yes. I'm going to tell Hua Xiao that my sister wants to buy this car for me. Oh my god, my Hua Xiao is rich. He's rich. This is the first update. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 578. What are you talking about? You're shameless. Gu Yanran couldn't help laughing at Gu Ninji's greedy expression. She reached out to poke the tip of her delicate nose. You're the only girl who's attracted to her husband now. What will happen in the future if you move your family's money to your husband's family? How is this girl who's attracted to her husband? Gu Ninji pretended to be confused and spread her hands. Sis, didn't you say I can't spend other people's money? Can I spend my own money? I'm not even married, so where will my family come from? This logic was so logical that Gu Yanran didn't know how to respond. Yi Xian crossed his arms and snorted. You only know how to make things difficult for your sister. Aren't you annoying? Gu Ninji was infuriated by Yi Xian's sarcasm and turned back to him. Don't forget your surname isn't Gu. What does the Gu family's business have to do with you? Why do you care about how my sister and I spend our money? My father is sponsoring you to go to school, not inviting a bodhisattva to sit high above us and order us around. Yi Xian was even angrier than she was, but Gu Ninji's every word was reasonable, so he couldn't refute her. He could only continue snorting. Can't I help when I see injustice? Old Mr. Gu is sponsoring me, so I can't watch you treat your sister like this. Who are you to my sister? Why do you care how I treat her? Gu Ninji refused to back down and walked to her car door. She opened it and said without looking back, my sister and I are having dinner today. Unrelated people, please don't come uninvited. Who are you calling unrelated people? Yi Xian rushed over and blocked Gu Ninji's door, not allowing her to close it. Speak clearly. You disappeared for 6 or 7 years, and the Gu family is completely supported by Yanran. Do you know how much she has suffered? Do you know how much she has been through? How can you treat her like this? Gu Ninji rolled her eyes internally and glared at Yi Xian. She scolded in a low voice, let go. Her brows were solemn, and her bright black eyes looked over, flashing with a stern light. Yi Xian couldn't help but be taken aback. I really don't know how you studied in the United States. Gu Ninji pouted. I think you have a limited IQ. Is this how you fight for justice? Besides, I've been missing for 6 or 7 years. But has my sister had a hard time? How is it difficult? Should he eat less and wear less? Or should he sleep on the streets? None, right? The Gu family in Barbados is extremely wealthy, and my sister is the only one in power in the family. Tell me, If she's not doing well, shouldn't everyone else just kill themselves? What do you know? Yixian almost scoffed. All you know is money. Hee hee. I thought it was you and my sister who were talking about money. Gu Nianji snickered. I only drove a car. One of you wants me to return it, and the other won't let me buy it with my own money. My own money? You. Yixian couldn't help but blurt out something. Yixian, this is between me and my sister. Don't interfere. Gu Yanran suddenly shouted at him to stop him from continuing. Yixian slammed the car, door shut with great force, and walked back to his Bentley. He asked Gu Yanran, "Are we still going to the supermarket?" "No need. Ask the restaurant to send a table of food over." Gu Yanran watched Gu Nianji drive away, and her eyes dimmed. She returned to the car and sat down. Yixian drove in the front seat and occasionally looked at Gu Yanran's expression in the rearview mirror. Gu Yanran's face was full of exhaustion and blankness. Yixian felt his heart wrench. "Yanran, what's wrong? Don't take Gu Nianji's words to heart. She's been heartless since she was young. Did you forget that when you were young, she almost caused you to drown in the swimming pool?" Yixian comforted Gu Yanran softly. "People are fated to meet. You've worked so hard to find her for 6 or 7 years, but she doesn't appreciate it all. Yixian, I won't allow you to talk about her like that. No matter how bad she is, she's still my sister and a member of the Gu family. I'll educate her well." Gu Yanran didn't seem to want to talk about this topic anymore. She propped up her head with one hand and leaned against the window. She looked at the scenery outside in silence. It was midsummer, and the weather was very hot. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the ground and roasted the asphalt roads until they were soft. There was air conditioning in the car, so it blocked the scorching sun outside. There was only a refreshing coolness in the car. Yixian drove and saw Gu Nianji's flashy red custom-made Ferrari flash in and out of view in front of him. It drove like lightning, constantly overtaking other cars and changing lanes. He couldn't help but hate her even more. He frowned and said, although Gu Nianji wasn't likable in the past, she wasn't as annoying as she is now. How did she get through all these years? What else could it be? She's just lucky. Gu Yanran smiled, and her voice became softer. She's always been very lucky. What did you say? Yixian didn't hear Gu Yanran clearly from the driver's seat and asked. Nothing. I said Nianji is very good. Gu Yanran nodded with a smile. Focus on driving. I'll order. As she spoke, she swiped open her phone and found a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant. She ordered a table of seafood and had it delivered to her apartment. Gu Nianji first returned to the parking lot downstairs. She carried a few bags of things back to her apartment. She had just finished packing when she received a call from Gu Yanran. Nianji, come up for dinner. Gu Nianji agreed and said, I'll be right there. However, she asked, is Yixian still there? He's here. Gu Yanran smiled very kindly. Nianji, Yixian grew up with us. He's even your childhood friend. Don't be too harsh on him. He's not a bad person, and he's very loyal to the Gu family. Even if you don't want to give him face, just give him face. Let's have a good meal today, okay? Gu Nianji was very disgusted by the words childhood friend. She took her phone and keys and walked to the door. She said unhappily, Sis, you can't use the term childhood friend carelessly. He's your childhood friend, not mine. Don't get it wrong. Gu Yanran chuckled. Nianji, it looks like you've really forgotten. When we were at home, you really liked Yixian. Stop. Gu Nianji couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. Sis, I already said that I don't remember the past, especially when I was young. Can you stop talking nonsense like this? How is this nonsense? Gu Yanran leaned against the window and spoke to Gu Nianji gently and patiently. Yixian had gone downstairs to get the food, so he wasn't in the apartment. Gu Yanran was the only one in the apartment. She looked up at the warmly and elegantly decorated apartment and sighed softly. Fine, Nianji. If you don't like to hear about the past, then I won't talk about it. I know you have someone else in your heart now. I don't blame you, but people can't forget their roots. Gu Nianji also sighed and said earnestly, Sis, if you keep acting like this, I'm really going to suspect that you've mistaken someone else for my sister. Oh, how can you say that? Gu Yanran was obviously stumped by Gu Nianji's words. Did I say something wrong? Of course not. I was only 12 years old when I went missing 7 years ago. Sis, what right do you have to say that I've fallen in love with someone else? Don't tell me that I've fallen in love before I was even 12 years old. This was the second night. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 579. Nianji, why do you always like to twist my words? You know that's not what I meant. Gu Yanran was also a bit angry at this point. She walked over from the window and turned to sit on the sofa. Okay, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. Come up quickly. Yi Xian went downstairs to get the food he ordered. Gu Yanran hung up without giving Gu Nianji any time to refute. Gu Nianji looked at the phone and grimaced. If she hadn't promised Chenlai to ask Gu Yanran about the details of Gu Xiangwen's plane crash, she wouldn't have been willing to go upstairs to eat. After entering the elevator and arriving at Gu Yanran's apartment, Gu Nianji pressed the doorbell and waited for Gu Yanran to open the door for her. Come in. Gu Yanran was waiting for her at the entrance. Yi Xian already brought the food. It's all the seafood and vegetables you loved when you were young, especially the lotus root. This restaurant makes it very authentic. Gu Nianji really liked lotus root and lotus root stewed with pork ribs, but it was summer now. Lotus root stewed with pork ribs was better in the winter and a bit dry in the summer. Thank you, sis. Gu Nianji relaxed and walked to the entrance to change her shoes. Gu Yanran placed several new pairs of slippers at the door. They were actually UGG casual slippers. She randomly put on a pair and followed Gu Yanran to the dining room. The decorations were very elegant. The dining table was covered with a lavender tablecloth that looked like it was made of real satin. It was too extravagant. Gu Nianji sat down quietly and looked at the dishes on the table. Although it was a takeaway, it was rearranged with gold-rimmed bone china cutlery that was the color of jade butterflies playing in spring. The jade-like bowls and plates were colorful. Although it was takeout, it was obvious that they had put a lot of thought into it. Eat as much as you want. We're all family. Gu Yanran took the serving chopsticks first and picked up a scallop from the assorted seafood for Yi Xian. Yi Xian, try this. Gu Nianji saw that there was also a bowl of mung bean soup among the dishes. She immediately scooped a bowl and drank it. Gu Yanran saw it and quickly said with a smile, Nianji, eat first, then drink the soup. Did you forget? Gu Nianji took a sip of soup before putting down the spoon. She smiled. Sis, you should drink the soup first before eating. It will help you lose weight and help your stomach. Oh, really? Who told you that? Gu Yanran was very interested. We always eat first in Barbados, then drink the soup. I forgot that you can't remember the original things. That's what they all say. Gu Nianji smiled slyly. The rich and powerful families here are very particular about preserving their health when they eat. They can't wait to only eat until they're 70% full. Gu Yanran kept nodding as she listened. The heritage of the aristocratic families is indeed not something we can compare to. Nianji, did Hua Xiao teach you all this? Although Hua Xiaoheng had taught her that, Gu Nianji didn't want to admit it to Gu Yanran. She tilted her head and glanced at Yi Xian, who was busy eating. Anyway, everyone eats like this. I'm just copying them. Gu Yanran seemed to be very interested in this question. She couldn't help but ask, what about the order of eating? Is there anything special about it? Gu Nianji smiled brightly, revealing her perfect, white teeth. Also, don't talk while eating or sleeping. Gu Yanran's smile froze. She forced herself to say, Nianji is so naughty. However, she didn't say anything else. The three of them ate in the room. There was only the sound of bowls and chopsticks clanking and their soft breathing. There was no other sound. After finally finishing the meal, Gu Nianji carried a cup of green tea to the small living room connected to the dining room to digest. Yi Xian quietly stood up and put the dishes in the dishwasher. Gu Nianji chatted with Gu Yanran for a while and changed the topic to Gu Xiangwen's plane crash. Sis, what happened to the plane that father took? I don't know either. The cause of the MH210 crash is still a mystery. Gu Yanran sat on the chaise lounge in the living room with a cup of green tea in her hand. Yes, I remember looking for years before finding the wreckage. Sis, how did you find father before those people? Gu Nianji was even more curious. I wasn't particularly fast. Gu Yanran frowned and fell into deep thought. At that time, father had a small communicator on him that could continuously send out signals. The battery life was very long. Although the communicator was very damaged, it could still send out signals. I used the signal from the communicator to determine father's location. Unfortunately, I was still one step too late. One step too late. Yes, if I had found them earlier, perhaps mother could have been saved. Gu Yanran covered her face with one hand and sobbed. At the time, mother was seriously injured and had nothing on that deserted island. She died just like that. Once mother passed away, father also collapsed. When I found them, father was hugging mother's body tightly. I thought both of them had died, but I didn't give up and asked the doctor to check. In the end, father was still alive, but he had become a vegetable. Mother, however, passed away an hour before we found them. Gu Nianji's heart wrenched. Do you still remember what father looked like at the time? I mean, did he become a vegetable because of a head injury or some other injury? When you saw him, what clothes did he wear? Gu Yanran thought about it for a long time and shook her head. I really don't remember what he was wearing. I searched for them for nearly a month, and when at last I saw them and found my father still alive, I was wild with joy and fainted on the spot. When I woke up, father had already been moved to the helicopter. Mother was buried on the spot. That meant she didn't remember the details of Gu Xiangwen's injuries. What about the medical records? Do you still have the medical records from when father was first admitted to the hospital? Medical records? Gu Yanran laughed. Hua Xiao burned the hospital in Barbados that time, and most of the medical records were burned. Gu Nianji chuckled. People still use paper to keep medical records in this day and age. Don't they use computers, hard drives, or cloud storage? The hospitals in Barbados are more backward. They still use the traditional paper medical records. Gu Yanran said disapprovingly. Nianji, don't be like that. Not every country is as advanced as the United States and Huaxia. Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hand and tapped her cheek with her fingers. She nodded thoughtfully. Okay, that makes sense. But if that's the case, it might be even more difficult for father to recover. You're not a doctor. Why are you worrying about this? Gu Yanran comforted her with a smile. Nianji, let the professionals do the professional stuff. We just have to wait for the results. Gu Nianji had no choice. Although she didn't think it was a coincidence, she couldn't find any flaws in Gu Yanran's explanation. The law had always been about presumption of innocence, so she'd just assumed what she said was true. After dinner and questioning, Gu Nianji felt very tired, so she got up to leave. Gu Yanran walked her to the door reluctantly. Nianji, you don't want to stay a bit longer? It's not easy for you to come, and I still want to talk to you. There's plenty of time. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. Sis, I'm really tired from cleaning this afternoon. Let's talk tomorrow. Gu Yanran turned to call Yi Xian over. Yi Xian, see Nianji out. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand. What for? I live downstairs. But she rolled her eyes and smiled as she moved closer to Gu Yanran. Sis, is Yi Xian your boyfriend? Oh, him. Gu Yanran quickly shook her head. Of course not. He's younger than me. I don't look for boyfriends younger than me. Oh, that's a shame. Gu Nianji shrugged regretfully. I think he's a bit interested in you. Not at all. He treats you as well as I do. Gu Yanran refused to admit Yi Xian's feelings and attachment were written all over his face. Gu Nianji didn't say anything else. It was someone else's business anyway, and she didn't have that much time to gossip. Then I'll go. Sleep early, sis. Gu Nianji turned to walk to the elevator. Yi Xian was pushed out by Gu Yanran and had no choice but to go downstairs with Gu Nianji. In the elevator, the two of them kept their heads down and ignored each other. When the elevator stopped at Gu Nianji's floor, she didn't even say hello and directly walked out of the elevator to go back to her apartment. Yi Xian didn't even get out of the elevator. He directly pressed the up button and went back to Gu Yanran's apartment. Gu Nianji went back to her bedroom and slept soundly. She didn't even dream. It was 8 or 9 in the morning in the United States, on the other side of the ocean. After the last attack, Hua Xiaoheng had rested in his rented apartment for a few days. Today, he planned to go out again. It was the same route as the last time. He transferred from the train station in New Jersey to the subway, and then the light rail into the city. This time, although he had blue eyes and a hooked nose and hadn't changed to the Chinese IT guy look, he discovered that someone was already following him. It wasn't just him. Almost all the men on the street who were about his height were carefully questioned. He went to the airport again and discovered that there were many more police dogs there. More accurately, they were military dogs, and they were the famous German Shepherds. These dogs were tall and powerful, and the black fur on their backs was smooth. It was obvious that they were pure descendants of German Shepherds and hadn't been crossbred. Hua Xiaoheng remembered that although there were some police dogs at the airport the last time he was here, most of them were drug-sniffing dogs, unlike the ones now. They were obviously not police drug-sniffing dogs, but military dogs. They might even be military dogs specially trained by the special forces. Were they here to deal with him? This was the first update. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Raindrop6868 for kissing the 2 golden pigs yesterday. Mwah! Chapter 580. Hua Xiaoheng stood next to the gate at the entrance of the airport and watched the large airport baggage handling area as people came and went. Uniformed military police led military dogs through the crowd. It was obvious that what attracted them were Asian men who were as tall as Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng now looked like a mixed-race white man with a high nose and blue eyes. The military police probably wouldn't notice him, but the military dogs might not. Being able to use military dogs meant that someone had obtained something with Hua Xiaoheng's scent and trained the military dogs to search for him. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was deep and obscure as he looked at the military dogs shuttling through the crowd. His brows gradually furrowed. Seeing military dogs, logically speaking, meant that a traitor had obtained something related to him and let the military dogs familiarize themselves with it. But he had been abroad for more than a month, almost 2 months. What scent could be retained for so long? Even if they obtained the clothes or daily necessities he had left in the country, after washing and storing them, the residual smell on them would be almost negligible. It would be impossible for the military dogs to detect them and track him based on the negligible smell. Hua Xiaoheng himself had a detailed understanding of military dogs. As far as he knew, there was no military dog in the world with such a sensitive nose. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at the military dogs with a blank expression for a while. Finally, he decided to take the risk and give it a try. He wanted to see if his reasoning was correct or if the military dogs' noses were really out of this world. Like the people around him, Hua Xiaoheng also put on a pair of sunglasses and walked into the airport. He went to the United Airlines counter and pretended to look at the flight schedule. He squinted for a while. Then he turned around and saw everyone lined up in front of the automatic check-in machine with their tickets in hand. Hua Xiaoheng took out his wallet and walked forward unhurriedly, as if he was looking for a ticket. Suddenly, he felt a slight twitch on the back of his neck, as if something was staring at him. Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around and immediately understood that a military dog was staring at him. This was really too puzzling. Hua Xiaoheng was puzzled as he maintained his pace and walked through the crowd. At the same time, he opened a cigar box and took out a fat cigar. He tore open the wrapper and sprinkled the tobacco inside on the ground. The smell of the cigar could slightly disrupt the military dog's sense of smell. The confusion wouldn't last long, but it was enough for Hua Xiaoheng to leave the airport lobby and walk back to where he had come from. The pressure on the back of his neck disappeared, and he looked back. Sure enough, there was a strong German shepherd circling the place where he had just been standing. There were also traces of cigar smoke on the ground, which was very obvious on the clean, reflective ground. Hua Xiaoheng used this method to let his pursuers know that he was here. Although he wasn't caught by the military dogs on the spot, The cigar smoke was still visible to an expert. If the military dog's target was Hua Xiaoheng, and someone had used cigar smoke to disrupt the military dog's sense of smell at the airport, then there was only one conclusion. Their target, Hua Xiaoheng, had appeared at the airport. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stay any longer. Instead, he called a cab and retraced his steps. He picked up his car from the train station parking lot in New Jersey and drove back to his high-class rented apartment. The trackers in New York probably hadn't thought of searching the area around New York yet. Hua Xiaoheng's continued appearance in New York City had largely confused them. After returning to his room, Hua Xiaoheng washed up quickly and began to think about what was going on with the military dogs. This phenomenon couldn't even be explained by a mole. How did the other party get his scent to train these military dogs? Also, the other party already had an effective way of searching for military dogs, so his disguise wouldn't be very useful. Because dogs couldn't see faces, they could only distinguish smells. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it in the apartment all night, but still couldn't figure out how the other party had done it. But it didn't matter that he couldn't figure out the reason, as long as he could deal with the military dogs. The next day, Hua Xiaoheng didn't go into the city again. Instead, he went to the nearby Macy's department store and bought some different scents of perfume. He mixed a perfume that smelled like fox odor and carried it with him. This scent could greatly mask his own scent and affect the military dog's sense of smell. When he went into the city a few days later, he found that the military dogs were no longer limited to the airport, but could be seen in many places in New York City. It must have been hard on them. Hua Xiaoheng's heart didn't waver, and he even wanted to laugh. He almost swaggered past the military dogs, but none of them paid any special attention to him. The streets of New York were extremely hot in the summer, and the German shepherds stretched out their tongues and panted under the sun, but they still dutifully searched for every possible person and place. Hua Xiaoheng came to the smoking area in front of a skyscraper, took out a cigar, lit it, and took a few puffs. He didn't stare at the military dogs nearby, but he kept watching them from the corner of his eye. Not long after, the uniformed military police left the block with the military dogs and continued to search other blocks. Hua Xiaoheng blew out a smoke ring in the direction they left, almost wanting to whistle. But it was just a thought. Making a sound at this time would be asking for trouble. He threw the cigar into a nearby trash can, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and slowly walked the streets of New York in the middle of summer. Manhattan's Fifth Avenue gathered the world's top luxury stores. Half of the people who came and went here were rich and powerful, and the other half were people who served these rich and powerful people. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in front of the Hermes flagship store. He still remembered Gun Yinji's favorite Hermes scarves. There were only 2 months left, and it would be her birthday again. This time, he would probably have to buy some Hermes scarves as a birthday present. Hua Xiaoheng didn't go in, but only looked at the fall and winter new products in the window. Among them, there was a blue scarf with Van Gogh's Starry Night printed on it, which should be Gun Yinji's favorite. Hua Xiaoheng planned to find a way to buy one from Hermes' main European store after returning to his apartment and send it back to her country. That would also confuse the people in the country. After leaving the Hermes flagship store, Hua Xiaoheng wandered leisurely on Fifth Avenue. He was surrounded by people from all over the world who came to shop. There was a rich lady from the Middle East with a black veil over her head and a Hermes platinum bag on her arm. There was a gorgeous woman wearing a backless sundress, high heels, sunglasses, and red lipstick on her lips as she walked into a Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the street. There were also some people who came here to travel with their families. Older parents, younger children, and even grandchildren who were only a few years old held hands and walked under the Manhattan sun. Not far in front of him was a beautiful woman wearing a Chanel suit. She was holding a pretty little girl who looked like a doll in one hand and pushing a stroller in the other. The woman's Chanel suit was somewhat similar to the one Gun Yinji had bought before. Her figure was also as slender and delicate as Gun Yinji's. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help looking at her a few more times. This was the second watch, a reminder for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 581. The Caucasian woman in a Chanel suit was flanked by two chubby, middle-aged Mexicans. They were probably her nannies. They were helping her carry the bags of loot she had just bought. Not long after they left, the sound of a baby crying came from the stroller. The woman put down the little girl she was carrying and bent over to look at the child in the stroller. The two middle-aged Mexican women stopped and looked around. They were attracted by the famous shops on the street. The little girl who had just been put down looked no older than 3 or 4 years old. She turned her head and saw a clown holding a balloon smiling at her across the street. She giggled and waddled away from her family and nannies, jogging across the street. The clown was a gimmick for the shop across the street to attract customers. When it saw the little girl running over, it was very friendly and even gave her a yellow hydrogen balloon. The overjoyed little girl grabbed the balloon rope and ran back. Just then, the roar of a car came from the other end of Fifth Avenue. The little girl was shocked. She couldn't move in the middle of Fifth Avenue. She could only watch as a few black Cadillacs rushed over. It was a summer afternoon in New York City. The skyscrapers on both sides of Fifth Avenue were so tall that they even blocked some of the sunlight. The aggressive Cadillacs rushed over, and the pedestrians screamed and dodged. There was only a little girl in a warm yellow puffy dress who was stunned. She stood in the middle of Fifth Avenue with a yellow balloon in her hand. She was eye-catching. "Mary! Mary! Help! Somebody! Please help!" The woman who bent over to pick up the little girl in the stroller finally realized that her little girl was standing in the middle of Fifth Avenue with her head lowered. The Cadillacs were rushing straight at her. Not only were they rushing over, but there was also the sound of gunfire on Fifth Avenue. A few arms with pistols stretched out from the Cadillacs and shot at each other. The pedestrians on the street immediately understood. It was a gunfight between the New York gangs. Old New Yorkers knew that Cadillacs were the standard of the gangs. New York had been full of military police these days to catch the so-called Chinese kidnappers. However, the New York gangs had suffered heavy losses. They all believed that the New York police had purposely attacked their power in the name of searching for the Chinese kidnappers. Therefore, the gangsters who had been holding back for the past few days were finally going to let go of their courage and do something. Hua Xiaoheng had already hidden behind a phone booth on the side of the road the moment he heard the sound of the car, and the little girl was right in front of him. He stared at the panicking little girl for a second, and his body moved faster than his thoughts. He rushed out from behind the phone booth. His arm pushed against the hood of a BMW parked on the side of the road. His long legs leaped over the front of the car like he was jumping over a hurdle, and he ran to the middle of Fifth Avenue. Just as he bent down to pick up the little girl, the black Cadillac had already rushed over from 3 lanes. Hua Xiaoheng's figure flashed, and he avoided the 2 cars on the side. But he couldn't avoid the 3rd car, coming from the front. He only had time to hug the little girl and roll on the ground. His whole body was almost flat on the ground, tightly protecting the little girl in his arms. The pedestrians who had hidden around to watch the scene cried out in shock. Some people even covered their eyes, unable to bear to see the tragic scene of the 2 people dying under the wheels of the car. The Cadillac that rushed over didn't even think about stopping and just drove straight over Hua Xiaoheng's back. The car rushed to the front in the blink of an eye, and Hua Xiaoheng, who everyone thought had been crushed under the car, quickly rolled to the side of the street with the little girl in his arms. He got up with the little girl in his arms and put her in front of the woman who had rushed over. Without saying a word, he quickly left Fifth Avenue. The woman in the Chanel suit was so happy that she hugged her daughter and cried. When she looked up again, the man who had just saved her daughter had disappeared without a trace. She was inexplicably touched. Looking around, she realized that there were cameras in front of the shops here, and they were facing in the direction of Fifth Avenue. The woman quickly walked into the shop and asked them to give her the video just now. She was willing to pay for it because she wanted to find this kind person and personally thank him for saving her daughter's life. However, when she entered the central control room of the shop and saw the video, she realized that the angle from which the man had saved the girl happened to be in the camera's blind spot. The camera only recorded the images of the Cadillac coming and going. At most, it could only check the license plates of the Cadillac, but not the figure of the man who had just saved the girl. What a pity! The woman shook her head and left the shop in disappointment. In a room in the tall building opposite, there were more than a dozen high-powered cameras recording everything on this avenue. In fact, all the main roads in New York City were equipped with such tight surveillance cameras just to find traces of Huashaoing. 15 minutes later, in the building of the American CIA's New York branch, a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a black suit sat behind his desk, watching the video intently. He thoughtfully stroked his perfectly chiseled jaw and smiled slightly. "James, bring me a cup of coffee." The man pressed pause and put his feet on the desk. Holding the back of his head, he looked in the direction of the office door with a grin. Not long after, the office door was pushed open. A white man in his late 40s came in with a bitter expression and brought him a cup of coffee. "Director Sean, here's your coffee." He respectfully placed the coffee on the desk and secretly glanced at the young man, envy flashing in his eyes. This young man, Sean, was only in his early 30s and was already half a level higher than him. James had been in the CIA for most of his life and had only been promoted to deputy director when he was almost 50. He had originally thought that he would be promoted to director of the Asian Intelligence Department this year. But in the end, a particularly famous person had appeared out of nowhere: Sean. Sean had graduated from West Point Military Academy with a bachelor's and a master's degree in intelligence. After that, he had joined the CIA and worked in Europe for a few years. When he returned, he was already a rising star in the CIA and directly became the director of the Asian Intelligence Department. Although he was a little unhappy, this Sean was really capable. James was ashamed that he wasn't as skilled as Sean, but he was still a little unhappy that Sean always ordered him around like a servant. Sean took a sip of the coffee and furrowed his brows. "Why did you put milk and sugar in it? Redo it. I don't like the taste. I want plain black coffee. I can't remember it no matter how many times I tell you. Do you have Alzheimer's?" James was about to cry. He went out to make another cup of plain black coffee and placed it in front of Sean. Sean tasted it again before drinking it with satisfaction. Putting down the coffee, Sean still had his feet on the desk. He asked James proudly, "Did you see this video? What do you think?" James glanced at it and saw that it was a video of a white man saving someone from Fifth Avenue. He clasped his hands together and said, I think this person is very brave, very powerful, and very kind. He saved that little girl, didn't he?" "That's it." Sean looked James up and down with his sapphire blue eyes. "TSK, TSK. No wonder you're still a deputy at your age. With your foresight, it's already an honor for you to be a deputy. You should be a cleaner, serving tea, and pouring water for people. You shouldn't be a CIA agent. Humiliation." This was definitely humiliation. James was so angry that his entire body was shaking. He glared at Sean and clenched his fists tightly, but he didn't move. He didn't dare do anything to Sean. Although Sean hadn't worked with James for a long time, he already knew the personality of this old man of few words. He was someone who couldn't even be hit 3 times with a stick. Sean sneered and shook his head. "Are you angry? You don't like it, right? I'll make you like it." As Sean spoke, he replayed the video for James to see. "Look at his movements." He placed one hand on the hood of the car, crossed the front of the car, grabbed the little girl, rolled on the ground, and hid himself under the car's chassis. This kind of judgment, this kind of angle, this kind of movement, don't you think it's very familiar? Familiar? I just think he runs faster and has better luck, just like you, Mr. Sean. James couldn't help but mock Sean. Sean laughed. "James, are you mocking me? Why do you have to mock me? I'm the commander, and you're the deputy because I can see things you can't." As he spoke, he pointed at the computer screen. "Look," he jumped with one hand and rolled on the ground to avoid the speeding car. "It's all standard military movements." "Military?" James looked up abruptly. "What military? I don't remember our military doing this." James had been a retired U.S. military officer before joining the CIA. Sean laughed and slammed the table. "Of course he's not our military. He's from the Xia Empire, and it's the standard movement of their special forces." James' heart skipped a beat. He looked at Sean in shock, and his tone became respectful. "You know that too?" "Of course. Ever since I took over the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division, My main research subject has been the mysterious Major General Hua Xiaoheng from the Xia Empire. I've collected all the information and video recordings ever since he joined the military. Do you want to see the training footage of him learning from the founder of Israel's Mossad? You can even get your hands on that. You're amazing. James looked at Sean with admiration. If you say so, then so be it. I'll obey you unconditionally. Sean laughed even louder. He had finally subdued the veteran deputy director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division, James. As long as he broke his backbone, the entire CIA's Asian Intelligence Division would bow to him in the future. This was the first update, a reminder to everyone about your monthly and recommendation votes. There will be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 582. James stood behind Sean and watched intently as the computer replayed the tall, white man's lightning-fast movements over and over again. Not only did it require a very strong coordination ability, but it also required astonishing explosive power and unparalleled judgment to make such a move in the blink of an eye and save the little girl's life. Look, his rolling and lying flat on the ground is actually a standard movement of the Xia Imperial Army Special Forces. It's what snipers do when they lie in the trenches to hide themselves from battle tanks. After Sean finished laughing, he explained his discovery to James. I didn't think he would use it on the road to avoid a speeding car. Sean shook his head. He's crazy. It was too dangerous. If the car had been slightly off course, he and the little girl would have been crushed to death. James muttered as he looked at the computer screen with lingering fear. He couldn't describe how he felt. Yes, so he's crazy. A normal person wouldn't make this kind of judgment, and they wouldn't try to save someone when they're on the run. Sean scoffed. Isn't he giving himself away now? You still think he's the Xia Imperial Major General? But he's white. James pointed at the man's obvious blue eyes on the HD video. Sean sneered. James, I think you should retire. You don't know anything about current technology. Go to the lab and find special contact lenses for blue eyes like that. Forget blue eyes. You can even get red and white eyes. So it's special contact lenses. James exclaimed again. He was very excited. That's good. It proves that this person is the person we're looking for. What's the point of proving it? Sean suddenly understood. He was furious and pushed everything on his desk to the ground. I don't know where he is. I don't know where he's going. There are more than 10 million people in New York. How are we going to find him? Are we really going to search every house? Do you know why he suddenly jumped out to save someone? He's provoking us. Provoking us. Sean had never felt so aggrieved ever since he joined the CIA. He had always been a cat, watching coldly as a mouse ran away in front of him. He didn't expect that this time. He felt like he was a mouse and the other party was a cat. Moreover, he felt like he was being toyed with. New York was their home field, their home base, but a Huaxiao Imperial soldier had turned it upside down. They should all die. Was there anything more infuriating and hateful than being able to see it, but not catch it? These videos don't record the direction he left in? James asked, puzzled. We've installed HD cameras on all the main roads. What's the use of that? Sean practically roared right into James's face. His saliva flew everywhere, but James didn't dare wipe it away. He could only endure it. You think he is as stupid as you? He knew he was being watched, but he still led you back to his place. I'm telling you, the direction in which he left definitely isn't where he's hiding. Sean waved his hands and roared like a madman in the office. James hung his head. A man in his late 50s was being lectured like a grandson by a man of 30. Scram, send me the footage from all 4 directions. I'm going to find out where he went even if I don't sleep tonight. Sean kicked James one last time before ending today's lecture. James walked out of Sean's office and felt like he had aged 10 years. He returned to his office and turned on his computer. He stared blankly at the image of him entering his password on the screen. He struggled every day between resigning and not resigning. If he resigned, he wouldn't have to watch this annoying person humiliate him every day. But if he resigned, what would happen to his child's college education? Who would pay for his tuition? What about his mortgage? He still owed the bank a lot of money. His wife was a housewife. If he resigned, their family would immediately be in trouble. Even medical insurance would be a big problem. He couldn't afford to lose this job in today's society. At least he had the best medical insurance in the country when he worked for the CIA. James comforted himself with this and finally calmed down. He began to gather the footage from all four directions on Fifth Avenue and sent it to Sean after organizing it. Sean didn't just sit around either. He found someone he knew at the TV station and put the video on the TV. He used the excuse of finding the kind-hearted person who saved James's life. As soon as the TV station aired it, the video immediately went viral across the United States. That nimble movement, tall build, and godlike dodging the oncoming car at an unbelievable angle were all breathtaking. The video was quickly uploaded to YouTube and instantly became popular across all of Blue Planet, except for the Huaxia Empire. Because the video was immediately censored and taken down as soon as it reached the Huaxia Empire, no media or individuals were allowed to spread it. Therefore, the vast majority of people in the Huaxia Empire didn't know about this life-saving video. In the evening, Tengaran finished dinner in the dining room of her villa and sat on the sofa to watch TV with nothing to do. It was time for the evening news. The local New York TV station and the national cable network broadcast the same news at the same time. Tangaran's gaze was immediately drawn to that person's figure. She stood up excitedly and almost screamed at the handsome and stylish figure on the TV. She recognized that figure. That night, the figure who stood up from the rubble under a hail of bullets. Tangaran was so excited that she pressed pause and stared at the TV screen for a long time. She only slowly sat down when her legs were numb from standing. She sank into the soft sofa and buried herself in it. So he hadn't left yet? Was he still in New York? She hadn't misjudged him. He was indeed a kind and kind-hearted person. Seeing him save that little girl, Tangaran felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. It was like a spring breeze in March, and it warmed her whole body. She didn't even notice what the person looked like on the TV. Because Sean had been a bit selfish when he sent the video to the TV station, he had intentionally blurred out the person's face. Therefore, only a blurry face could be seen on the TV, and they couldn't tell if the person was Caucasian or Chinese. At the same time, Hua Xiaoheng also saw the video on the TV, and the corners of his lips curled up as expected. There was indeed a surveillance camera on a tall building. Hua Xiaoheng remembered that he had avoided the camera at the entrance of the store. From the angle of the video, it also proved that it wasn't from the store's camera, but from the angle of the tall building opposite. Other than the CIA, no one else would have done something like this. Using this method, Hua Xiaoheng confirmed his conjecture. This was the second update. Just a reminder, there were recommendation votes and monthly votes. Chapter 583. Although the TV didn't broadcast a clear image of him, the CIA definitely had internal videos. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and threw away his blue contact lenses. At the same time, he took off his aquiline nose. Looking at his original appearance in the mirror, Hua Xiaoheng felt a bit unfamiliar. Without the blue contact lenses, Hua Xiaoheng changed into a pair of large, black-framed glasses. With these glasses on, other than Gun Yinji, even his parents probably wouldn't be able to recognize him at first glance. Hua Xiaoheng smiled darkly at the mirror. Although his actions today were a bit risky, he had to make a risky move to break the stalemate and confuse the mastermind. Looking at his watch, it was already 9 p.m. It should be 9 a.m. in the Huaxia Empire. So Yinji should be up by now, right? Hua Xiaoheng silently took off his black-framed glasses and put them back in the glasses case. Rubbing his phone, he realized he actually had the urge to call Yinji, but his years of training quickly made him give up on the idea. In the end, he turned off his phone and went to sleep. In the next few days, Hua Xiaoheng often wore a classic Ralph Lauren blue and black striped shirt, straight fine wool trousers, and a pair of comfortable Oxford shoes. He dressed like a yuppie and was completely different from the nimble and fierce figure on TV. The people in his apartment building were also talking about the hero who saved people, but no one connected the yuppie with the black-framed glasses and the hero. Taking advantage of not going out for a few days, Hua Xiaoheng used a proxy IP to log into the European Hermes official website. Finally, he used a French shipping address to purchase some Hermes scarves and sent them directly to Gun Yinji's San Juan apartment in the imperial capital. What he didn't know was that the Hermes official website suddenly malfunctioned that day. The French shipping address he filled in was somehow changed to a German shipping address, and it was a German place that the Huaxiao Empire citizens were recently familiar with. It was summer break, and Ma Chichi found a law firm to intern at. She left early and returned late every day and was often the only one left in the dorm. That day, she had nothing to do after waking up. She didn't want to go to the library to research and write a thesis, so she stayed in the dorm to play games. After playing all morning, her neck was sore. Rubbing the back of her neck, she got up to wash up and prepare to go out for lunch. Looking at her watch, it was almost lunchtime. Suddenly, the voice of the resident manager came through the dorm speakers. "Gun Yinji, there's a package." Gun Yinji was very surprised. Who would send her a package? She casually tied her long hair into a ponytail, took the dormitory key, and went downstairs. A UPS truck was parked in front of the dorm building, and a delivery man handed her a small cardboard box. "Gun Yinji?" "Yes, that's me." Gun Yinji showed him her ID, then signed it and took the small paper box. She flipped the box around for a long time and saw that it was from Germany. The address looked familiar. The box felt light in his hand and was tightly sealed. He had no idea what was inside. Gun Yinji returned to her dorm and placed the box on her desk. She stared at it silently for a while before putting on gloves and using a paper cutter to cut the tape on the box. She tore open the packaging and revealed the familiar orange-red Hermes packaging inside the carton. Hermes scarves. It was from Germany. Gun Yinji's heart was pounding. Her first reaction was that Hua Xiao had sent it to her. Only Hua Xiao liked to buy her Hermes scarves for her birthday. Although her birthday was still 2 or 3 months away, it didn't stop Hua Xiao from planning ahead and preparing for everything. Was Hua Xiao using this method to make her feel at ease? Although he couldn't tell her where he went or what he was doing, a scarf mailed from afar could subtly tell her that he was doing well. Gun Yinji hugged her silk scarf as she sat in front of her desk. Her heart was warm, like a traveler who had finally found a warm fire after trekking through a world of ice and snow. She wanted nothing more than to throw herself into the fire, even if it burned her to ashes. So Hua Xiao was in Germany? Gun Yinji took the box and carefully looked at the address on it. She entered the address into the computer and finally found the place. When she saw the German city that Huaxiao Empire citizens had recently heard of, Gun Yinji couldn't help but widen her eyes. She suddenly felt like all her doubts had been answered. Hua Xiao must have gone to Germany, right? Because of the murder of the Huaxia female exchange student in Germany. Calculating the time, Hua Xiao had left the country for a mission not long after the crime happened, and people in the Huaxia Empire didn't know about it yet. One of the important duties of the Special Operations Forces was to protect the interests of the Huaxia Empire overseas. It seemed like this case was unusual. Gun Yinji looked at the series of searches related to the case on the computer thoughtfully. Her hands began to itch. Of course, Hua Xiao didn't know about the blunder that appeared on Hermes' official website. He stayed in his apartment for a few days and didn't go out. He relied on the internet to communicate with the outside world. The CIA was wandering around like headless chickens. The search seemed to be gradually expanding from New York to the surrounding areas. Hua Xiaoheng changed his clothes and disguised himself as a Huaxia IT man. He carried a backpack and wore flat shoes before heading to New York again. This time, he didn't go to Fifth Avenue. Instead, he went around Fifth Avenue and strolled outside the CIA's New York branch. The CIA couldn't believe that the person they had set up an inescapable net to search all over New York was right under their noses. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. This maxim was also applicable in the United States. The streets near the CIA branch were very quiet and peaceful. There weren't as many cameras or police cars roaring around. Everyone had a warm smile on their faces, wearing short-sleeved t-shirts or dresses, walking under the summer sun. Hua Xiaoheng even sat in the outdoor cafe on the first floor of the building next to the CIA branch to leisurely drink coffee and play games on his phone. A middle-aged Caucasian man with a bitter expression walked out of the main entrance of the CIA base. He came to the cafe and ordered a cup of black coffee with double sugar and double milk. He sat down not far from Hua Xiaoheng. The two of them sat back to back. Hua Xiaoheng quietly took a sip of his coffee. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a few more CIA agents sitting next to the middle-aged man. They were gathered together, holding a healthy lunch they had bought from Chipotle. Everyone had a cup of coffee in front of them, and they were eating and complaining at the same time. "James, you just want to watch that kid ride roughshod over us. There are so many people in our branch. Why did you have to promote him?" "Exactly. You're the soul of our branch. We all respect you. I get angry when I see that kid's smug face. He's ordering you around like a servant every day. We can't stand it anymore." These people were filled with righteous indignation for the middle-aged man who had a bitter expression on his face. Moreover, they all looked sincere and sincere. They really weren't just saying that. Hua Xiaoheng's ears perked up and gathered the information he needed from their words. Hua Xiaoheng was no stranger to the bitter middle-aged man's appearance. This was James, an important figure in the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division. He was one of Hua Xiaoheng's main rivals. But from what these people were saying, it seemed like he had failed to get promoted. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his chin in thought as he carefully recalled the information on James. This man was a retired U.S. Army soldier who had served in Asia for many years. He later returned to the United States and was recruited by the CIA because of his outstanding intelligence skills. He was in charge of the Asian Intelligence Division. This person had dealt a major blow to the Huaxia Empire's intelligence network in North America. Bai Yuxing's defection last year was inextricably linked to this person. James was almost 50 years old. He married late and had 2 children. One was about to go to college, while the other was just in high school. His wife was a housewife. He hadn't expected such a smart and capable person to be overshadowed by another person. Who was this person? Hua Xiaoheng realized he actually knew nothing about this new director they were talking about. However, he was very sure that this new director had just been parachuted into the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division. He hadn't been there for more than a month. Because he hadn't had any contact with the Huaxia Empire in the past month, he hadn't paid attention to the intelligence network. Hua Xiaoheng shook the newspaper in his hand to cover his face. However, there were too many people like him sitting there reading newspapers, playing with their phones, and drinking coffee. They were all white-collar employees of the nearby buildings. His appearance completely blended in here, like a drop of water blending into the ocean. Even the smartest spy didn't notice him. In fact, Sean had also come to this cafe. He was already a little unhappy when he saw a few older people from his division surrounding James. He walked over with a straight face and said sternly, "Lunch is only half an hour. You've already been out for an hour." Those people quickly stood up and hurriedly cleared the table before hurrying back to work. James was the last to stand up and said to the angry Sean, "Sir, I'm not feeling well. I want to take half a day off and go home to rest." "Not feeling well? Do you have a doctor's certificate?" Sean asked sharply. "How can I trust you without a doctor's certificate?" "Sir, according to CIA regulations, a doctor's certificate is required to take more than 2 days off. I'm only taking half a day off, so I don't need a doctor's certificate." James finished speaking slowly and got up to leave the cafe. Sean looked at his receding figure and clenched his fists angrily, but there was nothing he could do. Hua Xiaoheng waited for Sean to leave before slowly standing up and following in the direction James had left. This was the first update. A reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. There would be an extra update at 7 p.m. Chapter 584. James didn't know what was wrong with him. Perhaps it was because his colleagues' words made him feel even more indignant. Or perhaps it was because the weather was too hot, but he was very agitated. For the first time ever, he argued with Sean a few times and almost quit. However, his rational mind told him not to quit too impulsively. So he only took half a day off to go to the beach to relax before coming back to do these increasingly unfulfilling jobs. Last year, Bai Yuxing, the deputy director of the Huaxia Imperial Secret Service who had defected, had been killed. The agency considered his merits to offset his faults, so he was originally going to be promoted to director, but just like that, Sean, who had parachuted in from outside, became director. He wasn't happy, although he didn't say it. He knew he wasn't happy in his heart. He walked aimlessly on the street and didn't know how many blocks he had walked. After another turn, he would be at the beach. James suddenly realized that the back of someone not far in front of him looked very familiar. It was a tall man dressed casually in a simple white shirt with the sleeves rolled up, khaki trousers, white Oxford shoes, and black hair. When he turned his head, he could see that the man was wearing a pair of sunglasses that covered most of his face. It was a very ordinary outfit, but there was something unusual about it. James's eyes narrowed. 2 years of intelligence work had trained him to have sharp instincts. Although he wasn't as good as Sean in some areas, his age and experience were there for all to see. High IQ couldn't make up for that. Experience required time. The only thing he had more than Sean was that he had lived a few more years. But that wasn't something to be happy about. James felt dispirited just thinking about it. However, he still followed with great professionalism. He was the deputy director of the CIA's Asian Intelligence Division. This was his job, and he had to do it. Hua Xiaoheng walked leisurely in front and looked around the place. He had purposely exposed himself in front of James in order to beat him at his own game and catch the mole hidden within the Huaxia Empire. In order to find the mole the CIA had planted in the Huaxia Empire, Hua Xiaoheng had thought about it for a long time. In the end, he decided to give them a taste of their own medicine and use the mole against the mole to find the person. After careful observation and consideration, Hua Xiaoheng felt that James was a good mole candidate, even though James had the same idea. Just like that, the two people with ulterior motives unknowingly approached each other. The place they came to was a villa area in Long Island, New York. The people there were either rich or respectable. There were many leisure places in the seaside park, which was a good place for people to cool off in the summer. Hua Xiaoheng first sat down in a pavilion by the sea. The pavilions here were all modeled after the Hawaiian grass huts, which indeed had a unique flavor. When James walked over, he habitually looked around to make sure there were no other ambushes before he slowly walked over and sat down on the other side of the pavilion. The two of them looked at the sea quietly for a while. James greeted him with a smile. "May I ask where you are from, sir? He looks very familiar." Hua Xiaoheng looked shocked. "No way. I've never known you before. Why do you think I look familiar?" Hee, maybe people look alike." James grinned. "A few days ago, there was a kidnapping case here. Have you seen the news? Do people still watch TV these days?" Hua Xiaoheng also laughed. "I only surf the internet. I'm not interested in TV. Oh, there's a video online too. Didn't you watch it?" James took out his phone and secretly wanted to take a photo of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to turn around unconsciously, leaving only a view of his back for James. James didn't manage to take a photo, and Hua Xiaoheng had already turned to look at his phone. James could only give up on the idea and show Hua Xiaoheng the video. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his chin and watched it calmly. He smiled. "Not bad. It's quite interesting. Not only is it interesting, but it's also valuable," James said meaningfully. "Actually, I think this person is very impressive and powerful. If he were to work for us in our country, his value would be even greater." Hua Xiaoheng's heart sank. He didn't expect James to want to instigate him. He really underestimated the loyalty of these CIA agents to the country. But so what? He still didn't know who would win. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and stood up. He looked down at James and said slowly, "Really? Does that mean that your value has been maximized?" James' expression changed instantly. He glared at Hua Xiaoheng for a long time before the corners of his mouth twitched. "I don't understand what you mean. I'm talking about your value, not mine." "Yes, I know. My English isn't worse than yours. Hua Xiaoheng's English was authentic with an Oxford accent. It was very different from James' Southern American accent. It was like a British aristocrat standing in front of a Southern American farmer, arrogant with a hint of modesty, polite yet distant. James finally recovered and smiled sheepishly. Then do you want to think about it? You see, I'm very sincere in talking to you. Hua Xiaoheng also smiled and said, I'm more sincere. Mr. James, are you sure you want to do this and then have this great achievement be used as a stepping stone to climb up? This sentence hit the deepest part of James's heart, where he was most unwilling. As long as he was unwilling, he wanted to change. Hua Xiaoheng had accurately seen James's unwillingness to admit defeat. James hesitated. Just like last time, he had painstakingly instigated the Xia Empire's deputy director of the Secret Service, Bai Yuxing. What did he get in return? Not even a fart. This time, he might have made an even greater contribution, but with Sean above him, this contribution had nothing to do with him. In the end, it would still be taken away by that annoying Sean, and it would be his own contribution. Sean had just arrived at the Asian Intelligence Division and was trying his best to make a contribution. If he really instigated the Xia Empire's most mysterious major general to defect, then he would only be working hard for Sean. Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and studied James's expression. Although he was expressionless, Xiaoheng could almost tell what he was thinking. A man almost 50 years old and almost at the end of his career. What was he after? Hua Xiaoheng continued to patiently guide James like a demon who could read people's minds. But if you cooperate with me, not only can I help you get rid of your biggest obstacle in your division, but I can also help you get the position you want the most. Believe me, your value will be much, much greater than you can imagine right now. This was the second update. Just a reminder, recommendation votes and monthly votes. P.S. I'm not giving Hua Xiaoheng a golden finger for this plot. James had a prototype. He was the director of a certain CIA intelligence division in the United States. He had once tried to instigate personnel from another country, but in the end he was instigated by the other party and became their informant 233-3333. This person was later discovered by the FBI and sentenced to permanent imprisonment. He was still serving his sentence. This is what happened in 199X. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.